Chapter 110. Shi Qingxian did not say anything else. Xiaolian felt a sense of foreboding. Lord Windmaster? What's wrong with you? Are you still there? What happened? Why aren't you talking? If he had been taken away by the night roamers in the chaos, he would not have suddenly fallen silent. Could it be that he had already been killed? However, no matter how anxious he was, it was useless. He didn't even know where Master Feng was at the moment. The crowd finally quieted down. Mingyi finally escaped from the Feng Shui temple. There were rules in the heaven realm. He could not abuse his magic power on mortals and casually manifest his spirit. If he killed someone, it would be a demerit. This rule made it hard for the priests who followed the rules. Otherwise, with a wave of his hand, the group of people flew along with the roof. It took a while for the crowd to react, and they shouted, It's here! It really appeared! The demon is here! The crowd dispersed in an uproar. Xiaolian said, Sergio Master, why didn't you stop the Windmaster just now? Have you seen him? When did you get separated? Mingyi said, just now there was a ghost in the crowd taking advantage of the chaos to attack people. He must have seen that someone's life was in danger, to divert his attention to save her. He had beaten the ghost but lost his friend. Xiaolian said, let's hurry up and split up to search. He shouldn't have gone far. Suddenly, Shi Qingxuan's voice sounded again from the spirit communication array. He laughed and said, ha 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 ha. Although the laughter was very abrupt, Xiaolian hurriedly said, esteemed Windmaster, what happened to you just now? You suddenly stopped talking. I thought something happened to you. Shi Qingxian said, ha 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 ha, how is that possible? Is it that easy for a Windmaster to get into trouble? I was just joking to scare you guys. Ha 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 ha, Brother Ming, you bastard, you actually didn't hold me back. If I were to die, I would definitely come to find you. Ha ha ha, Mingyi said, don't ha ha. Speak human language. Xiaolian already knew that the more nervous this person was, the more excited he would be, the more scared he would be. This isn't. Forgetting to pause, she interrupted him, you didn't say anything, did you? Is there any obvious change in his expression? Did you resist? Shi Qingxian replied, I didn't say anything. His expression did not change. There was no resistance. Xiaolian thought, this is bad. He must have been scared silly. He softened his tone and said warmly, very good. Listen to me. Lord Windmaster, it's all right. Don't be afraid. Just stay the same and pretend that you didn't notice anything. If you have anything to say, just quietly say it to us through the spirit communication array. But don't let that thing find out that you already know what it is. Quietly spread out your spiritual light and form a layer of protection around your body. This will ensure that you won't fall into a pit. If there's any attack, you'll be able to sense it. Shi Qingxian wanted to cry but had no tears. Oh. And then? Xiaolian said, then take a deep breath. That's it. Do it a few more times. Do you feel better? His voice was very gentle and comforting. Shi Qingxian said, it seems to be a little better. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiaolian asked tentatively, then what do you think will happen if you open your eyes and look at the thing that's pulling you? Would it be able to hold on? Shi Qingxian said, he will probably die. It seemed that if Shi Qingxian opened his eyes, his fear would reach its peak the moment he opened his eyes. He would become the best delicacy and nourishment for the true immortal. After that, he would probably lose his fighting strength. Moreover, if he opened his eyes and that thing happened to be staring at him, maybe the dignified Windmaster would start foaming at the mouth and fall like a star. Xiaolian said, then you should close your eyes. Mingyi said, after it took you out of the Feng Shui temple, where did it go? Right now, what they needed the most was Shi Qingxuan's position. Shi Qingxian closed his eyes and couldn't see where it went, but he could estimate its position based on the general direction and the number of steps it took. Shi Qingxian said, I don't know. Mingyi, you don't even know this. Shi Qingxian was furious. Who would remember this kind of thing? And didn't I think it was you? At the side, Hua Cheng was watching from the sidelines. He was so bored that he changed back to his red clothes, then back to his black clothes, then back to his white clothes. Almost every time Xiaolian turned his head, his appearance would instantly change. The way he tied his hair, accessories, boots, and so on were all different. Sometimes he was playful, sometimes he was elegant, sometimes he was stern, and sometimes he was gorgeous. Xiaoyan was dazzled. He turned his head frequently, unable to extricate himself. After realizing it, he suddenly blinked his eyes and stopped himself from blurting out, "This outfit is not bad and looks good." He said, Stay. Now is not the time to argue. The more you argue, the more steps the Windmaster will take. The further he goes, the harder it will be to find him. Shi Qingxian said in pain, "I say, can you really not find me? It's only about 50 or 60 steps. Definitely not more than 100 steps, and you're still walking so slowly." Not more than 100 steps? Mingyi quickly rushed out and disappeared at the end of the street. But in a flash, he reappeared at the entrance of the Feng Shui temple and said, "No. This is bad." Xiaoyan said, "1,000 miles contraction." After that true immortal took advantage of the chaos to bring the Windmaster out of the Feng Shui temple, he probably immediately used the 1,000 miles contraction technique to send them elsewhere. Otherwise, he would have found them a long time ago. Once this technique was activated, who knew where they would be sent to? Finding the whereabouts of the Windmaster was no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Xiaoyan immediately said, "I'll go to the Heavenly Court's spirit communication array to inform them." Shi Qingxian hurriedly said, "Wait. Crown Prince, don't go. You promised me to keep it a secret. My brother is about to transcend the third tribulation. The third tribulation is a big hurdle. We definitely can't fail at this step." Mingyi said, "If you delay any longer, I'll let you transcend the tribulation now." Shi Qingxian said angrily, "I said no means no. How many eyes are staring at my brother? This thing is deliberately looking for this opportunity. It can forget about succeeding, don't even think about it. Even if I die and my bones rot, I will be dug out after my brother transcends the tribulation." After a while Mingyi said, Okay. Xiaoyan keenly noticed that his tone was actually suppressing a wave of anger. This was an unprecedented intense emotion. He felt slightly uneasy and didn't want to let it develop into more trouble. He rushed to say, "Lord Windmaster, has that thing been leading you?" Shi Qingxian said, "Yes. It's grabbing my arm." Xiaoyan said, "Is there anything special about it? For example, a special demonic aura or a special smell, touch, and so on?" "No. Nothing at all." "What about the surrounding environment? For example, is the road under your feet rough or flat? Did you step on anything or kick anything?" Xiaoyan wanted to see if he could confirm the general area as soon as possible according to the surrounding environment. Shi Qingxian said, "The road is very strange. It's very soft and floating as if it's on a cloud." Xiaoyan said in his heart, "You're so scared that your legs have gone soft." Shi Qingxuan's 5 senses had already been sealed, so it was very difficult for him to give any clues. He was afraid that it would be cut off here. Although Hua Chang had been watching the show from the side in boredom, firstly, he himself came to watch the show and play. He was not related to Shi Qingxian and was even someone from the ghost realm, so there was no reason for him to help the heavenly priest. Secondly, Xiaoyan also didn't want to always trouble him to help. Thus, he calmed his mind and said, "Lord Windmaster, I have a way to let you immediately get away from that thing. However, I need your permission." Shi Qingxian immediately said, "Okay, I approve." However, Hua Cheng suddenly stopped and said, "Soul-shifting technique? What?" Xiaoyan said, "That's right. It's the soul-shifting technique." The soul-shifting technique, as the name implied, was a kind of soul-changing technique. "With my eyes I see what you see." This kind of technique wasn't commonly used. Firstly, the burning of mana was extremely cruel. Secondly, very few people were willing to hand over the control of their most important body. Hua Cheng's expression froze and said, "Brother, be careful." Shi Qingxian said, "Then what will you do if you face it?" Xiaoyan said, "I'm not afraid of it, it doesn't matter." Mingyi said, "Change." Hua Cheng said, "Brother, think about it carefully." Suddenly, Shi Qingxian said, "It stopped." Hearing this, Xiaoyan shouted in the spirit communication array, "There's no time to hesitate, now." Shi Qingxian clenched his teeth and said, "Please, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiaoyan said, "Okay." As soon as he said that, he closed his eyes. His body suddenly became extremely light, so light that it was as if he was going to float up into the sky. Suddenly he became extremely heavy, so heavy that it was as if he was going to fall into the ground. After the earth and sky spun for a while, he gradually felt real. He stabilized his body, but his eyes were still closed. Not a single sound could be heard in his ears. A hand was grabbing onto his arm, and it stood there motionless. Xiaolian suddenly opened his eyes. He took out the earplugs with one hand, and with a flip of his other hand, he turned the tables and grabbed that true immortal. He smiled and said, "How are you?" Shi Qingxian closed his eyes for a long time, and the surroundings were pitch black again. Therefore, the moment Xiaolian opened his eyes in his body, he was unable to adapt to the darkness and could not see anything. However, the thing that was grabbing him had already become the thing he was grabbing. Wuxia was not there, so Xiaolian specially used a locking hand, like a fine steel shackle, to clamp that hand, making it unable to use magic to escape. Inside the spirit communication array, Shi Qingxuan's voice said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you okay? If you can't, why don't you change back first, or I'll just replace it myself." It seemed that Shi Qingxian had also safely changed into his body. Xiaolian firmly locked that true immortal with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, he kicked more than 30 times and said, "Pretty good." It was just that he had just moved his soul, so he was slightly not used to it. After a while, when he got used to it, his attacks and kicks could be even more ferocious. Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness, I'll tell you the technique of my magic treasure. You can use whatever you want, don't stand on ceremony." Xiaolian did not have a sword by his side, and with a swoosh, he opened the Windmaster fan and said, "All right." Shi Qingxian said again, "I'll also tell you the technique of transforming into a female form. My female form's magic power is stronger." Xiaolian rejected flatly, "No. There's no need for that." Hua Cheng said in a deep voice, "Brother, quickly look around and tell me what kind of place it is." Mingyi said, "No, let's talk about what you're fighting with first." Chapter 111. However, he could clearly see the outline of the branches and leaves around him. The face of the black shadow could not be seen clearly no matter how hard he tried. It was as if there was a ball of demonic wind and black mist circling around that thing. The Windmaster's Windmaster fan was a peerless magic treasure. It could blow away the demonic mist and clear the world. Xiaolian had obtained the spell taught by Shi Qingxian. He opened the fan and flew. A gust of wind rose from the ground, causing the leaves in the surroundings to tremble violently. There were even a few weak saplings that were uprooted from the ground. Its power could not be said to be weak. Unfortunately, this gust of wind blew a little askew. It did not hit the target. Magic treasures were not so easy to control. After all, he was not the owner of the Windmaster fan. He naturally could not use it as easily as Shi Qingxian. The angle and strength were not easy to grasp. If it was not strong, then it was weak. If it was not off, then it was the opposite. After realizing this, Xiaolian decisively gave up. He changed his strategy and closed the fan with a paw. He directly used it as a weapon. He began to wildly hit the vital points of the other party's body. And then with a schwa, a layer of spiritual light covered the edge of the fan, forcefully turning the paper fan into a bone-cutting steel knife. The sound of wind cutting whizzed, cold light flashed. Shi Qingxian roughly guessed what was going on and broke down. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you mistaken? That is a magic weapon, and you actually used it as a weapon. What a waste of natural resources." This was a common problem of the martial god. Xiaolian took the time to calmly say, almost. Hua Cheng's tone became heavier, "Brother." Xiaolian knew what he was rushing for. As he fought, he quickly scanned his surroundings. There were beautiful mountains and clear waters, pavilions and pavilions. There was really nothing special about it, so he really could not determine where he was. That true immortal sensed his movements and roughly guessed his purpose. He suddenly said, "You are not Shi Qingxian." Xiaolian's figure did not slow down, his mind racing. Under normal circumstances, it should not have thought of the soul transfer technique so quickly. Why did it immediately discover that I am not Shi Qingxian? Sigh, forget it, continue fighting. He beat people without any humanity. That true immortal probably could not take it anymore and said, "Fall immediately." As expected, it directly began to prophesy to Xiaolian. However, Xiaolian acted as if he hadn't heard anything and continued to beat him even more fiercely. The vernacular true immortal said again, You will be defeated. Xiaolian smiled and said, we already lost 800 years ago, so what if we lose a few more times? How much more could he lose? Give up. Whatever you say to me is useless. Hua Chong said, Big brother, if you're unable to determine where you are, then you just have to use the Wind Master to create a hurricane and I'll know where you are. It just so happened that Xiaolian had thought of this method as well, and he said, all right. He was just about to make a move when suddenly, the white language true immortal let out a sly laugh and said, someone is coming? Xiaolian inexplicably became vigilant. Sure enough, that thing said in a low voice, don't worry, the person who came to find you, you will definitely watch him die in front of you. Hearing this, Xiaolian couldn't smile anymore. His heart skipped a beat, and even his breathing stagnated. In the next moment he actually cursed, shut up. In a split second, that white language true immortal suffered another 50 or so heavy kicks, each one landing on its head. It was kicked until it couldn't speak, but it still let out a deep sigh. That was a sigh of satisfaction, as if it had sucked on some holy delicacy, and it let out a cold laugh. In a moment of carelessness, Xiaolian had actually allowed it to suck the thing it wanted from his body. However, Xiaolian didn't have the mood to curse inwardly. It was only because that sentence just now really made his heart feel as if it had suddenly received a heavy blow. Even if he knew that it was impossible for Hua Chong to do as this thing said and die in front of him, or to be exact, Hua Chong had already died a long time ago, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear. He couldn't even bear to hear those words himself. Although the people inside the spirit communication array couldn't sense his abnormality, Hua Chong seemed to have a telepathic connection and became vigilant. Big brother? Is it saying something to you? Xiaolian said. It's talking nonsense. No, it didn't say anything. Hua Chong immediately understood and scolded. It's courting death. Tell me immediately, I'll go over right now. Xiaolian hurriedly said, no need, don't come over first. Absolutely don't come over. Hua Chong said, tell me. Shi Qingxian said, I'm sorry to disturb you. I say, you guys really secretly exchanged spiritual passwords, right? Your Highness the Crown Prince, didn't you notice? You made a wrong array. Only now did Xiaolian realize that ever since he had used the soul transfer technique, Hua Cheng's every word had been directed to him. However, due to the intensity of the battle and his slightly chaotic state of mind, he hadn't noticed this and had directly responded to Hua Chong through the spirit communication array. This time, the matter of them privately communicating with each other could be considered to have been completely exposed. But right now, he couldn't care about being embarrassed. Xiaolian said, it's okay. Give me half the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, I can deal with this thing. After he finished speaking, he plugged his ears again and attacked even more fiercely, fully concentrating on dealing with that white-spoken true immortal. However, he didn't know that on Bogu Town's side, after Hua Cheng heard his words, he raised his hand and sent a palm strike, causing Mingyi to sink 3 feet into the ground. Then, he said to Shi Qingxian, who was inside Xiaolian's body, change back. Shi Qingxian had originally planned to immediately change back. Seeing this, he hurriedly said, Blood Rain Tanhua, what are you doing? I'll change now. Your Highness the Crown Prince is helping me. It's still reasonable for you to hit me, but why are you hitting Brother Ming? After he finished speaking, he remembered that this was Xiaolian's body. Of course Hua Chong wouldn't hit him. If he had to hit someone, then it could only be Mingyi. On the other side, Xiaolian was fighting fiercely when he suddenly heard Shi Qingxian shout in the spirit communication array, Your Highness the Crown Prince, please cover your ears and run away. I'm going to change back. Xiaolian said, Lord Windmaster, can you do it? Shi Qingxian said, I can't fight it, but I can still escape. Thus Xiaolian kicked the white-spoken true immortal several feet away. He turned around and ran for his life, saying, Wait, you don't have to run. Wait, I'll set up a protective array for you here. Lord Windmaster, do you have any protective magic tools on you? If you don't have magic tools, precious treasures will do. When Shi Qingxian heard this, he hurriedly said, Treasure. I do. Touch my neck, there's a longevity lock. Is that okay? Xiaolian touched it, and sure enough, Shi Qingxian was wearing a heavy longevity golden lock. The golden light was dazzling, rich and exquisite. He happily said, Yes, this is a rare treasure. This is great. Shi Qingxian said, is that so? Also, I have a jade belt on my waist, an agate ring on my hand, a few beads inlaid on the upper of my boots, and the sandalwood handle of my horsetail whisk is even bigger than yours. Oh right, it's said that the horsetail whisk's hair is also very rare. I don't know what kind of spiritual beast it came from. He said 7 or 8 things in one breath and said, in short, Your Highness the Crown Prince, can you see if everything I have on me can be used? Can be used. All of them were rare treasures. Xiaolian was shocked in his heart. As expected of the god of fortune, as expected of the younger brother of the navy, he said, can be used. I'll find a house here for you to set up an array. After you change back, cover your ears and don't look out. Stay in the house and don't go out. Wait for us. Shi Qingxian was about to cry bitterly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you're really too reliable. Thank you. From today onwards, you're my second best friend. In the future, if there are any good things, this Wind Master will definitely not forget you. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He politely comforted him, thank you. As he spoke, he left that true immortal far behind. Xiaolian aimed at a pavilion and rushed inside. With a wave of his hand, all the doors and windows automatically closed tightly. He first latched the golden lock on the door, bit his finger, and drew a talisman. Then, he placed those treasures one by one and used his blood to set up an array. This series of actions was compressed and completed in the shortest amount of time. Finally, he sat down in the center of the room, closed his eyes and said 1, 2, 3. Soul-shifting technique. Return. It was as if he was suddenly thrown high and then fell to the ground again. After the world spun and the sky spun, Xiaolian once again felt his feet touch the ground. His body was slightly unstable, as if he was about to fall to the side. When he was about to fall, he was firmly supported by a pair of hands. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard Hua Cheng's heavy voice from above, brother, I think you better explain. Xiaolian grabbed his arm and stood up straight. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly discovered that someone was missing. He said, where's the Earth Master? Hua Cheng said, I don't know. Xiaolian was stunned. You don't know? He looked to the side and saw a human-shaped pit on the ground. Mingyi was slowly climbing out of that pit. He had nothing to say. After a moment of silence, the voice of Master Qingxian, who was inside the spirit communication array, rang out, huh? Xiaolian's heart tightened as he said, is it here? With so many treasures on Shi Qingxuan's body, he had made the defense of the house impregnable. That true immortal shouldn't be able to invade. Even if its cultivation was higher, it would still take a lot of time. However, Shi Qingxian said, no. Your Highness the Crown Prince, your array is really amazing. It's as stable as Mount Tai, giving people a sense of security. I don't think anything can break in without 3 days and 3 nights. It's just that it's actually here. Xiaolian asked curiously, where? Do you know this place? Shi Qingxian said, of course I do. This is the wine overturning platform. The place where I ascended. Xiaolian was startled. In his heart he said, wine overturning platform? Shi Qingxian seemed to have walked around the house again before he said with certainty, that's right. I come back to this place every 10 years or so to take a look. There's no mistake. No wonder that true immortal could tell that the one inside the shell wasn't the real Shi Qingxian. If it was the original, with one look, he would know that this was the wine overturning platform. There was no need to look around to confirm. After Mingyi crawled out of the pit, he squatted down and drew an array on the ground. After he finished drawing a few strokes, he suddenly blasted out with his palm and destroyed the array on the ground. Hua Cheng's gaze turned cold. Xiaolian was also stunned as he said, Lord Geomaster, what are you doing? Mingyi stood up and said, I can't use the 1,000 miles shrinking anymore. I have to walk over. Xiaolian asked, what do you mean you can't use it anymore? Mingyi said, just now. Someone destroyed the entire area near the wine overturning platform. No, it's the entire area where the 1,000 miles shrinking was connected. Not long ago, Shi Qingxian had clearly been brought to the wine overturning platform by the 1,000 miles shrinking. It seemed that after Shi Qingxian hid in the house, that true immortal quickly reacted and made a move, intending to hinder their footsteps. This was equivalent to passing through a huge mountain, but the mountain path was destroyed by a landslide. This time, No one could use the 1,000 miles shrinking to get near the wine overturning platform. Xiaolian said, if we set off now, how long will it take to get there? Mingyi had already turned around and set off. He said, 1 hour. Xiaolian said from within the spiritual communication array, Lord Windmaster, we're heading towards your direction now. We'll arrive within 1 hour. You just wait there for us to come find you. If something knocks on the door, you absolutely must not open the door. Shi Qingxian said, Okay. Of course, I know that even without you telling me. I'm not a 3-year-old child. I won't randomly open the door. Then, Lords, you guys must hurry up. Fortunately, Bogu Town and the wine overturning platform weren't very far apart. The distance was still within an acceptable range. If they rushed over now, they would definitely make it in time. The 3 of them immediately set off. On the way, Xiaolian casually circulated his spiritual power and discovered that the great soul-shifting technique really burned up his spiritual power fiercely. Just now Hua Chong had poured such a powerful wave of spiritual power into him, and now more than half of it had been used up. Hua Chong noticed his movements and said, Brother, do you still want it? Xiaolian hurriedly shook his head and said, No. Just now, I really have to thank San Lang for your generosity. Hua Chong said, You're welcome. I already said, I'll give you as much as you want. After pausing for a moment, he half-jokingly said, however, when brother still has your spiritual power, can I collect some interest? Xiaolian coughed lightly. In his heart, he thought that whether or not he could afford it was still a problem. Of course, he still braced himself and said, Okay. They were scheduled to arrive in 1 hour, but the 3 of them weren't ordinary people. In addition, it was an extremely urgent situation, so naturally they arrived even faster. When they arrived at the wine overturning platform, Xiaolian took a look. Sure enough, it was the place from before. All around him were trees and weeds that had been blown down by him randomly using the Windmaster's fan. He couldn't help but blush with shame. Mingyi said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, which house did you place the protective array in? Do you still remember? Of course, Xiaolian remembered. He was also carefully searching for it. After a while, his eyes lit up. Raising his finger, he said, It's that small building. The 3 of them walked towards that small building. The closer they got, the more relieved they felt. It was as if they were about to see the dawn of hope. However, when they turned around to look, Xiaolian's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 112. Xiaolian asked, Where is he? The 3 of them entered the small building. There was no one in the room. All kinds of magic treasures were still arranged in their original appearance, but once the door was opened, they were all useless. Xiaolian shouted in the psychic array, Master Feng? Where are you? On the way here, because they were in a hurry and Shi Qingxian was too excited, Xiaolian took the initiative to suggest that he meditate and calm down first. Don't think and talk nonsense, he was scaring himself. Shi Qingxian felt that it was very reasonable. The conversation gradually decreased. It was not that there was suddenly no response, so Xiaolian did not notice anything unusual. However, no matter how he shouted, no one responded. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Because there were only 2 possibilities in this situation. Shi Qingxian deliberately ignored him, or he had already lost consciousness. Feng Shi had more than 10 magic treasures on him, each of them rare. All of them were used by Xiaolian to hold the line. Nothing could be easily broken through from the outside. Even if it could be broken through, just as Shi Qingxian said, it would take at least 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, it was impossible for there to be no traces of violence. However, now the doors and windows of this small building were intact, and there was no underground staircase or anything. Xiaolian retreated to the door and picked up the golden lock on the ground. He picked it up and looked at it carefully, saying, He really opened the door himself. It was obvious that the reinforcements would arrive in a moment. Why did he have to seek his own death at this last moment? Xiaolian was puzzled and said, He said that he would not open the door for anyone other than us. Why did he do this? Mingyi said in a low voice, Maybe he thought that the people who came were us. Hearing this, a dim image suddenly appeared in Xiaolian's mind. 3 people came outside the small building. They looked like him, Huaqing and Mingyi. They stood outside the door and knocked on the door. Shi Qingxian, who was in the pavilion, was ecstatic. He rushed out and opened the door, but the 3 people outside the door surrounded him and slowly showed him a strange smile. The golden lock in Shi Qingxuan's hand fell to his feet, and he did not pick it up again. He quickly shook his head and said, "No. I've never heard of the true immortal Bai Yan having the ability to disguise himself." Mingyi said, "Maybe he found other helpers." Xiaolian thought for a moment and rejected the idea. The series of events that we encountered today were all sudden. Before this, we didn't expect to set up such a formation to protect Master Windmaster. It shouldn't have been able to find a helper so quickly. Furthermore, didn't we tell the Windmaster that we would inform him through the spirit communication array when we arrived? Whether the person outside the door is real or fake, we can easily find out by asking. How could we be fooled so easily? At this point, Xiaolian suddenly froze and muttered, "Unless it was someone he knew who asked him to open the door." Mingyi said, "Someone familiar? How do you know?" At this time Huacheng said, "He's blocking his ears. He can't hear anything." Xiaolian grabbed him and said, "Well said, San Lang." Because of this, he said that it must be someone he was familiar with. Because the Windmaster had blocked his ears, he could not hear anything from the outside world. Unless he took them off, but would he? He was so scared that he didn't know how to do it. Therefore, there is only one way to trick him into opening the door. The spirit communication technique. Xiaolian walked a few steps faster and said, "That is to say, during the time we were here, there was a person who secretly communicated with Master Windmaster and said some words to him, making him open the door on his own accord. If it wasn't someone familiar, they wouldn't know the Windmaster's spirit communication password. Because the heavenly official spirit communication password is strictly confidential, it wouldn't be easily known by outsiders, let alone by demons and ghosts like the true immortal Bai Yan. Moreover, this person should be very trustworthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and left without thinking." Huacheng said, "Or, he wasn't familiar with this person, but this person was very familiar with him and said a reason why he had no choice but to open the door." Xiaolian seriously considered this possibility and said, "In theory, as long as you know the spirit communication password, you can send a message to the Windmaster. However, if a strange voice suddenly spoke to him, wouldn't the Windmaster feel strange? Once he heard it, he would probably tell us through the spirit communication array on the spot. Unless the first sentence of the mysterious person who was psychic to him was enough to shock him. But what kind of words would that be?" Mingyi said, "A threat." Xiaolian said, "How could it be a threat? You won't come out? Then I'll tell your brother that I've come back to bother you?" He immediately rejected it. Doesn't seem like it. That true immortal Bai Yan might not have understood Shi Qingxuan's concerns. Moreover, it wasn't a heavenly official. What method could it immediately make the Navy Darren discover its existence? The reinforcements would arrive in half an hour, so Shi Qingxian wouldn't be so impatient to wait even half an hour. Finally, whether that thing could win against the Navy was still a question. Don't forget, it had never bothered Shi Wudu and only targeted Shi Qingxian. It specifically picked soft persimmons to pinch. Perhaps it was also very afraid of the Navy, and might not dare to take the initiative to provoke them. Mingyi said, "Finally search for another half an hour." Xiaolian understood his meaning and nodded. "All right, if we still can't find him after half an hour, no matter how much the Windmaster opposes it, we must inform the Navy Darren. Let's split up. We'll go this way. We'll have to trouble the Earthmaster over there." Mingyi turned around and left. As Xiaolian ran around looking for Shi Qingxian, he didn't give up calling for Shi Qingxian in the spirit communication array. However, the other side remained deathly silent. Huacheng asked, "How is it?" Xiaolian shook his head and said, "There's no response." The ominous shadow in his heart grew thicker and thicker. He went through every single room in every pavilion. He had almost gone through all the rooms in the vicinity. However, there was no trace at all. Not long after, the two of them found the tallest pavilion in the area. This pavilion was obviously the main character of the area. The central building had been renovated countless times and was gorgeous and majestic. Many of the walls were inscribed with poems. Xiaolian looked up at the plaque that read, "Wine Pouring Platform." He couldn't help but ask, "Is this Shaojuan's wine pouring platform?" Huacheng said, "That's right. This is the original location of Shaojuan's wine pouring platform." Xiaoyan looked at him and said, "So it's really related?" Huaqing said yes. He then told him in a few simple words. It turned out that when Shi Qingxian was still a human, he would often drink here after cultivating. He would lie drunk on the platform and be very happy and carefree. One day, below the pavilion, there was a bully who often bullied the good people in the village. Shi Qingxian saw it from upstairs and casually poured the wine in the cup down. He cast a little spell and the wine poured right on the bully's head, knocking him out. After that, Shi Qingxian was appointed as a general by Shi Wudu. He still liked the human world very much and maintained his original appearance, drinking and hanging around here. On the day of his ascension, he was also drinking here. Ascension while drinking sounded a little ridiculous, but in fact it was not a big deal. Sometimes, fated chances came at such inexplicable times. Xiaoyan even ascended while he was sleeping in his dream. Perhaps in the future, there would be a heavenly official who ascended while going to the toilet. It would definitely be a miracle. In short, scholars and poets had always liked places like this where legends and stories were told. They could often express their desire to write poems here, and express their yearning for the elegance of celestials. Xiaoyan understood that this was a scenic spot. There were no tourists at night. When tomorrow came, many tourists would be shocked to find that many houses and trees had been blown away. The Grand Master of the Wind had appeared. However, this young master pouring wine scene was different from what Xiaoyan had originally imagined. At this time, he heard Huaqing say in a low voice, "Brother, I'm going to take care of a small matter first. You must be careful here. I'll be back soon." Xiaoyan thought, what matter? Thinking back to Huaqing's angry voice when he was communicating with the spirit, in addition to his current unkind expression, he guessed, "Are you going to find that true immortal Bai Yan?" Huaqing paused and said no. Since that was not the case, it was inconvenient to ask. Xiaoyan nodded and said, "You originally came here to play. Now that you have a matter, just go. You should be careful." Huaqing said, and he paused and said, "When I come back, I will tell you something." Xiaoyan was stunned and blurted out, "What?" However, Huaqing's figure had already disappeared. After an hour, Xiaoyan, who still had not found anything, said from the communication array, "Sergio Master, how are things on your side? I haven't found anything here, so I'm rushing back." Mingyi also said, "Nothing." Xiaoyan said, "No, I can't take it anymore. Let's meet at the center of the pouring wine stage. I'll go tell Sir Navy right now." After speaking, he immediately recited Lingwen's psychic password and said, "Is Lingwen here? Can you find Sir Navy? Please tell him it's extremely urgent. Please come to the pouring wine stage to see him." A clear and bright male voice sounded beside his ear. It seemed that the current Lingwen had a male appearance. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? Sir Navy is here with me. He has always been a person who doesn't like to go out. It's probably because he can't come down. Do you need something from him? I can pass on the message." At this time, Xiaoyan had almost returned to the main building of the pouring wine stage. From afar, he saw something hanging outside the pouring wine stage. It seemed to be a piece of white cloth that fluttered in the night wind. Xiaoyan was stunned and thought, was there this thing there before? After walking closer, he finally saw it clearly. Wasn't that the outer robe that Shi Qingxian wore? At this time, Mingyi shouted from the communication array, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Immediately come to the tallest building of the pouring wine stage, quickly." Xiaoyan quivered. Lingwen said from the other side, "Your Highness the Crown Prince? Are you still there?" Xiaoyan said, "Let him come down quickly. Something has happened to Sir Windmaster." After shouting this sentence, he rushed up the stairs. However, there was no sound from the other side. Most likely, Lingwen was also frightened by his words and hurriedly went to tell Shi Wudu. At the top of the tall building, there was a person lying on the ground. It was Shi Qingxian. Shi Qingxuan's eyes were tightly shut. There were no external injuries on his body, nor were there any traces of blood. Another person helped him up. It was Mingyi. Shi Qingxian sat up without feeling anything. Something fell from his arms. Xiaoyan fixed his eyes on it and his heart tightened. It was actually the Windmaster's fan that had been split in half. This kind of top-grade magic weapon could only be encountered but not sought. It might not be refined even after hundreds of years. Moreover, it was the Windmaster's #1 magic weapon, yet it was actually destroyed just like that. Xiaolian said, "We came here just now. There was clearly no one here." As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered something else that was not right. Previously, when he came here with Hua Cheng, there were many poems inscribed on the wall. Some were graceful, some were frivolous, and some were firm. Now, however, all of them had disappeared, as if someone had erased them with a finger. All that was left was a line of blood-red characters that originally didn't exist. It was a line of words dripping with blood. Not a good beginning. Not a good ending. It was the sentence that the true immortal Bai Yan had given him on the day Shi Qingxian was born. At this time, Mingyi suddenly asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, where is the one who was with you?" Xiaolian was startled and thought, oh no. San Lang actually left at this time. The moment he wasn't by his side, something happened to Shi Qingxian. This was really something that couldn't be explained clearly. However, Xiaolian's expression didn't change. He solemnly said, "I asked him to help me search for the whereabouts of that true immortal Bai Yan." Mingyi asked, "When did he go?" Xiaolian's expression didn't change as he said, "Just now. He left not more than half a stick of incense." In reality, the time was much longer than that. However, Xiaolian didn't doubt Hua City in the slightest. Of course, he couldn't let others have the opportunity to doubt him and cause more trouble. At this time, the faint sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. Unexpectedly, there was an 8-rider golden chariot in the night sky. It pierced through the layers of clouds and aggressively drove towards them. Since he couldn't use the thousandly distance shrinking technique to get to Qingzhou Tai, Shi Wudu directly drove the golden chariot over. It should be known that once this golden chariot drove over, it would cause a great fanfare. If by any chance it was seen by a mortal who couldn't think straight and looked up at the starry sky in the middle of the night, it would cause an uproar in the mortal world. This water across the heavens really wasn't afraid of trouble. Xiaolian saw that the golden chariot was coming towards them menacingly and immediately said, "Sergio Master, if a heavenly official interrogates you later, please don't mention Hua City Lord, okay? There are many heavenly officials in the heavenly court who like to add oil and vinegar to the fire and fabricate nonsense when they hear about him. This matter has nothing to do with him, so don't make this complicated matter simple." Mingyi glanced at him and said, "Okay." She actually straightforwardly agreed and lowered her head to continue inspecting Shi Qingxuan's condition. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the motionless Feng Shi, his heart sank again. That golden chariot rumbled. Not long after, it dragged a trail of auspicious clouds and landed on the ground. A group of little heavenly officials waited outside the chariot. 3 great heavenly officials alighted from the chariot. They were actually Shi Wudu, Pei Ming, and Ling Wen. 3 of the top 10 of the Mid-Autumn Banquet had come at once. Of course, Xiaolian had long forgotten that he was the top of the top 10. Shi Wudu's eyebrows were tightly knitted. He lifted the hem of his robe and calmly got off the chariot. Holding the sailor fan, he went upstairs. Pei Ming and Ling Wen followed behind him. When Shi Wudu saw his younger brother lying on the ground like a corpse, his expression suddenly changed. He rushed forward and said, "Qingxian? Qingxian, what's going on?" Xiaolian concisely said, "Sir Feng Shi has met immortal Bai Yan." Shi Wudu said in disbelief, "What did you say? Immortal Bai Yan?" When they heard these 4 words, not only Shi Wudu, but also Pei Ming and Ling Wen's expressions changed. It seemed that they had long heard of Shi Wudu, this big trouble. Observing these 3 people's expressions, Xiaolian couldn't see who was faking it, and who was secretly delighted. They all looked very natural. Especially Shi Wudu, it was impossible for him to fake it. Ling Wen took out a pile of bottles and jars from her sleeve and said, "Feed them one by one." Beside him, Pei Ming said, "Your Highness, it's you again." Xiaolian said, "There's no other way. There are only a few people who come and go in the heavenly court." Pei Ming said, "It seems that every time I see you, it involves another person. Don't tell me it's the same this time." Xiaolian indifferently said, No, of course not." He was lying with his eyes wide open. Mingyi kept his promise and didn't say anything. Pei Ming didn't say anything else. He waved his hand and led his heavenly official to investigate the surroundings. As such, it was a good thing that Huaqing left first. At least they weren't present. Shi Wudu couldn't wake Shi Qingxian up, but he inadvertently swept his gaze over the 8 blood-red words on the snow-white wall. His face immediately twisted. His face became paler than the wall, and he seemed to be so angry that his whole body was trembling. He shouted, "Who wrote this? Who wrote this?" Although he was shouting, his voice was faintly trembling. At this moment Lingwen said, "Master Feng is awake." Xiaolian immediately crouched down and said, "Master Feng?" As expected, Shi Qingxian slowly opened his eyes. Shi Wudu pushed the others away and said, "Qingxian? How are you? Was there anything amiss? Who harmed you?" Shi Qingxian was stunned for a while before gradually regaining his senses. Once he regained his senses, the first thing he saw was Shi Wudu's face. The next moment, something that no one expected happened. Chapter 113. Shi Wudu was suddenly pushed by him. The dignified navy. He almost fell to the ground. He was battered and stunned. After a while he said, "Qingxian. It's my brother." Shi Qingxian roared, "I know it's you." Since he knew it was Shi Wudu, it was not that he was muddle-headed and could not see people clearly. Then why is he reacting like this? Shi Wudu stretched out his hand again. "It's fine." Shi Qingxian opened it and said, "It's fine my ass. How could he be fine? Stop talking. I can't take it anymore." As soon as he said this, not only Shi Wudu, but even Ling Wen and Pei Ming, who had just returned after instructing his subordinates, had a change in expression. Pei Ming said, "Qingxian, don't be ridiculous. Aren't you just slapping your brother in the face and making him feel cold?" Usually when Master Qingxian heard Pei Ming speak, he would definitely retort. But right now he was hugging his head and not saying a word, not caring at all. As if possessed by a ghost, he muttered to himself, "I don't want to hear anything. You don't have to say anything. Give me some time to calm down. You can go now. Hurry up and leave." Shi Wudu couldn't take it anymore. He shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lingwen also said, "Master Wind, if you have something to say, just say it. It'll be easier to solve the problem if you tell me." Shi Qingxian said angrily, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? All of you get lost. Can't you all just get lost?" Ah! He roared like a madman, and as he shouted he actually spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiaolian said, "Esteemed Windmaster." Shi Wudu grasped his wrist and checked for a moment. In an instant, his expression became more terrifying than a ghost's, as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiaolian asked, "Sir Navy, what happened to Sir Wind?" As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to check, but Shi Wudu suddenly slapped his hand away. He glared at Xiaolian, as though he absolutely couldn't let Xiaolian find out what was going on with Shi Qingxuan's body. Then he said to his brother, "You're sick. You've been scared out of your wits. I'll take you back for treatment. I can definitely cure you." Shi Qingxian stared into his eyes and said word by word, "I'm not sick. You should know best whether I'm sick or not. Don't think I'm crazy. I'm very clear-headed. I've never been so clear-headed before." Shi Wudu grabbed him and dragged him to the carriage, shouting, "You don't understand, don't talk nonsense." Shi Qingxian shouted, Brother Ming, save me, Your Highness the Crown Prince, save me." He stretched out his hands, grabbing one in each hand. Xiaolian and Mingy both grabbed his outstretched hands, but Shi Wudu dragged him away rudely, saying, "Let's go. It's fine now. Brother is here." Shi Qingxian was still shouting loudly while Pei Ming and Lingwen helped Shi Wudu to hold him down. Mingy said, "Your brother doesn't want to go back with you." Xiaolian also said, "That Bai Hua true immortal still hasn't been dealt with. Admiral, do you plan to?" Shi Wudu said sternly, "What nonsense, I don't know what you are talking about. He's sick and confused, that's all." Xiaolian said, "But Great Windmaster." Shi Wudu interrupted them and said, "This is my little brother, how can I not be good to him? There's no need for you two outsiders to worry about my family's matters. I'll have to trouble you two sirs to not talk nonsense outside. Just take care of yourselves." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand in front of Shi Qingxian and brushed his face, knocking him unconscious and forcefully bringing him to the golden carriage. Although his words were unpleasant to hear, Xiaolian was startled when he heard it. It was reasonable. After all, Shi Wudu was Shi Qingshuan's biological older brother. How could he harm Shi Qingxian? Moreover, there were 2 other heavenly officials accompanying him. Going back with them was the safest option. His family had already come forward, so how could outsiders continue to interfere? The 2 halves of the Windmaster's fan fell to the ground with no one showing any interest. Ling Wen picked it up and said to Xiaolian and the others, "Your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince, Master Geomaster Darren, please do not take offense." Master Navy Darren was also confused due to his concern. This matter is a family matter. In the future, I will definitely apologize to the 2 sirs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he also hurriedly got on the carriage. That golden carriage rumbled as it took off from the flat ground and rose into the air. Watching as the streak of haze gradually disappeared into the night sky, Xiaolian was finally sure that the Navy had really taken the Windmaster away just like that. As for them, after being tossed around for so long, they had really been left here just like that. Mingyi turned around and was about to leave when Xiaolian came back to his senses and said, "Great Earthmaster." Mingyi stopped and turned around to look at him meaningfully. "Don't worry, I won't say anything about Hua Cheng's matter." Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and said, "Many thanks. Do you want to go up and see Windmaster?" Mingyi nodded and turned around to continue forward. Although Xiaolian was also very worried about Windmaster, the almighty immortal doctor of the heavenly court would be more useful than him. Moreover, Shi Wudu definitely wouldn't want outsiders to see his younger brother's arrogance. No matter how he thought about it, this wasn't a good time to visit. On the contrary, Hua Cheng's sudden departure made it even more difficult to feel at ease. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he still decided to go find Hua Cheng first. After making up his mind, Xiaolian left the wine-pouring platform and quickly hurried on the road at night. He couldn't use the thousandly shrinking technique, nor did he have a bronze horse or a golden carriage. He could only rely on his pair of legs to run on the mountain roads. As he walked, he thought to himself, what situation did San Lang encounter? Just now, looking at his expression and listening to his tone, it seemed like the situation wasn't light. I hope I can help him a little this time. After walking for less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he suddenly felt the demonic energy in front of him pervading the air. His vision became unclear and he couldn't help but slow down. He thought to himself, it can't be. What did I encounter this time? He stood at the side of the road and quietly observed the situation. After a long time, he heard a strange chant coming from the demonic energy in front of him. Panting, 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 panting. At the end of the road ahead, an extremely tall black shadow appeared indistinctly. That tall black shadow seemed to be floating about, but he couldn't see what it was. Xiaolian had never seen something of this shape before, but it was definitely a colossal creature. He couldn't help but take a step back in vigilance. Wuxia's left hand was ready to strike, and his right hand was placed on the hilt of his fragrant heart sword. In a flash, that colossal creature slowly revealed its true form from the dense fog. Xiaolian slightly widened his eyes. As it turned out, it was actually a gorgeous carriage. The carriage was extremely magnificent, with a golden canopy draped with exquisite tassels and fluttering gauze curtains. If someone were to sit on it, they would definitely be blocked by the enchanting red curtain, only reflecting a silhouette that would cause one's imagination to run wild. Next to each skeleton's skull floated several balls of ghost fire, circling back and forth. They seemed to be used for illumination, because every time they reached a dark place, the ghost fire would suddenly burn extremely fiercely. This scene was too strange, with a demonic energy in it. Xiaolian couldn't help but stare, thinking to himself, could it be that I've encountered a ghost lady going out to meet her lover? He hurriedly retreated to the side of the road, making way for them. Who would have thought that the 4 golden skeletons carrying the gorgeous carriage would stop in front of him and uniformly turn their skulls around? The lower jaw of one of the golden skeletons made caw-caw sounds, and a human voice came out of nowhere. It trembled as it said, "City Lord Darren sent us to fetch His Highness the Crown Prince of Xianle Country. Is that His Highness you?" "City Lord Darren, it should be Hua Cheng." Xiaolian removed his hand from the hilt of his sword and said, "It's me. Ka ka ka." The skeletons seemed to be extremely happy as they lowered the carriage and said, "Come on, let's go." Could it be that he had to let these 4 golden skeletons carry him to see Hua Cheng? Xiaolian braced himself and said, "This isn't too inconvenient, right?" "Not at all. How is it inconvenient? Isn't this what we do?" "Your Highness, please come on up. City Lord Darren is waiting for you." Thus Xiaolian cautiously stepped onto the carriage. Lifting up the gauze curtain, he sat down and said, "I'll have to trouble you." The golden skeletons were happy, and it was unknown what they were saying as they raised the carriage. Then they began to jolt up and down the mountain road. The carriage was equipped with soft brocade seats that were extremely comfortable. Xiaolian sat upright in the center, but he felt that it was a bit too wide for him to sit alone. The carriage that the golden skeletons were carrying seemed to be swaying back and forth, but in reality, after they sat on it, it was very stable and moved extremely fast. It was even faster than flying on a sword. Moreover, aside from the strange chants that the golden skeletons liked to shout, there was practically no sound. It was much quieter than the rumbling bronze horses and gold carriages, making it appear even more mysterious. In the past, when Xiaolian was the crown prince, he would occasionally ride a carriage. At that time, he was still young and would sit on his father's or mother's lap while being carried by carefully selected palace maids. They would be surrounded by people from the front and back, looking very awe-inspiring. As he grew up, he no longer liked to sit. This was the first time he was being carried by these things, so he couldn't help but feel strange. After running for a while, he suddenly felt a group of ghostly green willow, the wisps shining through the gauze curtain in front of him. In front of him, a burst of whispering could be heard. "Who is it? If we want to pass through this graveyard, shouldn't we leave something behind?" They actually encountered wild ghosts that were blocking their way, and it was a case of black eating black, ghosts eating ghosts, and they even came to eat Hua City. The skeletons laughed and said, "What do you want to leave behind?" Just when Xiaolian was thinking if he should go out and settle it, he heard those thin voices screaming, "Io, sorry. Our dog eyes are blind. We didn't know that this is Hua City Lord's carriage. Go back to the graveyard, all of you go back to the graveyard. Sirs, please feel free to pass, sirs are magnanimous, please feel free to pass." The golden skeletons said, it's too late, Lord City Lord has instructed us to not offend His Highness who is sitting in the carriage at all. Now that we're delaying His Highness's journey, you guys can tell us what to do." Hearing the ghostly wails and wolf howls in the surroundings, Xiaolian couldn't hold it in anymore and said, Forget it. Since we're in a hurry, let's not care about these things." The skeletons said, "Since His Highness said so, then let them go. You guys have it easy." Xiaolian said again, however, "Remember not to block the road and harm the pedestrians." The wild ghost said happily, No, I guarantee that I've never done that before. "Thank you, sirs." The skeletons shouted, "Let's go." When they went over, Xiaolian could faintly hear the female ghosts muttering curiously from underground, "Hey, say, which highness is sitting in this carriage? I've never heard of Hua City Lord's golden carriage carrying other people. If it's a woman, it's hard to imagine. But it's a man, how strange." Xiaolian thought, "What's so strange about it?" The next moment, he heard the female ghost say, "Yes. I've said it before, this carriage is definitely for Madame to sit in." After days of rushing, Xiaolian sat in the carriage and felt slightly sleepy. He supported his forehead with his hand and rested for a while. After a while, he noticed that the carriage had stopped again. Xiaolian said in a daze, "What's wrong?" He thought that they had encountered wild ghosts who were blocking the road again. Just as he finished speaking, the carriage sank slightly. It was a person who came up and lifted the gauze curtain. She said softly, "Brother?" Xiaolian rubbed his eyes and squinted. He looked outside and said, "San Lang?" The person who came was naturally Hua Cheng. When he saw Xiaolian's half-awake and hazy appearance, he was slightly startled. Xiaolian sat up a bit embarrassedly and coughed lightly. He said, "I accidentally fell asleep." Immediately, Hua Cheng smiled and sat up. He said, "Brother is too tired. Squeeze. Brother, don't blame me." Xiaolian nodded and tried to sit to the right, wanting to make more space for Hua Cheng. However, Hua Cheng reached out and grabbed his right shoulder, pulling him back. He said, "No need. It's wide enough." In reality, it wasn't enough. This carriage was also made skillfully. It was wide enough for one person to sit, but it was a bit cramped for two people. Unless it was like when Xiaolian was young, one person sitting on the other person's lap, then it would be just right. Xiaolian said, "You left just now at the right time." 3 heavenly officials suddenly came down from the heavenly court. Hua Cheng snorted. 3 malignant tumors, huh? I've long since expected that. Xiaolian jokingly asked, "Could it be that you ran because of this?" Hua Cheng also jokingly replied, "No, I went to call for a carriage." "How is it, brother? Isn't my netherworld ghost carriage much more interesting than those heavenly court heavenly officials' bronze horses and gold carriages?" Xiaolian said, "Interesting, very interesting." He laughed a bit, but when he thought of Master Feng's strange state, he couldn't laugh anymore. With a serious expression he said, "That's right, Sanlang, what did you want to tell me just now?" Inadvertently, the two people's gazes met. Hua Cheng still had his arm around Xiaolian's right shoulder, not letting go. It was as if he was holding Xiaolian in his arms. If one looked from the outside, they would only be able to see 2 overlapping silhouettes behind the gauze curtain of the carriage, snuggling together, inseparable. Behind the red curtain, Hua Cheng smiled. He said, "Brother, let's get married." Xiaolian blankly said, "Ah?" Such a gaze, such words so close there was nowhere to hide. At that moment, Xiaolian's vision was filled with colors. His mind was blank, and his entire body stiffened. Stiffer than a zombie. Seeing his state, Hua Cheng retracted his arm and said with a smile, "I was joking." "Brother, are you scared?" With great difficulty, Xiaolian regained his senses and said, "You're too naughty. How could you joke about something like that?" He wasn't just scared. He was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Unexpectedly, there was a trace of indignation that even he himself didn't notice. Hua Cheng laughed and said, "My bad." He straightened his long legs and crossed them in front of him. He shook his boots, causing the silver chains to collide, making a clear jingling sound. Sure enough, he was very naughty. If it was in the past, Xiaolian would have thought that this youth's temperament was very interesting and cute. But now he didn't know why, but he couldn't calm down because of that noise. He was inexplicably vexed. After staring blankly for a long time, he couldn't help but say in his heart, "How could you joke about something like that?" However, when he thought about it, it made sense. It was precisely because he really didn't care that he could joke about it. Hua Cheng noticed his strange expression and immediately sat up straight. He said, "Your Highness, please don't mind me. I was wrong just now. I won't joke about it anymore." Seeing him apologize so solemnly, Xiaolian instead felt guilty. He thought to himself, "Could it be that you've become stupid? It was just a joke, what's the big deal?" Moreover, Sanlang only said, "Get married." He didn't say who to marry, so what are you thinking about? Come back quickly. Immediately. Immediately. After fiercely shouting at himself a few times in his heart, Xiaolian calmed his mind and said with a smile, "No, no, no. What did you do wrong? Don't misunderstand. I was thinking about the matter with Master Feng just now, so my expression was a bit serious." Hua Cheng said, "Oh? Even Shui Hengtian has come down, so his matter should have been resolved." Both of them were extremely cooperative. Xiaolian began to seriously think about it. He lightly shook his head and said, "Sanlang, do you really think this matter has been resolved? I always feel that this is just the beginning." Shi Qingxian had always respected and loved his older brother very much. Just now he had escaped danger. Yet, when he saw his older brother's face, he actually had this kind of reaction. He couldn't help but have a terrifying thought. Could the person who tricked Shi Qingxian into opening the door be Shi Wudu? Although Shi Wudu should have been with Ling Wen, General Pei, and the others at that time, it wouldn't be particularly difficult for a heavenly official with powerful mana to use a clone technique to do something. He was about to continue telling Hua Cheng about some of his doubts and speculations when Hua Cheng said, "No. This matter has already been concluded." His tone was firm. Xiaolian couldn't help but be startled. He said, "Sanlang." Hua Cheng stared at him and said, "Big brother, do you believe me?" Xiaolian also stared at him and said, "I believe you." Chapter 114. After this sentence. Along the way, Xiaolian's mind was heavy. After a few more words, Hua Cheng's words gave him the feeling of that's all. So Xiaolian didn't ask any more questions. When he returned to Puqi Monastery, the sky had yet to break. As soon as he pushed open the door, the pots and pans had to be cleaned up. Lang Ying, Guzi, and Qi Rong were all sleeping in the room covered with quilts. It was very stable. It seemed that after he left, someone had indeed been taking care of this place. He had already left without a sound. When Xiaolian returned this time, what followed was a lot of prayers. Puqi Monastery had never received so many prayers before. He also didn't think that it was the rich merchant who had helped him publicize his good name. Yes, the rich merchant who had lived in town had finally fulfilled his promise and came. However, he had come, but he hadn't noticed the sign that Xiaolian had placed in a conspicuous place, or he had deliberately turned a blind eye. He hadn't donated as much incense as he had promised. This time, the main purpose was to send a silk banner over. In front of all the villagers of Puqi village, he enthusiastically handed it over to Xiaolian. Xiaolian opened it without any precaution and immediately closed it. However, the 4 big words on the silk banner were still deeply engraved in his mind: miraculous hands of reincarnation. Xiaolian. After sending the rich merchant away, he sighed and thought to himself that he was worried about when this house would collapse every day. He really didn't know when it would be repaired. Hua Cheng, who was leaning against the door, seemed to see what he was sighing about and said, "There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. If brother can't live in this house, why don't you move somewhere else?" Xiaolian shook his head and said, "It's easy for you to say, San Lang. Where should we move?" Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Why don't you move to my place?" Xiaolian knew that Hua Cheng wasn't just joking. But ever since that night of joking, there was an inexplicable shadow in his heart. If Hua Cheng spoke with such a joking expression again, he didn't dare to casually reply. He just lowered his head and smiled. As for the prayers he received, although they were mostly about the old cow's leg being injured and unable to work in the fields, or his wife being pregnant and lacking manpower in the fields, they were still prayers. He had to treat the prayers of the believers equally. 2 days later, Xiaolian answered his prayers and went to the village to help with the planting and plowing of the fields. Since Hua Cheng lived here, he naturally tagged along to have fun. Because it was rough work, Xiaolian originally didn't want him to go down to the fields. However, he couldn't change his mind. Thus, the two of them changed into coarse cloth clothes, rolled up their sleeves and trouser legs, and went down to the paddy fields. Looking from afar, there were many busy farmers scattered around the large green paddy fields. Among them, there were 2 figures that were particularly eye-catching. Even though Xiaolian was wearing coarse cloth clothes, it couldn't cover up Hua Cheng's elegance in the slightest. In fact, it would be better to say that his tattered clothes made his face and figure even more outstanding. Both of them had fair skin, beautiful arms, and long and straight calves. Amidst the dust-covered farmers, they formed a beautiful and eye-catching scenery, causing the village girls, who were used to seeing rough men, to blush and their hearts to race. They couldn't help but steal glances at them. As they were planting, the seedlings under their hands became crooked in an arc, which then turned into a joke. Hua Cheng's fair skin was almost devoid of the color of blood. On the other hand, Xiaolian's fair skin was rosy. Moreover, due to his natural physique, the more he sweated, the whiter his skin became. Under the scorching sun, he sat there for a while. His entire body was pale, and the heat was unbearable. He couldn't help but wipe the beads of sweat from his neck. However, when he thought about how ghosts were gloomy and didn't like the sun, Hua Cheng became even more unhappy, so he turned his head to look. Sure enough, Hua Cheng also leisurely stood up. He squinted his eyes and used his hand to block the sun. His eyes fell on the shadow cast by his right hand between his eyebrows as he stared fixedly at Xiaolian. Xiaolian walked over, put the bamboo hat on his head and said, "Put it on." At first Hua Cheng was startled. Then he squinted his eyes and smiled. Okay. Although Hua Cheng said that he went down to the fields for fun, his work was much faster than Xiaolian's. He was fast, good, and extremely skilled. After an hour, Xiaolian had finished the field on his side. His waist and back were aching, so he stood up and massaged his waist. On the other side, Hua Cheng came over to help him. Xiaolian took a look. In a short while, Hua Chang had actually silently finished a large field by himself. One by one, the green rice plants were planted neatly in the paddy field. It was a sight that was very lovable. He sincerely sighed and said, "Sanlang, you really learn everything very quickly. You don't need to help me. Just sit there and rest. Drink some water or something." Hua Chang then went to the edge of the field to get some water. The village chief had been watching from the side for a long time. At this time he gave a thumbs up and said, "Daozhang, which family's young man is this? He's so diligent and so amazing. One person is worth dozens of people. If any family's eldest daughter catches his eye, that would be a blessing." Xiaolian laughed out loud. Not long after, there really were a few people who secretly came over to ask Xiaolian, Hey Daozhang, this young man who lives in your monastery, where did he come from? Is he married? He doesn't have a wife at home, right?" "Definitely not, he's so young." Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He vaguely said this. "Right. He's young, so there's no need to think about this first." The few people hurriedly said, "How can that be? It's precisely because he's young that he needs to quickly settle down. Daozhang, you should still advise him. Men need to settle down early to grow up. No matter what he does, he needs to have a home first." "That's right, young man. Dry wood and blazing fire. Can't bear the loneliness." These people all had daughters at home and wanted to inquire about the situation. Just as Xiaolian was about to gently push them, Hua Chang walked over with a bamboo tube and said, "He's married. He already has a wife at home." When those people heard this, they were greatly disappointed. However, they still didn't give up and asked, "Which family's girl did he marry? Can this little brother tell us? He's not trying to trick us, right? He's definitely beautiful and virtuous, right?" Hua Chang raised his eyebrows and said, "That's right. She's beautiful and virtuous. She's a noble lady with golden branches and jade leaves. I've liked her since I was a child. I've liked her for many years and had to go through untold hardships to chase after her." He spoke in a deadpan manner and didn't seem to be lying in the slightest. Those people felt that they had no hope and could only leave with great regret. Xiaolian was slightly entranced as he listened. Hua Chang handed him a cloth towel and a tube of water and said, "Drink some water?" Xiaolian took the cloth towel and wiped his muddy hands. Only then did he take the bamboo tube and drink a few mouthfuls before handing it back. His hands unconsciously clutched the cloth towel into a messy ball and wiped it back and forth. After holding it in for a while, he still couldn't help but ask, "Really?" Hua Chang took the bamboo tube and drank a mouthful. His Adam's apple rolled up and down before he lowered his head and said, What?" Xiaolian raised his sleeve and wiped off the beads of sweat on his forehead. He always felt that the sun was a bit too bright, causing his forehead and cheeks to feel hot. He tried his best to carelessly smile as he asked, "I already have a wife at home. She's beautiful and virtuous. She's a noble lady with golden branches and jade leaves. I've liked her since I was a child and had to go through untold hardships to chase after her." Hua Chang said, "Oh, it's fake." Xiaolian didn't even realize that he had let out a sigh of relief. This time he really laughed. Imitating Hua Chang's previous tone, he said, "I'm lying." Hua Chang smiled and said, "However, it's not all fake. I just haven't caught up to her yet." Hearing this, Xiaolian stared blankly. However, Hua Chang had already turned around and continued to help with the work. Xiaolian stayed where he was for a while before bending down and slowly starting to work. He didn't know why, but he kept feeling a bit depressed. In a flash, he realized that he had accidentally inserted a small row, and hurriedly pulled back his thoughts. While he worked in the fields, he secretly tried to communicate with the Windmaster. Although Hua Chang had told him not to get close to the Windmaster's group, Xiaolian still couldn't do it. These past few days he had tried countless times. However, not a single time had he succeeded. He silently recited the password several times, but there was no response from the other side. It was a field of deathly silence. Thus he took a detour and found Lingwen. He asked Lingwen, "How is the Windmaster right now?" Lingwen's side quickly connected. Her voice rang out beside Xiaolian's ear as she said, "Is it the Windmaster? He's a bit better, right?" Xiaolian had a feeling that she wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't pursue the matter. He only made up his mind to go up and take a look later. At this time he heard Lingwen say, "Oh right, the Navy Master sent someone to deliver a gift to you. It has already been delivered. Your Highness the Crown Prince, please remember to take a look." Xiaolian stared blankly and said, "Gift? There's no need. There's no need to accept a reward without doing anything." Lingwen said, "There's no need to be modest and polite." The Wind Master impulsively found random people to accompany him. "You accompanied him to toss and turn for so long, so you have no qualms about accepting it." The Navy Master said it was just a small token of his appreciation, so you should just accept it. Xiaolian still felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he took note of it. After finishing his work, they packed up. Hua Cheng went to help the village chief repair his family's plow, while Xiaolian first returned to Puqi Monastery. After the 3 idlers in Hua Cheng's mouth were moved to Puqi Monastery, Xiaolian searched around the house and thought, "Where's the gift? Where is it?" Thinking about whether or not it had fallen into the gap at the bottom of the merit box, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to move the box away. Who knew that when he moved, it wouldn't budge in the slightest? That merit box was unexpectedly heavy, as if it had taken root in the ground. Xiaolian was baffled. He fished out a key and opened the lock. As soon as he opened the lid, he was blinded by the dazzling golden light. Inside the merit box, it was actually densely packed with gold bars. With a cursory glance, he estimated that it could give him at least 10 million merits. Xiaolian suddenly slammed the lid shut with a paw. His hands firmly pressed down on it as he thought, "A small token of my appreciation. Giving such an expensive thing for no reason, could it be a hush money?" Originally, he was still considering whether it would be better to accept a small gift like a spirit jade pendant that contained magic power. After all, directly sending it back might not give sure voodoo face. That Navy Master was proud and arrogant, so it wouldn't be good. But now, fine, as expected of the God of Fortune. Such a big box of gold bars, he had to send it back. Coincidentally, he was also planning to immediately go to the celestial heavens to see Master Wind. Thinking that Hua Cheng probably wouldn't be back so soon, he left a note and carried the heavy merit box on his back before setting off. Who knew that once he reached Celestial Capital, it would be chaos and people would be thrown into a complete mess. Xiaolian couldn't help but stare. The good Shenwu Street was actually smashed full of holes and potholes. A group of little god officials bustled about in circles. Lingwen squatted beside a deep hole and massaged his temples as if he had a headache. Xiaolian went up and asked, "True Sovereign, what's going on?" Lingwen raised his head and was shocked by the huge merit box on his back. He said, "Your Highness, why are you carrying such a big merit box up here?" "You're asking what's going on? AI, don't mention it. General Nanyang and General Xianzhen were fighting and smashed their immortal residence." Feng Xian and Mu Qing? Xiaolian curiously asked, "Why are they fighting again?" Lingwen replied, "Isn't it because of the matter with the fetus spirit last time? Several martial gods gathered over there to discuss how to deal with that ghost mother and son pair. General Nanyang proposed to send the fetus spirit to be refined. After all, that thing really killed countless people and harmed no small amount of people. Xianzhen didn't allow it. As for his tone, it made people feel a little uncomfortable. Nanyang said, 'How could you be so kind-hearted in the past? Could it be that you have ulterior motives in your heart? Your Highness, you know, they're just like that. With a few words they go outside and fight. Look, how did they fight? I've already said that the atmosphere in your martial gods really isn't good. The repair expenses of Celestial Capital this year are too terrifying. Just now, I was calculating halfway and forgot everything.'" "Really?" Xiaolian saw that she really had a headache and said then, "You can slowly calculate it. I'll go see Master Wind first." Lingwen raised her head and said, "See Master Wind? Goodbye, Your Highness. Master Wind isn't seeing guests right now." Xiaolian asked, "Didn't you say he's a bit better?" Lingwen replied, "That's what Master Navy said. However, Master Wind isn't seeing guests. And that's also what Master Navy said. Right now, even I can't see Master Wind, so he probably needs to rest for a period of time. Your Highness, you shouldn't go. Speaking of which, isn't that merit box of yours a bit too?" Xiaolian put down the merit box with a clang and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to help me return this to Master Navy. No work, no reward. Even if he doesn't give anything, Xiaolian won't say anything that shouldn't be said." After throwing away the box, Xiaolian felt relaxed and hurriedly left. Lingwen called out a few times from behind, but when he didn't respond, she gave up and continued to lower her head, staring at the deep pit at her feet with an endless headache. However, even though Xiaolian left, he obviously wouldn't just descend to the mortal world like this. Instead, he quietly went to the immortal mansion of Master Wind and Master Navy in Celestial Capital. Although the inner and outer 3 floors of this immortal mansion were heavily guarded, this level of security wasn't a problem for Xiaolian. Last time, Shi Qingxian had brought him here, so he roughly remembered the location of Master Wind's sleeping quarters. Flipping over the wall, sometimes walking high, sometimes sneaking, he arrived in a short while. The only thing he was worried about was that Master Wind had been taken to another place by his older brother, and wasn't currently here. Fortunately, this worry didn't come true. He climbed onto the roof and found a blind spot that outsiders couldn't see. Using an upside-down golden hook, he hung from the eaves and looked inside the sleeping quarters. With one look, he was immediately startled. Chapter 115. Shi Qingxuan's chin was pinched by him. He drank a few mouthfuls. He choked hard and spat out most of it, staining his chest. He shouted and knocked his head against the bowl, knocking it over. Shi Wudu's face turned black. He said, "Fall. Continue to fall. What are you afraid of? There's a lot of medicine if you fall a bowl. I'll give you another 20 bowls. I'll pour it down until you drink it." Shi Qingxian roared, "Ah! Can you not care about me? Just let me fend for myself." Shi Wudu said sternly, "I'm your brother. If I can't care about you, who else can?" Shi Qingxian stopped talking and turned his head inside. After a long while, Shi Wudu sat down by the couch. He softened his tone and said, "I'll go fix your fan." Shi Qingxian said, "I don't want that fan anymore." The Wind Master loved his peerless magic treasure. The Wind Master fan, he would take it out and play with it whenever he had nothing to do. In the winter, when the snow filled the sky, the paper fan would not move. Now, he actually said that he did not want the Wind Master fan anymore. The more Xiaolian heard, the more curious he became. Shi Wudu said, "It's fine if you don't want it. I can refine a new magic treasure for you." Shi Qingxian turned his head again. He said, "I don't want a new one either. Let me go down." Shi Wudu turned around and said, "Go down? Where to?" Shi Qingxian said, "To the mortal world. I don't want to stay in the heavenly courts anymore. I don't want to be an immortal." The veins on Shi Wudu's fair forehead bulged. He said, "What a joke. You don't want to be an immortal and go to the mortal world? What kind of good place do you think the mortal world is? Stop making a fool of yourself. How many people have waited for so many years to ascend? And how many priests in the heavenly courts have squeezed their heads to enter the heavenly courts? I think you don't know." Shi Qingxian said angrily, "Yes. I don't know. I just want to be a wandering immortal, can't I?" Shi Wudu said, "No. Dream of being a carefree wanderer and loose immortal." At this moment, his expression changed. It seemed that someone had reported something. Shi Wudu stood up and placed 2 fingers on his temples to listen for a while. His expression became more and more solemn. After a while, he said to Shi Qingxian, "Stop causing trouble. I'm busy these days. I don't have time for you. Wait until I cross the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Then you won't be able to mess around with me like this anymore." With that said, he swung his arm and rushed out of the sleeping chamber. Once he was far away, Xiaolian quietly flipped down. He pushed the window to enter, but no matter how much he pushed it, it wouldn't budge. Presumably, there was a restriction placed on it. He was afraid that a warning spell might have been cast on it, so he didn't dare to force it open, so he lowered his voice and said, "Lord Windmaster, Lord Windmaster?" Shi Qingxian moved on the couch. He turned his head and said in joy, "Your Highness the Crown Prince?" Xiaolian replied, "It's me. What's wrong with you? I can't open the door and windows. Can I come in another way?" It was easy to imagine how the war god would enter a room when he couldn't open the door using normal methods. Shi Qingxian hurriedly said, "No, no, no. Don't break it. The doors and windows here are covered with spells. If you break in, the whole feng shui manor will know that someone is here. Except for my brother and me, everyone must open it from the inside." Xiaolian asked, "But why were you tied up like that?" Shi Qingxian struggled frantically and said, Your Highness, wait. Watch me break open this rope. Xiaolian looked at him rolling around on the couch. Sometimes he bent like a shrimp, sometimes he straightened up like an iron plate. It was extremely difficult. He encouraged him in a low voice, "Work hard, Lord." The rope that was tied up Shi Qingxian was not a magic treasure or spiritual weapon. With Windmaster's magic power, he could break it with a flick of his finger. How could it not break after this? Could it be that Shi Qingxuan's injuries were so serious that he couldn't even break free of this level? At this moment, a strange movement suddenly came from under Shi Qingxuan's couch. A hand stretched out from below. Xiaolian was shocked. His scalp exploded as he said, "Lord Windmaster, be careful. There's someone hiding under your bed." Shi Qingxuan's expression also changed. What? Before he finished speaking, a black shadow quickly climbed out from under the couch and stood in front of his bed, looking down at him. This person was dressed in black and wore a ghost mask. He really didn't know when he had hidden under the bed and what he was going to do at this moment. Shi Qingxian was tied up on the bed. He frantically rolled around in an attempt to break free. Xiaolian was blocked outside the door and could not enter. It was really extremely dangerous. Xiaolian was about to break the window and enter, but he saw that person push the ghost mask up and said in a low voice, "Shut up." Shi Qingxian widened his eyes and said, "Brother Ming? Brother Ming. Brother Ming, my mother, my good brother, quick. Help me untie." Mingyi used one hand to break the rope on his body. Shi Qingxian got up and rushed to open the window. He grabbed Xiaolian's hands and shook them fiercely. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Thank you for still remembering me." Xiaolian patted his shoulder and lightly flipped into the bedroom. He said, "Isn't there a restriction in this bedroom? How can Lord Earthmaster come in?" Mingyi said, "It's just my profession." After saying that, he seemed to realize that something was wrong. He picked up the rope on the ground and looked at it. He raised his head and asked Shi Qingxian, "Why can't you break free from this?" Xiaolian also took a closer look. How could that rope be a magic treasure? It was simply an ordinary rope. With the strength of Windmaster's magic power, how could he be imprisoned by such a thing for half a day and still not be able to break free? Shi Qingxuan's expression stiffened. Mingyi suddenly grabbed his left wrist and said with a cold expression, "What's going on?" Xiaolian also grabbed Shi Qingxuan's right wrist and examined it for a moment. He said in shock, "Lord Windmaster, how could this be?" There was actually no magic power in Shi Qingxuan's body. Then Xiaolian reacted. "Is it that bowl of medicine?" Thinking of the potion that Shi Wudu had forcefully fed him and Shi Qingxuan's resistance, Xiaolian immediately squatted down to check the medicine. However, Shi Qingxian said no. It was indeed not the problem with the medicine. Xiaolian had some medical knowledge. Smelling this smell, he felt that it should be a medicine to relieve pain and calm the nerves. It might also have a little hypnotic effect, but it was not strange. Thinking about it, when Shi Wudu grabbed his brother's hand at the wine table, he immediately changed his expression. He must have discovered it at that time. He should have fed Shi Qingxian this medicine for his own good, but he did not know why Shi Qingxian did not appreciate it. No wonder Shi Qingxian did not respond to his telepathy. It was because his original powerful magic power was all gone now. No matter how he looked at it, he was no different from a mortal. Xiaolian subconsciously blurted out, "Lord Windmaster, have you been demoted? Otherwise, how could it suddenly become like this?" However, he did not have a curse on him. Moreover, if someone was demoted, how could it be hidden? In an instant, the news would spread throughout the entire upper and middle heavens. Shi Qingxuan's face turned pale and he seemed to be unable to stand. Xiaolian used his strength to support him and said, "Why did Lord Watermaster tie you up?" Only then did Shi Qingxian come back to his senses and said, "Yes, my brother. Leave quickly while my brother is not here. Let's leave first and talk later." After saying that, he crawled under the bed. Xiaolian squatted down and said, "Lord Windmaster." There was actually a hole under the bed that led to an unknown place. Shi Qingxian crawled in and disappeared. Mingyi also lowered his head and prepared to go in. Xiaolian thought about it and decided to follow. However, Mingyi retreated and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, don't interfere." Xiaolian was stopped by him and was stunned for a moment. He said, Lord Windmaster has helped me many times. Now that he is in trouble, I can't just stay out of it. Mingyi said. He usually speaks up for justice. Most of the time when something happens he stays out of it. Xiaolian said. What other people do has nothing to do with me. As long as I figure out the ins and outs of this matter and confirm that they do not need my help, I will naturally withdraw and not ask anymore. Shi Qingxuan's voice came from under the bed. Why aren't you guys following? The hole is about to close. As expected, the hole under the bed was actually gradually shrinking. Seeing that, Mingyi quickly went in and Xiaolian also followed. The three of them crawled in the tunnel that Mingyi opened up for a while. Xiaolian turned his head and saw that the hole had actually closed up. It was truly amazing. He asked in a low voice, Lord Geomaster, how did this tunnel open up? I've never heard that a tunnel could be opened under an immortal residence in Immortal Capital. It must be known that the foundation of Immortal Capital wasn't the land of the mortal realm. Only after asking did he find out that Geomaster Mingyi was originally a skilled craftsman among the common people. In his life he had repaired bridges, roads, opened mountains and built houses. He had benefited countless people, which was why he had ascended. Nowadays, whenever there was a large construction in the mortal realm, people would pay respects to the Geomaster before starting the construction, praying that the construction would go smoothly. After he ascended, he had refined a transcendent artifact. It was a crescent moon shovel. Rumor had it that there was no such thing as a godly shovel that could move an uneven mountain, open a hole or enter a room. He had a huge advantage when he went undercover in the ghost city. If he encountered a secret room that he wanted to open, he could just dig up the shovel and close it up afterward. Last time, if he hadn't been beaten up by Hua Cheng to the point of vomiting 3 liters of blood and losing a lot of his mana, he might have been able to use that treasured shovel to escape from the dungeon. Before this, the Geomaster had never tried this shovel in any heavenly official's residence. He also didn't show off that transcendent artifact and always kept it. He didn't flaunt it. Most of the transcendent artifacts of the heavenly officials in the heavenly courts were rather elegant and unrestrained. Books, brushes, treasured swords, folding fans, zither and flutes. If there was a heavenly official who carried a shovel in and out all day, that would really kill the scenery and ruin their image. After hearing this, Xiaolian couldn't help but think that if I want to repair my Puqi Monastery's dilapidated house as soon as possible, shouldn't I also pay respects to the Geomaster? After crawling for a while, Xiaolian heard Mingyi ask Shi Qingxian in front of him, was it done by a true immortal? Xiaolian also wanted to know if that was the case. If it was really a true immortal who harmed Shi Qingxian like this, it would definitely cause a huge shock in the heaven realm if word of this got out. A demon that could make a heavenly official lose his magic power in a short period of time and become immortal. It could be imagined that everyone would be in danger. Faced with such a serious matter, Shi Qingxian was silent for a moment before saying, no matter who did it, this matter ends here. This kind of reaction was too wrong. If he was set up no matter what, he shouldn't have this kind of attitude. Especially Shi Qingxian, this person wasn't a sucker who would silently suffer losses. In an instant, Xiaolian suddenly had a bad guess. Although it wasn't good, it could explain everything. At this moment, Mingyi suddenly said, silence. The 3 people in the tunnel immediately held their breaths. Mingyi held up a flame in his palm, faintly illuminating the area. The other 2 people looked at him. Mingyi seemed to want to communicate with the spirit, but now that Shi Qingxian had lost all his magic power, he couldn't use his mind to transmit his thoughts. Thus, he changed his method and used his finger to write in the air. The place where his fingertip brushed past left an ink mark, as if thick ink had dripped into clear water and dispersed. The other 2 people saw it clearly. What he wrote was, don't speak, don't move. Wait. When the person finished reading, he blew silently and the word dissipated in the air. Xiaolian still had some magic power left over here. He raised his hand and wrote a line of words. Wait for what? Wait until when? Mingyi wrote, wait for the person above to leave. Xiaolian and Shi Qingxian looked up at the same time. It turned out that the tunnel that Mingyi's treasure shovel had opened in the immortal capital had passed through some immortal abodes and divine halls. Probably at this moment, there was a god official above them. Listening carefully, there was indeed the sound of steady footsteps, walking slowly, as if he was pacing in the room. Hearing the footsteps, Xiaolian judged that this person should be a martial god. Most martial gods' 5 senses were sensitive. If they made any suspicious sounds, they might really be caught. Shi Qingxian could not communicate with the spirit, nor could he write. He could only silently complain. Xiaolian read it twice before he understood what he was saying. Brother Ming, why don't you avoid the divine halls and temples? Can't you dig under divine Martial Street? Mingyi wrote coldly. This hall was originally empty. Divine Martial Street is now full of pits. Xiaolian also wrote, yes. I saw it on the way here just now. The street is full of potholes and some are even a few feet deep. If you dig a hole under there, you might face someone when you raise your head. Hence, the 3 of them did not say a word and turned into 3 dull stones, patiently waiting for the god official above to leave. After waiting for a long time, Shi Qingxian mouthed again, has he left? Mingyi shook his head. The veins on Shi Qingxuan's forehead bulged. It was 70% similar to his brother's angry appearance just now. He said silently, who is so dawdling? This is not the time to sleep. Moreover, which god official would sleep? Is it a toilet or somewhere else? In fact, strictly speaking, god officials did not need to go to the toilet. When he mouthed the word toilet, Xiaolian suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He pushed the 2 people in front of him at the same time. He took the initiative to fall back. Chapter 116. Although Xiaolian used to treat himself as an impotent person in the past, treat yourself as if you don't have that thing and really lose that thing forever, there was still an essential difference. In an instant he was so shocked that he broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat. He shouted, dodge. As soon as his voice fell, the sword suddenly pulled away. Xiaolian seized the opportunity to move forward. A moment later, he suddenly pulled Shi Qingxian. Be careful. Another sword fell in front of Shi Qingxian. It was almost stabbed down close to the top of his head. If it weren't for Xiaolian's pull, he would have been nailed here on the spot. He said in horror, so close, so close. How did you know where he was going? Xiaolian said, I don't know. I guessed. It was also intuition. As for killing intent, he had almost practiced to the point where he could react without using his brain. Immediately after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th sword also stabbed down. Streaks of sharp sword light blocked the 3 people's path and retreat. Then there was a loud boom. A violent vibration came from above, and dust and gravel rustled down. Xiaolian said, it's bombarding from above. The rumbling sound was louder and louder. The vibration was also louder and louder, obviously closer and closer. There were sharp swords blocking the way. They were all young and sharp high-grade swords. Fang Xian was already so old. She still didn't know if she could meet force with force. Mingyi took out a crescent shovel from somewhere. With difficulty, he dug a hole to the other side in the narrow space. Shi Qingxian was about to spit out smoke. Brother Ming, can you do it or not? Brother Ming, can you hurry up? It's all your fault for not using this magic weapon for so long. Don't you know how to use it more often? Look at how unfamiliar you are. In fact, being unfamiliar could be forgiven. After all, in the entire heavenly court, other than Xiaolian who could carry a shovel and walk in and out all day without a change in expression, there was really no other heavenly official who could do this kind of thing. The veins on Mingyi's forehead bulged, and he said, shut up. Xiaolian hurriedly said, don't be angry, it's through, it's through. Sure enough, Mingyi exerted force in his hand and the hole opened. He held a shovel and frantically opened up a path in front of him. Shi Qingxian was in the middle, encouraging him. Xiaolian, as the only one who had not gone crazy, was in charge of bringing up the rear. The Geomaster's treasured shovel was indeed miraculous. With just a few strokes it had already dug out more than 100 feet of tunnel. After a while, when Xiao Chun turned his head back to look, he saw that the tunnel was slowly closing. Furthermore, a faint light leaked in from above where they were trapped. Xiaolian immediately said, he's almost through. Mingyi dug even more crazily. Suddenly she paused and looked up. Xiaolian also had the same reaction as him, because they both felt that this place was completely silent, without any activity. This should be an empty palace. Since the tunnel had already been discovered, no matter what, he had to get out first. Mingyi turned to dig upwards. Shi Qingxian asked, are you sure there will be no one after you dig this place out? Mingyi said, I didn't hear anything. Unless he's sleeping. Of course, normal heavenly officials did not need to sleep, and would not sleep in their own palace in the middle of the day, so this possibility should not exist. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ming Yi's shovel went up, the three of them broke out of the ground. As soon as the three heads popped out, they took in a breath of fresh air. Before they could exhale, they saw a bed opposite them. On the bed lay a young man with his limbs spread out, sleeping. Xiaolian. Was there really a heavenly official sleeping in his own palace in the middle of the day? Hearing the noise, the youth turned over and sat up. His curly hair was messy from sleep. He frowned and scratched his head. He looked at the three heads on the other side of the bed with sleepy eyes, as if he didn't understand why such things would appear in his palace. The three of them pretended that nothing had happened and quickly climbed out of the hole. Unexpectedly, just as Shi Qingxian was about to climb out, he suddenly shouted. Xiaolian turned around and saw a hand grabbing his ankle. The owner of that hand was Pei Ming. Even in the tunnel, he was still very gentlemanly. He said, I was wondering where this little rat came from to dig a hole under my palace. Qingxian, why did you come out? Where are you going? You know when your brother gets angry. Hurry and go back before he finds out. Wuxia flew out and repelled his hand. Pei Ming jumped out and said, Your Highness Geomaster Darren, don't you two have anything to do? Urging Feng Shi to leave for no reason is unreasonable. Xiaolian said, although Feng Shi Darren is Navy Darren's younger brother, he is still a heavenly official. He is also several hundred years old. General Pei, don't make him sound like a 3-year-old child. Even if it's reasonable, imprisoning an immortal in the heavenly court for no reason is more unreasonable than Navy Darren. If his guess was correct, then Feng Shi really couldn't stay in the heavenly court. Quan Yizhen sat on the bed and stared blankly at them, as if he still didn't understand the situation. Pei Ming raised his sword and said, Qiying, don't look. Come and help us first. We'll talk about it later. After thinking for a moment, Quan Yizhen really did come to help. He jumped off the bed, picked up the bed he was lying on and threw it at Pei Ming. Sure enough, he did help. However, it was to help Xiaolian and the others. Pei Ming was unexpectedly hit by a bed. He was stunned and said, Qiying, why did you hit me? Quan Yizhen waved his hand at Xiaolian, probably indicating for them to quickly leave. Xiaolian and the others were stunned for a moment before hurriedly leaving. Shi Qingxian didn't know if it was because he was injured or not, but after running a few steps his face turned green. Xiaolian supported him while Ming Yi directly grabbed him and carried him on his back. Xiaolian put his hand on the door and took out 2 dice. He turned back and said to the youth, Many thanks. Quan Yizhen was still madly smashing at Pei Ming. His attacks were fierce and without any pattern. If it weren't for Pei Ming's ability, he would have long been smashed until his head was full of blood. Pei Ming was smashed until his veins stood out. He shouted, Guards! Stop him! Before he could call for help, Xiaolian threw the dice, opened the door, rushed out and closed the door. This was the perfect opportunity to escape from the heavenly court. However, what he did not expect was that after he closed the door and turned around, what appeared in front of him was Hua Cheng, who was standing on a new achievement box. His upper body was bare, and he was wiping his sweat. How could a small and tattered Bodhi monastery hold so many great gods? Xiaolian felt like he was about to suffocate. Outside the room, there was also a ghost-possessed person howling and making noise. Millet, come over and massage Dad's legs. After a long while, Hua Cheng casually threw away Misfortune, who was cutting wood, and slightly raised an eyebrow. His half-naked body had extremely beautiful skin tone and lines. It was extremely dazzling Xiaolian's eyes. He clearly couldn't see anything clearly, but he couldn't stop his blood from rushing up. His 2 eyes turned black. Xiaolian scrambled in front of him and opened his arms to block Ming Yi and Shi Qingxuan's line of sight. Close your eyes, close your eyes. Quickly close your eyes. The 2 people's faces froze as they looked at them with strange expressions. Hua Cheng put his hand on Xiaolian's shoulder and said amusedly, Gij, what are you so nervous about? Xiaolian finally reacted. That's right, what was he nervous about? Hua Cheng wasn't a big girl, so what was wrong with working topless? However, he still didn't put his arms down and tried to cover Hua Cheng as tightly as possible. In short, put on some clothes first. Hua Chong shrugged and said, and listen to Gij. After he finished speaking, he calmly took out some clothes and slowly put them on. Seeing his calm and natural appearance, Shi Qingxian said embarrassedly, "That sorry to disturb, I didn't expect you guys." "Ha ha, you're pretty good, ha ha ha. In short, ha ha ha." Xiaolian said, "Darren, if you want to say something, just say it. If there's any misunderstanding, I can explain it clearly. Don't use ha 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 as a substitute, okay?" Time was tight. Pei Ming would probably come to investigate in a moment, so they couldn't stay in the Bodhi monastery for long. Ming Yi put down Shi Qingxian and began to draw 1,000 li on the ground. Just as Xiaolian was about to ask where they were going, he suddenly heard Hua Chong sigh behind him. Xiaolian remembered that Hua Chong had warned him not to get close to Feng Shi and the others. He couldn't help but turn around and say, "Sanlang, I'm sorry." Hua Chong had already put on his clothes and said, "I knew you wouldn't just stand by and watch." After a pause, he smiled and said, "However, why is Gij apologizing to me? You only remember one sentence I said a few days ago. Don't tell me you forgot that I also said something else to you?" Xiaolian was slightly startled and thought, "Which sentence?" Suddenly he remembered. It was that night in Green Ghost's lair, when Hua Chong said, "Just do what you want to do." After remembering, Xiaolian blinked his eyes. He didn't know what else to say, but he suddenly really wanted to do something for Hua Chong. However, for a while he couldn't think of anything he could do. After holding it in for a long time, he suddenly saw the collar of Hua Cheng's red clothes and said, "Wait." After he finished speaking, he rushed forward to help Hua Chong straighten his collar. It turned out that when Hua Chong casually put on his clothes, he didn't straighten his collar properly. After finishing, Xiaolian looked at it for a while and smiled, "It's done." Hua Chong also smiled and said, "Thank you." Xiaolian whispered in his heart, "I'm the one." The two people on the other side didn't seem to be able to look over here. Even the circle under Ming Yi's hand wasn't that round anymore. After he finished drawing the array and opened the door, Xiaolian thought he would see some gloomy cave or towering palace. Who would have thought that outside the door, there was actually a large expanse of farmland. In the distance there were faint green mountains and green bamboos. A group of farmers were working in the fields, and there was also a sleek and strong black ox plowing the ground. Looking at this scene, he almost thought that he was still in Puqi village. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Ming Yi had already carried Shi Qingxian out. Before he could take a step, Hua Chong also stepped out of the door before him. The four of them walked in pairs on the ridge of the fields. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but that black ox seemed to be staring at them. After walking for a while, they found a small thatched hut. The four of them went in and sat down. Only then did Shi Qingxian finally let out a sigh of relief. Xiaolian asked, "Don't we need to run anymore? What if General Pei comes here?" Hua Chong looked outside for a while, especially that black ox. He closed the door and casually said, "Don't worry. He doesn't dare to provoke the owner of this place. Even if he comes, he won't have a good time. Shui Hengtian also won't act rashly." Xiaolian thought for a moment but still said, "Sanlang, this matter is a mess. I'm afraid that it involves a lot of things in the heavenly court. It's better if you don't follow us." Hua Chong smiled and said, "What happens in the heavenly court has nothing to do with me. I'm just following you around to take a look." Suddenly, Shi Qingxian said, "All of you, don't follow us." The other three people in the hut all looked at him. Shi Qingxian said, "Your Highness is right. This matter is a mess and involves a lot of things. I'll just stay here and not go out. Friends, you don't need to help anymore. Let's stop here." Xiaolian slowly said, "Feng Shi Darren, whether or not we should stop here is not up to you. It's up to Navy Darren and True Immortal Bai Yen to decide." Hearing this, Shi Qingxuan's face stiffened. Xiaolian then said, "Feng Shi Darren, I have a question. Please don't take offense." "What question?" Xiaolian said, "You and Navy Darren, did True Immortal Bai Yen have something on you?" Shi Qingxuan's face slightly paled. Originally, on that night at the wine table, Xiaolian had already set up an extremely strong defensive array. As long as Shi Qingxian didn't open the door and go out, he wouldn't be harmed. However, why did he take the initiative to open the door? Unless, when someone was communicating with him, the first thing they did was to throw out that weakness, leaving him no room to resist. He also didn't dare to speak out and had no choice but to follow the other party's instructions. Xiaolian sat at the table and said, I'm more inclined towards Navy Darren's weakness, because I believe no matter what happened before you didn't know. That's why the backlash after finding out was so intense, to the point where he had conflicting feelings towards the heavenly court. He would rather go down to the human world to be a wandering immortal than stay in the heavenly court to be a heavenly official. Mingyi frowned and said, What weakness? Sure, Qingxian wasn't a sucker. If he was harmed and lost his magical power, his normal reaction would be to be extreme anger, investigate the truth and violently beat up the culprit. However, he didn't do any of that. He was angry, but it wasn't towards true immortal Bai Yan, but towards his own older brother. What he said to others was, Stop here. Of course, this was completely abnormal. There was only one exception. Shi Qingxuan's ascension was originally abnormal. Defying the heavens and changing fate, putting a person who originally couldn't ascend on the altar, this was simply too daring and disgraceful. Xiaolian had never heard of such a thing. If it was true, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Think about it, if everyone wanted to ascend, everyone could use this method. Wouldn't the order between heaven and earth disappear and become a complete mess? Although this guess was outrageous, the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it was. Since birth, Shi Qingxian had been pestered by true immortal Bai Yan for many years. The only way to get rid of him was to ascend, and he really did. In just a few years, a pair of brothers ascended one after another. This was a great thing and also a great coincidence. Xiaolian didn't want to doubt the fact that Shi Qingxian ascended. However, if Wind Master ascended naturally, how could he be drained of his magical power so easily? If it was so easy for demons to turn a heavenly official into a mortal, who knew how many heavenly official would have been retaliated against like this? Unless he was a mortal to begin with. Unless, when the Wind Master ascended, the Navy had done something unclean. Using heavenly materials and earthly treasures to support the path of cultivation was not out of line. Taking advantage of the change of power in the human world, fighting and killing to ascend was also not out of line. After all, this was the way of the world. Glory was bound to be accompanied by blood. After ascension, it was written off. However, some things would be out of line. If a mortal or a heavenly official, in order to let a person ascend, used crooked means to deliberately harm a life, then it would be very different. Xiaolian asked in a low voice, Master Wind Master, the night you ascended, was it the eve of the cold dew? After a long while, Shi Qingxian took a deep breath and said, Yes. After a pause, Shi Qingxian said again, That day in Bogu Town I remembered. The eve of the cold dew, isn't that the same day as my ascension? I wanted to ask you, does this count as a clue? Does it have anything to do with it? Is it a coincidence? But I didn't feel at ease, so I didn't ask. Now you know whether it has anything to do with it. It has something to do with it. Of course it has a lot to do with it. Why did immortal Bai Yan choose this day to first teleport Shi Qingxian to Bogu Town, let him see a wonderful show of blood and fire, and then bring him to the wine-pouring stage to make a move on him? He definitely wouldn't have gone to such great lengths for no reason. Try to connect this time with two places. Many years ago, on the eve of the cold dew in Bogu Town, a mortal named Hishang broke down, killed countless people and died himself. And on the eve of the cold dew on the wine-pouring stage, Shi Qingxian ascended. In this way, what immortal Bai Yan wanted to express could not be clearer. Your Shi Qingxuan's ascension cannot be separated from the death of the main character of the blood and fire. Xiaolian's bad but very reasonable guess was like this after Shi Wudu ascended. In order to help Shi Qingxian escape from immortal Bai Yan, he secretly found a person who met the requirements and used some kind of evil method to let that person block the disaster for Shi Qingxian. This person was undoubtedly Hishang, who came from a poor family but was unusually intelligent, but suddenly had bad luck, and in the end, his family was ruined. Hishang took on Shi Qingxuan's name and deceived immortal Bai Yan. Then, his own luck was taken by Shi Qingxian. On the eve of the cold dew, one person experienced the taste of purgatory in the human world, while the other person successfully passed the tribulation and ascended under a strong escort. Chapter 117. Xiaolian continued, I dare to guess that Hishang has a single name, Xian. Furthermore, his birth date is the same as Lord Wind Master's. Stealing the heavens and deceiving the heavens was not something that could be done casually, it had to meet certain specific conditions. from the 3 questions that the vernacular true immortal asked when he first caught Shi Qingxian. It firmly remembered 2 things. First, the prey's name had the word Xian. Second, the prey's birth date. But it did not recognize the prey's face. It even had to walk up to it himself, because the Shi family had saved it early. Other than that, it probably did not know anything. Therefore, if he wanted to find someone to block the calamity for Shi Qingxian, it had to be a man who was born on the same year, month, and day as Shi Qingxian and had the word Xian in his name. Such a scapegoat was too difficult to find. But how big was the world? Even if he searched to death, there might not be none. Relying on his power as the great navy, he cast a net and really found such a person. Moreover, he was actually someone who had the potential to ascend and was about to transcend the tribulation. How could he let go of such a good thing? Compared to bitter cultivation, how convenient was it? The opportunity was not lost. It would not come again. At this point, Mingyi seemed to have reacted, and his expression gradually turned solemn. Shi Qingxian nodded at first. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Hua Chang, who was leaning against the door. After all, this kind of thing could not be discussed in front of a ghost. Hua Chang crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Windmaster, you don't have to look at me. You shouldn't be worried about me. This matter has nothing to do with me. Why don't you worry about whether anyone else in the heavenly courts has caught hold of your brother?" Mingyi said in a deep voice, "You really have spies in the heavenly courts?" Hua Chang said indifferently, "Didn't you already know? The Geomaster was originally sent to the Ghost City to investigate this. However, it seemed that the spy had been buried very deeply. After more than 10 years of undercover work, he still could not find out who it was." When Hua Chang said that this matter had nothing to do with him, Xiaolian naturally believed him and did not think too much about it. However, he still said that it was better to worry about the other people in the heavenly courts. Xiaolian suddenly thought of something and asked, "Windmaster, why did you open the door of the protective array that night at the wine-pouring platform? Did someone ask you to go out? Who is that person?" Shi Qingxian said yes. He was a true immortal. The moment he opened his mouth, Xiaolian folded his hands in his sleeves and said, "But how did it know your spiritual communication password?" Mingyi's face darkened as she said, "It's all because of this person. All day long he goes around making friends with people. Even when he's free, he wants to chat a little. Talk too much." Shi Qingxian felt wronged and said, "Brother Ming, you can't say that. The people who talked to me were all the officials of the heavenly courts. I didn't introduce myself to this thing." Xiaolian said, "Since that Bai Yanjin Xian has been dormant for so many years and has made a comeback, being able to clearly investigate the Watermaster. This kind of secret, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain the Windmaster's spiritual communication password. Someone must have leaked your psychic password. Regardless of whether it was intentional or not, we can investigate this." Mingyi continued, "So, did you see clearly what kind of thing it was? What did it do after it called you out?" Shi Qingxian seemed to have a headache and said, "I don't know what it looks like. It cast a spell and I can't see clearly." He said it vaguely and didn't say what he saw. Mingyi's face turned cold. Xiaolian guessed that it was probably some bloody scenes of the Blood Society's fire. It was indeed hard to describe. After a long while, Shi Qingxian sighed and said, "I'm useless. If I could fly on my own, these things wouldn't have happened." Shi Qingxuan's original fate was probably considered very good among mortals. Otherwise, that true immortal would not have targeted him. However, it was probably far from reaching the level of being able to ascend. This kind of people were all covered by a layer of spiritual energy. It was difficult for non-human beings to attack them. Moreover, which demon or ghost would be willing to take the initiative to provoke a future heavenly official? Whether a person could ascend or not was not determined by being smart. Being smart and hardworking might not necessarily work. Furthermore, the more heaven and earth treasures one threw at it, the more useful it would be. Sometimes it was just so annoying. 10 years of hard work could not compare to a person's natural talent. 100 years of painstaking effort could not compare to a wisp of enlightenment in the blink of an eye. Without that fate, there was no fate. Even if Shui Shi spent a lot of money on his younger brother, if he didn't change his fate, it was very likely that he would stop in the middle heavens. At most, he would be the leader of a low-level heavenly official. To be able to reach this step and have limitless glory, it was all because his elder brother stole something that belonged to someone else and placed it on himself. Anyone with a bit of conscience and self-respect could imagine how they felt after knowing the truth. If there was no such thing, then how glorious would the person who originally had the fate of ascending be today? Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Xiaolian's mind. He said, "No. Lord Windmaster, the one who called you out wasn't a true immortal." Shi Qingxian raised his head and said, "Ah? That voice was definitely it. I won't remember it wrong." Xiaolian said, "No. The voice is it, but it doesn't mean that the body is still it. Everyone, do you still remember? The prey that the true immortal targeted all committed suicide in the end. However, there was an exception." After a pause he said, "How did He Shang die? How did the Blood Society fire play out? Was it suicide?" Shi Qingxian opened his eyes wide and said, "It wasn't suicide. It was..." Mingyi said, "He died of exhaustion." Xiaolian said, "That's right. Even if he was plagued by bad luck, until the last moment, He Shang never thought of committing suicide." He focused and said, "Thinking about it carefully, this person's will was exceptionally firm. He suffered all kinds of unfair blows one after another. If he was an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have long given up on himself or ended his life. However, he always resisted and did not yield to anything. I guess that after the true immortal found him, it never sucked in what it wanted: fear. His death wasn't a suicide because he collapsed from fear and despair. The true immortal tangled with him, but in fact it didn't have any good results. In one bite it bit a steel plate, broke its teeth, and in the end it completely lost." Shi Qingxian listened and slowly shook his head, sighing sincerely. "I am indeed not as good as this person." Xiaolian continued, "He died with a murderous aura and resentment. I don't think that such a tempered soul would rest in peace. It would definitely not be at peace and thirst for revenge. So, Lord Windmaster, I think that it's very possible that the current vernacular true immortal isn't the one that found you when you were just born. Instead, it's the He Shang who stubbornly resisted until he died, or should I say He Xian." When these words came out, Shi Qingxian and Mingyi were both startled. Hua Cheng faintly followed up, "Ghost eats ghost. When people eat people, if they could bear to eat, at most they would eat until they were full. When ghosts eat ghosts, if the eating method was correct, they could digest the other's abilities and magic power for their own use." Xiaolian said, "This also explains why the true immortal knew so many details about this matter. Originally, this kind of spirit was slow and strange, it wouldn't be so smart. But now, the one who came back to find you was a..." He originally wanted to use combination, but he felt that it wasn't too accurate. At this time, Hua Cheng said, "Strengthening the body." Xiaolian said yes. After swallowing the true immortal, He Shang's consciousness completely controlled the dominant position. Now not only does he have the ability to curse, he's also very smart. Moreover, he has endless resentment towards you guys. Therefore, although it clearly knew Shi Qingxuan's psychic password, it didn't use the psychic technique to curse him from the beginning. Step by step, it tightened the trap, forcing him to block his ears, close his eyes, and lock himself in the room. It was like a cat catching a mouse. It didn't kill it immediately, but played with it until it was scared to death. After a while, Mingyi said, "Now that things have come to this, what do you plan to do?" Everyone looked at Shi Qingxian. Shi Qingxian had already unknowingly grabbed his hair into a mess. He said blankly, "Don't look at me, ah. I don't know what to do either. Temporarily, I don't know how to look at my brother. After all, he was his own brother. Moreover, for him, he committed such a heinous crime and harmed people's lives. For a moment, it was understandable that he didn't know what to do." Shi Qingxian said again, "But I'll first ask everyone here first, don't tell anyone. Temporarily, just temporarily, let me think carefully. What should I do? Although I've thought about it for a few days, I still didn't think of it. In short, let me calm down first." At the end of his sentence, he was already incoherent and his eyes were staring straight ahead. Shi Wudu kept saying that he wanted Shi Qingxian to cure him. What kind of illness could be cured? It was nothing more than falling off the altar and turning back into a mortal. Only by changing his life again and ascending again could this illness be cured. Although it was very difficult to find such a suitable candidate, who knew what other evil methods Shi Wudu would use? It was no wonder that Shi Qingxian said that he wanted to be immortal and not an immortal, and ran away in a hurry. There was also the scroll about the true immortal that was full of mistakes. It must have been done to mislead Shi Qingxian so that he wouldn't be able to find the right direction. It was unknown whether it was done by Shi Wudu or Ling Wan. But back then, Shi Wudu wanted to find such a person who met the requirements, so he needed the help of Ling Wan Palace Hall to cast the net. Did the Supreme Spirit Text really not know anything about this matter? Since there was Shi Qingxian, a god official, who flew up like this, could there be a second, a third, or even more god officials who also flew up like this? If that was really the case, then it was too scary. The world would be in chaos and they had to be cautious. Other than Hua Chong, who stayed out of the matter and was carefree, the other people in the small thatched cottage all had a worried look on their faces, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, there was a commotion outside the thatched cottage. There was a cow mooing angrily, and there were many farmers shouting, "Stop! Stop! What are you trying to do with such a murderous aura?" Xiaolian looked through the crack of the door and said, "It's General Pei." Pei Ming was clearly smashed by Quan Yizhen just now. But at this moment he was standing outside unscathed. There was a crooked tablet in front of him, and with the tablet as a boundary, he seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to rashly invade. He only held onto his sword and stood on the spot. All the farmers held hoes and sickles in their hands, their faces full of unwelcome. In the farmland, the black cow exhaled a few rough breaths from its nose. Suddenly it stood up like a human, instantly transforming into a tall and strong man. His face was rather handsome, and he even wore a small iron nose ring. He smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this General Pei? A rare guest. What wind blew you here? Let me say this first, your family Xiao Pei's matter has nothing to do with us." Xiaolian looked pensive. When he saw the farmland and the black cow just now, he had a faint impression. Sure enough, this place was Mount Yulong, the hometown of the Rainmaster. Back then, it was also this brother cow who lent the Rainmaster's hat to Xiaolian to use for rain. After not seeing each other for so many years, he was still as elegant as before. When he plowed the land, he was still diligent and vigorous. Shi Qingxian also squeezed to the crack of the door and said to Xiaolian, "The cow of the Rainmaster's family. The cow is not bad." Chapter 118. The ox said, "Hey, I didn't praise you. What's there to be afraid of? I'm busy farming here, so I didn't see anyone coming." Pei Ming said, "If that's the case." As he said that, he took a step forward. The farmers immediately raised their hoes and said, "He was trampled to death. He was trampled to death." Pei Ming frowned slightly. "What, trampled to death?" The ox said, "You trampled to death the crops they painstakingly planted. Apologize." Pei Ming lowered his head to look. He said patiently, "If I'm not wrong, this is just wild grass." The ox said curiously, "You're a general who fights and kills. What do you know? It's grass and crops. Don't we farmers know better than you?" Although Xiaolian could already tell that the people of Yusher village were deliberately making things difficult for Pei Ming, he could not help but be curious about whether it was grass or crops. Pei Ming was the martial god who guarded the north. Why would he apologize to a group of farmers for such a boring reason? He directly ignored it. He took a few steps forward and shouted, "Qingxian, come out. Your brother is going through the tribulation now. The situation is not good. Something is going to happen." Shi Qingxian had originally planned to hide in the house and not go out. Pei Ming would not force his way in, but when he heard this he said, "What?" He opened the door and rushed out. Pei Ming glanced at the ox. "As expected, you've come here again." Shi Qingxian was stunned. After a moment he reacted and jumped back. He said, "Don't scare me. How can it be so fast? This is too sudden. I thought it would take at least a few more months." However, just now in Immortal Capital, the Navy had indeed left in a hurry. It was as if they had gone to deal with something important. He immediately put 2 fingers together to touch his temples. This was the hand seal of the spirit communication technique. However, when he raised his hand, he remembered that he had lost all his magic power. He could not even care about his melancholy. He hurriedly grabbed Xiaolian and said, "Your Highness, help me ask if this is true." Xiaolian and Mingyi both entered the spirit communication array. As expected, it was already a mess inside. It was extremely bad. Many of the heavenly officials seemed to be watching the East Sea. They all muttered, "Oh my God! This situation. As expected of the water Hengtian. This, can we survive this?" The stronger the magic power and the more times a divine official had gone through tribulations, the more dangerous the next heavenly tribulation they had to face. Sure, Wudu monopolized the waterways and monopolized the wealth. This was his third tribulation, so one could only imagine what it would be like. Xiaolian replied, "It's true." The bull was still blocking the way, so Pei Ming couldn't force her way through. She said from afar, "You're not a kid anymore. Who would lie to you about something like this?" Transcending the heavenly tribulation wasn't a date to have a meal. How could it be a good day to change into new clothes before going? He was caught off guard. He is now in the East Sea. There are huge waves in the East Sea, and no one can go in or come out. He is fighting the waves, and suddenly someone reported that you ran away. How can he pass the tribulation in peace? Shi Qingxian said. Then hurry up and tell him that I'm in Wuxia village. Xiaolian listened to the spirit communication array and said, "I can't do it anymore. Right now, the entire sea region where Master Navy is undergoing his tribulation has released a layer of frenzied magical force field. I'm afraid he's in a mess, and no one can talk to him." Shi Qingxian rushed out and said, "Bring me there." Pei Ming stretched out his hand and said, "Let's go." However, Mingyi suddenly flashed and blocked in front of Shi Qingxian with a serious expression. Shi Qingxian said, "Brother Ming, what's wrong?" Mingyi frowned and didn't say anything. However, Xiaolian could roughly guess what he was thinking and why he wanted to stop Shi Qingxian. Was it really the right thing to do to help the Navy survive this heavenly calamity? If the matter of changing his fate was true, Master Navy would have to accept the corresponding punishment. Then, before he could be held accountable, he had to first help him reach a higher level. Was there really nothing wrong with doing this? The reason why he could guess it was because Xiaolian was also thinking about this problem. Shi Qingxian hesitated for a moment, and finally let out a long sigh and said, "Brother Ming, I thank you. But no matter what, that is after all. I'm still worried. Let's get through this first." After saying that, he rushed to Pei Ming's side and turned around. "Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Master Rain. Thank you, Ox. Thank you, everyone. I'll repay you in the future." The two of them left in a hurry. Mingyi stayed on the spot for a moment and followed. Xiaolian looked at their backs and didn't move. Huacheng slowly walked out of the house and said, "Brother, aren't you going?" After thinking for a while, Xiaolian shook his head and said slowly, "I can't care about this matter. Let's see how they solve it first." Shi Qingxian was in it. At this moment, he still couldn't figure out what to do. He was also in a difficult position. Although Xiaolian could understand why Shi Wudu had to do this, he couldn't agree with this method. The ideal outcome was for Shi Wudu to admit his guilt and accept his punishment. Mingyi probably hoped so too, which was why he stopped Shi Qingxian. However, with the pride and arrogance of Master Navy, this was almost impossible. After sitting in such a high position for so many years, no one would be willing to come down. If it was someone else, Xiaolian would probably immediately report this matter to the heavenly courts. However, thinking of how friendly Master Wind had always been, at his brother's critical moment, he couldn't turn hostile for the time being. That would be like taking advantage of someone's precarious situation, adding insult to injury, and not caring about the past at all. He could only see how they solve it first. If the final solution was still not appropriate thinking of this, he said to Huacheng in a self-deprecating manner, "Sanlang, your advice before was probably right. Sigh this matter." Huacheng smiled and was about to speak when Xiaolian's expression suddenly changed. He heard Ling Wen in the spirit communication formation say, "What? A few hundred fishermen's boats were stirred up?" At this juncture, Xiaolian was startled and cried out, "Fishermen? Where were they stirred up? East Sea?" If the spirit communication formation was a mess just now, then the porridge was spilled on the ground and fed to the dogs now. Ling Wen didn't even have time to reply, but his voice was still considered calm. "Excuse me, which martial god is on duty? Old Pei?" Pei Ming said in the formation, "Don't be anxious, I brought Qingxian over there. Master Geomaster is also there. You should first calculate how many hundreds of people were trapped in the storm, so that we can bring them all back and try not to miss a single one." Lingwen said, "Then I will have to trouble you. Master Navy has now exploded the execution field. No one is allowed to enter the range of his tribulation. The Middle Heavens heavenly officials will definitely be beaten to a pulp if they enter. But the Upper Heavens heavenly officials can still try to break through the barrier. I'm afraid there are more than 200 people affected. Just the two of you alone might not be enough, we need a martial god." "Which martial god is there? General Nanyang? General Xianzhen?" Someone replied, "Aren't the two generals grounded for destroying the celestial capital? We can't call them now. What about Tai Hua? Is Prince Tai Hua back?" "Not back. He was sent out." "What about Qiying? Who knows where he went? This person has been blocking all spirit communication all year round. He doesn't listen to anyone. It's not like you don't know. Other than these few, which martial god in the upper heavens heavenly officials could be ranked?" Even in the midst of his anxiety, Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Could it be that his reputation as a god of trash was so strong that everyone had forgotten that he was a martial god? He quickly said, I'm here. I'll go. Are we going to the East Sea to fish up fishermen?" Lingwen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, right now the winds and waves of the East Sea are very dangerous. Your spiritual power won't be effective." "What if?" Xiaolian said, "It's fine. I fished in all 4 seas. There wasn't a time when I went out to sea without encountering strong winds and waves, often drifting on the sea for 10 days to half a month. I'm already very used to it." The heavenly officials couldn't help but think, "That's fine too. In the end, what else have you done?" The current situation was critical, there was no time to think too much. Lingwen said, "Okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, General Pei, you guys cooperate." Pei Ming said, "Okay." Xiaolian closed the spirit communication, turned around and said, "Sanlang, the East Sea." Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw that Hua Chang had already changed into a fresh fisherman's outfit. He threw a die, grabbed it with one hand, and put the other hand on the door. He simply said, "Let's go." Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment, then immediately smiled and said, "Okay," and followed. When they opened the door, what they saw wasn't the furnishings of the house, but a gray beach. The two of them came out from a small fishing house on the beach. This small house was one of the most commonly used footholds in the East Sea to shorten the distance by 1,000 miles. Beyond the beach was the vast and boundless sea. The reason why the beach was gray wasn't because the sand was gray, but because the sky was gray and the sea was also gray. Dark clouds rolled in, heavy and oppressive, making it hard for people to breathe. Far away on the sea from time to time, a monstrous wave would rise, as if a towering wall had been erected on the flat ground. Then it would immediately collapse. There were also water pillars that were like water dragons that soared into the sky, like tornadoes that wreaked havoc and madness, rising and falling again. Dense thunder crawled across the horizon, twisting and malevolent. A brand new big ship was moored on the beach. One couldn't have nowhere to land on the sea. If they only flew in the air, they might be struck down by a bolt of lightning, so they had to have a ship. This ship naturally wasn't an ordinary ship. Shi Qingxian, Pei Ming, and Mingyi were already on the ship. When they saw Wuxia and Pei Ming coming out of the small fishing house, Pei Ming said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Shi Qingxian sighed and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, it's been hard on you. I'm really sorry." Xiaolian boarded the ship and said, "It's just my duty. How do we sail this ship?" Pei Ming saw Hua Chang, who was crossing his arms leisurely behind him, and said warily, "Unrelated people, please retreat. This storm isn't fun." At this moment, Hua Chang was wearing plain clothes that were patched up, but it still couldn't hide his handsomeness and intelligence. He was just like a handsome little fisherman as he smiled and said, "I'm not an unrelated person, I'm just following my highness." Xiaolian also said, "He's a member of my palace." However, Pei Ming had already drawn his sword and didn't give in. He insisted and said, "Retreat." Before Xiaolian could reply, Hua Chang had already said to him in an abnormally firm manner, "No. I must accompany you on this trip." The two sides were in a stalemate for only a moment, but Shi Qingxian was able to see through the 4 seasons. He said to Pei Ming, General Pei, "There's no problem with this person, hurry up and set sail." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky and struck the surface of the sea. The entire stretch of seawater was filled with lightning, and it shone brightly, turning into a fluorescent green color. It was as if a huge heart had suddenly started to beat and breathe. The scene was spectacular and extremely terrifying. Pei Ming didn't want to wait any longer and shouted, "Open!" The body of the ship shook violently, and there was a series of sounds of a circular axis turning. Without anyone operating it, the ship actually left the beach on its own and quickly headed towards the depths of the sea. It opened up a path in the lightning, thunder, and stormy waves. Although the wind and waves were strong, Xiaolian, Huacheng, Pei Ming, and Mingyi all stood extremely steadily. Only Shi Qingxian didn't fall because he was grabbed by Mingyi. Xiaolian said loudly, "Can this ship withstand this kind of wind and waves?" Pei Ming said, "It should be able to barely do it now, but it's hard to say if it will work in the future." The ship was already moving extremely fast, and the seawater on both sides splashed up high. However, Shi Qingxian said, "Can you go a little faster?" Pei Ming said, "This ship burns mana. It's already the fastest it can go." Shi Qingxian clenched his right hand tightly. That hand was originally holding the Windmaster's fan. With a fan, a gale would rise from the ground. With a good wind, this ship could go at least 40% faster. However, right now it was empty, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this moment, Huacheng patted Xiaolian and said in a low voice, "Brother." Xiaolian turned his head and opened his eyes wide. He saw that on the surface of the sea about 70 to 80 feet away, there was a small fishing boat spinning in the wild waves. On the boat, there were a few vague figures, and they seemed to be calling for help. However, the cries for help were all swallowed up by the thunderous waves. Fishermen in distress. This was the purpose of his trip. Wuxia flew out, wrapped around the waists of those fishermen, and lifted them up. The few fishermen's feet stepped on the deck of the large ship, and they almost went limp. However, Pei Ming immediately opened the door of a cabin and threw them inside. When those fishermen opened the door again, they would discover that they were already on the shore. After Huacheng and Xiaolian fished up 30 or 40 fishermen, the large ship also got closer and closer to the center of the storm and the huge waves. At this moment, there must be a lot of heavenly officials watching this terrifying scene from afar. There must also be a lot of mortals exclaiming in shock and fear at the might of heaven. More and more lightning struck this ship. This lightning would be attracted by the source of magic power and chase after people with strong magic power to strike. This was why it was best to hide far away when other people were going through a tribulation, because it would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Right now, Shi Qingxian was immortal, and Xiaolian's magic power was enough for him to ask a question in the spirit communication array. Huacheng's magic power didn't need to be used at this time, so he kept it well. Thus, that lightning would specifically greet Pei Ming. Several times, he used his sword to strike back the lightning with ease and skill. This kind of skill Xiaolian quite admired. If it were the heavenly officials of the central heavens here, not only would they be chased and struck, they wouldn't be able to fight back. That was why they couldn't let them in. After passing through this barrier, not long after, Shi Qingxian suddenly shouted, "Brother!" Xiaolian raised his head, and sure enough, among the 7 or 8 water dragons that soared into the sky, he saw Shi Wudu, who was floating in the air with his white clothes fluttering. Although his body was still pressing on the huge waves, he seemed to be a little uneasy, and the pressure was not stable. Those savage water dragons would occasionally find opportunities to get close, waiting for the opportunity to swallow him into their stomachs. There were a few times when he narrowly avoided them. The large ship was still dozens of feet away from him. If the wind fan was still there, Shi Qingxian could suppress the wind and waves a little. However, right now he was just a mortal, and even his voice couldn't travel far, so he could only be anxious. When Pei Ming opened her mouth, her voice traveled extremely far. "Senior brother Shui. Qingxian has found him." Just as she finished speaking, Shi Wudu opened his eyes. At the same time, a huge wave rose to the sky and suddenly fell down. The large ship was lifted high into the air, but it couldn't keep up with the falling speed of the huge wave. The whole ship hung in the air and fell rapidly. Xiaolian used 1,000 pounds falling to stabilize his body, and firmly grabbed Hua Cheng's hand, saying, "Be careful." Speaking of which, it was strange. Hua Cheng was clearly taller than him, and it was effortless for him to carry him with one hand. However, Xiaolian always felt that this person was light as a feather, as if he wasn't careful, he would disappear, so he grabbed him very tightly. At the same time, Hua Cheng also grabbed him with the backhand. On the other side, Pei Ming said, "Senior brother Shui, calm down. If you don't suppress the waves, your little brother will drown to death." Shi Wudu saw the ship on this side, and also heard his words. A green aura flashed across his face, and his hand seal suddenly changed. It was as if a layer of law field was shaken up around his body, and the 7 or 8 water dragons that had been circling around him were instantly destroyed, turning into a sky full of rain, and fell down with a pitter-patter. The falling rain was like falling stones, hitting the deck with a pitter-patter, and hitting people until they felt a dull pain. However, after this, the wind and waves also slightly restrained. Shi Wudu slowly descended and landed on this ship. Everyone was beaten until they were drenched. Shi Qingxian wiped his face and said hesitantly, "Brother." Shi Wudu's face was still green, and he strode over and said, "I told you to stay here, why did you run around? Are you happy because you want to anger me to death?" Shi Qingxian really didn't know what to say. When he didn't see him he was worried, but when he saw him he thought about that matter again. He couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart, and said, in the end he scratched his head and sighed. "It's good that you're done transcending the tribulation. I think I still feel that." Shi Wudu interrupted him and said, "Who said that I'm done transcending the tribulation?" Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, "Wasn't that just now?" Pei Ming wiped her hair with water and said, "Don't be happy too early. This is your brother's 3rd tribulation. How can it be so simple? It will take at least 7 days and 7 nights. That just now was just the beginning." In reality, even the first tribulation wasn't so simple. Come to think of it, the tribulation that Shi Qingxian faced back then as compared to others was much weaker. He must have also thought of this, and his face dimmed. Xiaolian was concerned about the purpose of this trip, and he asked in the spirit communication formation, "Lingwen? We have now entered the sea region where Master Navy is transcending the tribulation. Can you point out where the fishermen that got swept into the storm are?" Lingwen said, "Wait a moment." After a while she said, "Sorry for the trouble. Today there are 261 fishermen that got swept into the area of his tribulation, and they are scattered too far apart, there are only a few." After saying a few words, her voice started to stutter, and Xiaolian couldn't hear it clearly. He said, "What's wrong? Lingwen?" He thought that his magic power had been used up again, but when he raised his head and looked at Pei Ming's expression, it was obvious that it was the same on his side. The few of them hadn't discussed when Xiaolian saw a few dilapidated boats floating over on the surface of the sea not far away, and he said, "It's probably because the aftermath of the opening was too big, and the spirit communication wasn't smooth, it might be better in a while." Lingwen said that 261 fishermen were washed away by the waves. "Let's save as many as we can first." Naturally, no one objected. Pei Ming said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui, go in and rest for a while. You have just endured the opening. I don't know when it will come again. You are also unlucky this time to actually affect so many mortals." Shi Wudu seemed to be a little tired. He nodded his head slightly, pushed open the door of another cabin, and went in to meditate. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to say something serious to him, but since he hadn't finished transcending the tribulation, he couldn't say it at this juncture, so he could only swallow it down. He prepared to walk to the side with Mingyi gloomily, but Shi Wudu opened his eyes again, and said sternly, "Don't run around, come over, sit here." Shi Qingxian could only squat down beside him. After half a day, when it was deep into the night, the big ship floated deeper into the East Sea. Although the spirit communication was still intermittent, it could still be used. During this time, Xiaolian and the rest had already saved more than 200 fishermen. Those fishermen were originally fishing in the sea normally, who knew that there would suddenly be such a huge storm, sweeping them to the surface of the sea too far away. It was impossible for them to float back on their own. If they floated for a few days and nights, they might have starved to death, died of thirst, and become dried corpses. Suddenly being saved, it was like being saved from a desperate situation. They couldn't help but be overjoyed. Drifting on the sea like this, who knew how many days and nights it would take to save all the fishermen? Sure, Wudu also didn't know when the third tribulation would officially start, and there would be danger at any time. Under such circumstances, Pei Ming still didn't change his style at night. He saved a few fishermen's sisters, and they were so scared that their eyes were blurry from crying. He hugged them into his arms and comforted them with a gentle voice. What a sweet feeling. And then sent them into the cabin. A few girls were still reluctant to part, hoping to see him again when they opened the door. Sure, Wudu meditated for a long time, and his complexion was much better. He opened his eyes and said, "Don't you always have high standards?" Although those few fisherwomen were in their youth, they were only average, and they were indeed far from the standards that Pei Ming used to hunt for beauties. But after he hugged the women, his face instantly glowed, and he touched his chin and said with a smile, "I save 70 to 80 unshaven old fishermen in a row. When I see women, I feel that they are outstanding beauties, ha 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 ha." Hearing this, Shi Qingxian and Mingyi didn't want to look at him anymore. Xiaolian shook his head, and he found it a little funny. He sat side by side with Hua Cheng, and after sitting for a while, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his stomach. The others on this ship didn't need to eat, and although Shi Qingxian was also immortal now, Xiaolian suspected that Shi Wudu must have fed him some celestial pill, the kind that could fill his stomach for a few days, so he didn't seem hungry now. This ship wasn't built in the mortal realm to go out to sea, so it definitely wouldn't be prepared with food. Xiaolian got up and wanted to go into the sea to catch a few fish, but Hua Cheng, who was beside him, passed something over. Xiaolian looked down, and it was a snow-white and soft bun. He sat back down and said in a low voice, "Thank you, San Lang." Hua Cheng also said softly, "Big brother, use this for the time being. You'll be fine in a while." It was still the same bun, and it was split into two halves. The two of them sat together and slowly gnawed on it. Pei Ming, who was on the other side of the ship, heard them talking in low voices. He wiped his hair and said, "Did the two of you discover something? Why don't you leave your small world and tell us about it?" Xiaolian was just about to say a few perfunctory words to him, but he suddenly frowned and said, "Don't you guys feel that there's something wrong?" Mingyi also frowned, raised his head and said yes. Xiaolian stood up and said, "This ship seems to be moving a lot slower. Is it because the mana is not enough?" Pei Ming said, "How is that possible? The mana that was poured into this ship before we set off can allow us to travel on the sea for another 2 days." Xiaolian walked to the side of the ship and put his hand on the side of the ship. He said, "But I keep feeling that this ship suddenly became very heavy." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly stopped. Other than Shi Wudu, the few people gathered at the side of the ship and asked, "What's wrong?" There was no need to ask. Just by looking they knew what was going on. Even though the sky was already dark, they could still vaguely see that the draft of this big ship had suddenly become abnormal. It had become a lot deeper. Furthermore, it was still continuously deepening. Xiaolian immediately said, "Is the bottom of the ship leaking? Did it hit the rocks? Or did something dig a hole under the water?" Pei Ming said, "Impossible. How could we not sense it hitting the rocks? This ship isn't an ordinary ship. Ordinary things can't dig through it unless..." He seemed to have thought of something and choked. Mingyi said, "Unless what?" Pei Ming said, "It's broken." Shi Qingxian said, "What's broken?" Chapter 119. Xiaolian said, "One of the 4. Black water sinking boat? For pests. Not the 4. Xiaolian just remembered that he had subconsciously eliminated Qi Rong from the list of 4 people. It was probably because he really couldn't put Green Lantern Night Tour on the same level as the other 3. Xiaolian, who had crammed scrolls, had some superficial understanding of this black water sinking boat. Legend has it that this was a big water ghost that lived in seclusion overseas, just like Blood Rain Tanhua. They all fought in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Although he always kept a low profile, he only kept a low profile in the human world and the heaven realm. He had devoured at least 500 famous demons and ghosts from all over the world. Among them, more than 400 were water ghosts with high cultivation. Black Water Ghost territory was the territory where it lived. Just like the ghost city was the territory of Flower City, once you pass this world, you will be lawless. When they arrived at their territory, they had the final say. There was a widely circulated sentence in the ghost realm. On the land, red is the king. The black in the water is the master. Red naturally referred to the red-clothed blood rain Tanhua. Black was this black water Xian ghost. Pei Ming said, Shui Xixiang, you are really unlucky this time. Xian ghosts are not like green ghosts. They don't like to cause trouble. Fortunately, they haven't drifted far. Hurry up and turn the ship around before we are discovered. The others looked at him. You want to change it? Aren't you in charge of this ship? Pei Ming was also puzzled. It's not changing? This ship should be able to change by itself. There is no need to do anything. However, the rudder did not move at all. Pei Ming had no choice but to go up and manually control the rudder. As soon as he put his hand on it, he frowned. Xiaolian also went over and said, you can't push it? It was definitely not because Pei Ming did not have enough strength. Xiaolian was still very confident in his own strength, but he could not push it either. Mingyi came up to check for a moment and said, it might be stuck by something. I'll go down to take a look. Shi Qingxian said, Brother Ming, I'll go down with you. Shi Wudu said, come back. Don't run around again. Because he was still going through the tribulation, Shi Qingxian could not let him be angry or distracted, which would affect his mood. Shi Qingxian did not dare to disobey and returned awkwardly. Mingyi then went below the deck to check on him. Xiaolian originally wanted to go and help, but he knew that he wasn't as skilled as an Earthmaster in repairing and manufacturing. Even if he went, he wouldn't be able to help. In addition, as he surveyed the pitch-black sea around him, he thought of an even more important matter. With rapt attention he asked, could there be fishermen drifting over to this area? Hua Cheng's eyesight was extremely good. Earlier he had been cooperating with Xiaolian's search and rescue. Many of the fishermen were discovered by him. He looked around and said, there shouldn't be any. The Blackwater ghostly reef was in the South Sea, and the fishermen could not drift that far. Furthermore, there was a barrier around this area. Without special circumstances, ordinary people would not be able to enter. If he were to enter, there would be no hope. Basically, there's nothing that can float in without sinking. This was already the South China Sea. Who would have thought that they had drifted so far away unknowingly? Xiaolian gave it a try. Sure enough, the spiritual communication technique was completely blocked. Previously, although it was intermittent, it was still possible to connect. Now it was deathly still. Although the current sea was still calm, he didn't know what kind of dangerous undercurrents were lurking beneath the surface. The sky was also getting darker and darker. Xiaolian had a bad feeling and said, since there aren't any fishermen drifting over to this area, if the Earthmaster can't repair the ship in a while, why don't we abandon the ship and go ashore first? The Navy Master can then return to the East China Sea to undergo his tribulation. That way, we can continue our search and rescue. Pei Ming said, that's fine too. Then he opened the cabin door. Who knew that after he opened the door, he would find the inside of the empty cabin instead of the scenery on land. His expression immediately changed as he said, the thousandly shrinking technique failed? Hua Cheng laughed and said, isn't that to be expected? Since the spiritual communication technique failed, why can the thousandly shrinking technique still be used? Pei Ming turned his head and looked in this direction. He said, this little brother, I see that you're very calm despite your young age. Aren't you worried at all? Xiaolian said, right now, the ship has already drifted into the ghost domain and is still sinking. We can't leave even if we want to. Let's think of a way to solve this problem first. Shi Qingxian shouted towards the bottom of the deck, Brother Ming, how is your inspection? Can it be fixed? Mingyi said from below, it's not broken. There's nothing stuck either. It's something else that caused it to malfunction. Pei Ming said in a low voice, it's the mystical energy field of a profound demon. As he spoke, the entire deck suddenly sank again. Xiaolian looked again and saw that more than half of the ship had already sunk into the water. If it was a normal ship, it would have long since collapsed. However, because it was made by an immortal, it was still stubbornly resisting and struggling with all its might. He said, there must be an exception to everything. It's impossible that nothing can float in this area of water. There must be something that won't sink. Hua Cheng said, there is. Everyone looked towards him. Hua Cheng crossed his arms and said leisurely, there's a kind of wood that can float on the surface of the black water ghost domain without sinking. Xiaolian speculated about a few common and special woods and said, sandalwood? Agarwood? Locust wood? Hua Cheng said, coffin wood. Coffin wood. Hua Cheng said yes. No one who accidentally entered the black water ghost domain could return alive. There was only one exception, and that was because there was a person on that ship who was transporting the corpses of his relatives back to his hometown. After the ship sank, he rode a coffin and floated back to shore. Pei Ming raised his eyebrows and said, this little brother knows quite a lot. Hua Cheng also raised his eyebrows and said, not at all. It's just that you know too little. Although Sherwudu was still holding the hand seal and meditating, his gaze shifted over and he narrowed his eyes slightly. He said, Brother Pei, I wanted to ask previously, who is this person? What is his background? Why is he with you guys? Pei Ming said, about this, I'm afraid you have to ask His Highness the Crown Prince. After all, he is a member of his palace. Shi Qingxian said, all right, don't talk about how much you know. Now that all the spells have failed, where can we find a coffin? Pei Ming said, simple. Come, Big Brother will make one for you on the spot and let you know what it means to do it yourself. However, Hua Cheng said, it's useless. It must be a coffin that has been filled with dead people. Then there was no other way. He couldn't immediately make a coffin and then kill one of them and put it in. As they spoke, the big ship sank into the water again. The deck that everyone was standing on was slightly tilted and was almost level with the sea. Sherwudu was originally meditating properly, but he almost tilted and said coldly, forget it. Let me do it. He took out a paper fan and lightly tapped the center of his forehead. When he opened it, there was a water character on the front of the fan and 3 water ripples on the back. Sherwudu raised his fan and shouted, water! Just as he said that, Xiaolian felt the body of the ship suddenly jump up. His feet were a few feet higher than the sea level and he felt quite safe. He asked curiously, Shueishi's fan can even control the water of the black water ghost domain? Hua Cheng said, it's not the water of the ghost domain. He brought water from other places. It turned out that they had not floated into the black water ghost domain for long. Just as they crossed the boundary, Sherwudu summoned the seawater of the South Sea not far away and surged to the bottom, lifting the ship up. Pei Ming said, well done, Senior Marshal Brother Shui. The rudder is useless, and the ship can't turn around. Hurry and use the water to lift it back. Before Sherwudu could reply, the body of the ship sank again. It was the water of the ghost domain that refused to admit defeat and went against the foreign ocean current. This time the ship sank even more, and the entire deck tilted even more. The top was heavy and the bottom was light. Everyone slid towards the bow and steadied themselves. Although Sherwudu had a refined and handsome face, his personality was very tyrannical, and he would never admit defeat. Feeling that something was going against him, a green aura flashed across his face. He closed the fan and opened it again. The 3 ripples were even greater, and the power of the water in the sea was also stronger. The body of the ship rose again. One force was clamoring for the ship to sink, and the other stubbornly wanted the ship to rise. Up and down it was as if both sides were in a stalemate. The big ship moved and stopped on the sea, sometimes sinking and sometimes floating. Waves splashed wildly and from time to time the water would flow backwards. It was extremely annoying. If the people on the ship were all ordinary people, they would have been scared out of their wits. Xiaolian grabbed the side of the ship with one hand and Hua Cheng with the other. He said, what's going on? The ship is starting to spin. It was absolutely true. The big ship had already started to spin in one direction, and it was spinning faster and faster. The more it spun, the heavier it sank. Xiaolian suddenly realized that the body of the ship had already sunk into a huge whirlpool, and was being sucked into the depths of the whirlpool. He shouted, everyone be careful. The water on both sides is fighting. After all, this was not Sherwudu's home ground. Although the power of the seawater that he had brought from other places was tyrannical, it had crossed the boundary and was reduced. It was slightly inferior to the ghost domain ocean current. After Xiaolian shouted, the big ship was indeed sucked into the center of the whirlpool. At the last moment, Xiaolian threw out his maiden heart and pulled Hua Cheng. The two of them stepped on the sword and flew up. He was originally extremely worried that his maiden heart would not be able to fly, but once he left the deck, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was flying crookedly, in any case he could still fly. Looking down from above, the entire sea was a deep and terrifying pitch-black color. Below, he could clearly see that there were two huge currents of different colors fighting. It was precisely their chase and bite that formed this huge whirlpool. After the center of the whirlpool swallowed the big ship, the two huge currents also scattered. However, they had not given up on fighting each other. Like two poisonous snakes, they were still constantly attacking each other. Every time they collided, it would stir up a raging storm. Xiaolian looked around and said, "Sir Wind Master? Sir Earth Master? General Pei? Are they all here?" Behind him, more than a dozen feet away, Shi Qingshuan's voice sounded, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. We are over here." Xiaolian said, "You guys are also flying swords." He turned around and was speechless. He saw Ming-Yi standing on the handle of a crescent moon shovel, while Shi Qingxian sat on the head of the shovel, waving at him. This wasn't flying swords, this was flying shovel. This scene was truly unbearable to look at. On the other side, Pei Ming's voice also sounded, "Where's Senior Marshal Brother Shui?" He rode on his sword alone and did not see the navy. Shi Qingxian also shouted, "Brother? Brother!" Xiaolian said, "Don't worry, Senior Marshal Brother is the water god. He shouldn't sink." However, when he thought of the power of the whirlpool, he didn't dare to underestimate it. He still turned around and said, "San Lang, hold on to my waist tightly. Don't let go and fall." Hua Cheng seemed very obedient as he said, "And okay. However, brother, there is something I must say." Xiaolian asked, "What is it?" Hua Cheng said, "You can't fly above the Blackwater demonic island. Something will come out." As soon as Pei Ming finished speaking, a long sharp whistle sounded. A huge white creature broke through the water and attacked Pei Ming. Pei Ming was an expert swordsman, so when he saw the monster attack, he subconsciously pulled out his sword. However, at this moment, his sword was stepped on the soles of his feet, so he pulled out empty air. Fortunately, his reaction speed was godly. He jumped down, grabbed his sword and slashed in the air, cutting that thing in two. Then, before his body rapidly fell, he flipped over and climbed on his sword again. He steadily rose up, his hair not messed up. Rather calmly he asked, "What is it?" After that thing was cut in half, it let out a wail and fell into the sea, faintly visible. Xiaolian squinted his eyes and looked carefully, saying, "Fish?" It was indeed a fish, but it wasn't an ordinary fish. It was a 5 zhang long and 2 zhang wide bonefish. That fish didn't have any flesh or scales, only a dense white bone. It had a mouth with sharp teeth, and it was unknown if it was poisonous. If it bit them, it would definitely be unbearable. Pei Ming flew even higher and said, "Everyone be careful. This thing definitely isn't just one." Sure enough, when he said one, the second one also suddenly jumped up. This time it attacked Ming-Yi and Shi Qingxian. Unfortunately, the Earthmaster wasn't a martial god, so his attack power wasn't strong. The Windmaster also had a mortal body, and in addition, Ming-Yi wasn't proficient in using the shovel. Although the two didn't get bitten, they were knocked down and fell into the sea. Falling into the air, Shi Qingxian said in despair, "Brother Ming, in the future, remember to use your magic treasure more." Ming-Yi said, "Scram." Pei Ming sighed and rushed over to save them. Xiaolian observed his skills and knew that he alone was enough to deal with it. He thought to himself, this really can't be blamed on the Earthmaster. A magic treasure like a shovel, a thin-skinned heavenly official really wouldn't want to take it out. At this moment a cold aura jumped up his back. Xiaolian immediately regained his senses and warmly said, "Third Lang, hold on tight. Be careful, something is coming." Hua Cheng said, "Okay." Sure enough, he tightened his arms. Not long after, 4 walls of water suddenly rushed up from all 4 sides, and 4 bonefish soared into the air. These 4 enormous skeletons, rather than saying they were fish, it would be better to say that they were more like dragons. Their skulls were jagged and their horns were sharp. 2 balls of unextinguished will-o-wisps burned in their empty eye sockets, like a pair of large lanterns. 4 claws were complete, and their upper bodies stuck out of the sea. They were as thick as a water tank, at least 6 to 7 zhang long. Their lower bodies were buried in the sea, and it was unknown how long they were. These 4 things surrounded Xiaolian and Huacheng in the middle, sealing off all directions. The 2 of them were suspended in the air. If they looked up, their hearts would no longer be able to fly any higher. If they looked down, it would be a silent, dead sea. Xiaolian sighed and said then, "Who should we start with?" After thinking for a bit, he clasped his hands together and said, "It's better if we do it together." Just as he finished speaking, the bone dragon on the east side let out a sharp hiss and took the lead to rush over. Xiaolian raised his hand and pointed a finger. That bone dragon was immediately frozen in place. It could also be considered a colossus, yet it had actually been firmly frozen in place by a sword, a person, and a finger. No matter what, it couldn't take another step forward. Its tail and hind claws frantically swung about, setting off huge waves in the sea. The other 3 also swarmed over. Xiaolian changed his finger to a claw and grabbed the horn on the bone dragon's head. Using it as a weapon, he swung it in a circle. Whoosh! Amidst the sound of the air being torn apart, the 3 bone dragons were immediately beaten into a sorry state. The 4 bone dragons screeched as they fell into the sea. Their bones smashed into pieces. When he was done, Xiaolian looked down at the surface of the sea filled with broken bones. He clapped his hands and let out a sigh of relief. Only then did he turn around and ask, "Sanlang, are you all right?" Huacheng smiled and said, "With Big Brother protecting me, how could anything happen to me?" When he said this, Xiaolian actually felt embarrassed. Thinking about it, if Huacheng wanted to deal with this thing, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. If he asked if he was all right, it would seem a bit like he was deliberately asking for credit. At this moment, the blade of the sword suddenly sank. Before Xiaolian could react, the 2 of them rapidly fell into the ice-cold seawater. It wasn't that she was pulled down by something, but rather that her heart was too old and couldn't hold on anymore. After using it for so long, she needed to rest. The ice-cold and bone-chilling seawater poured in from all directions. Xiaolian choked on 2 mouthfuls of water before closing his mouth and trying his best to swim upstream. However, the water of this black water ghost realm was indeed very strange. Xiaolian could be considered an expert swimmer, but in this water, his body was as heavy as lead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't float. He opened his eyes and looked around. The water was also dark, so he couldn't clearly see where Huacheng was. He swept his arms around in the sea, but other than catching the falling heart, he couldn't catch anyone. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. However, the more anxious he was, the more he couldn't swim up, and the faster his body sank. Fortunately, not long after, it was as if a hand had suddenly parted the dense fog. Xiaolian's eyes brightened, and in the next moment, someone grabbed his hand and wrapped it around his waist. They quickly floated up and soon broke through the surface of the water. Xiaolian took a few breaths, wiped his face and looked. The person who had brought him up was Huacheng. It was strange to say that Huacheng was a dead person. As the saying goes, the dead sink, the dead sink. Dead people would be heavier, so he should have sunk faster than Xiaolian. However, in this water, he was as light as a feather and easily floated. He lowered his head to look at Xiaolian. "Are you all right?" Xiaolian nodded. However, this scene was very familiar. It was hard for him to not suddenly remember the same scene from last time, and his heart instantly began to boil. Huacheng held him in the crook of his arm with one hand while his other hand leisurely pushed the water forward. He said, "Big brother, hold on to me tightly. If I let go, I'll sink." Xiaolian didn't know what to say, so he just nodded randomly. At this moment, not far away, the water rippled, and a few sharp bone horns appeared on the surface of the sea like the fins of a shark. They quickly approached the 2 of them. Unexpectedly, the 4 bone dragons that had been knocked unconscious by Xiaolian had surrounded them again, wanting to take revenge. They glared at them like tigers watching their prey, circling around the 2 of them for a while. In a flash, they finally couldn't restrain themselves and fiercely rushed over. Xiaolian clenched his heart tightly. Just as he was about to counterattack, he heard Huacheng click his tongue impatiently above him. That bone dragon had already rushed in front of the 2 of them, but when it heard this sound, its murderous aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. Its mouth of sharp teeth originally seemed like it was going to bite Xiaolian's throat, but after it rushed over, it rubbed against the tip of the maiden heart sword and kissed it twice. Xiaolian. Xiaolian still had a dumbfounded expression on his face, but the four-bone dragons seemed to be terrified. They wagged their tails and hurriedly swam away. Xiaolian was speechless for a while. Hua Cheng continued to lead him in the water. As they swam, he said, "Brother, did you see that? In the future, if you want to raise a pet, you can't raise this kind. Trash." "Pet?" Xiaolian said, "No, there's no need for this." Suddenly, a water dragon broke out from the bottom of the sea and soared into the sky. Xiaolian raised his head and looked over. He saw Sherwudu sitting on top of the water dragon's head, his hands forming an extremely powerful seal. His face was filled with hostility, as if he was fiercely fighting with something. The originally turbulent sea became even more turbulent. Xiaolian shouted, "Lord Windmaster! Lord Earthmaster! General Pei? Where are you guys?" Borrowing the moonlight, he barely managed to scan his surroundings. He didn't find anyone else, but he discovered that he had sunk into a huge shadow. When he turned around to look, his eyes immediately widened. He saw a tall wall made of huge waves, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as it rushed over. After that, he couldn't see anything anymore. After floating in the sea for an unknown amount of time, Xiaolian finally opened his eyes. He didn't sit up, but he could tell from the feel of his body that he had landed. After lying down for a while and gathering some strength, he raised one of his hands and looked at it. The lines on his palm were already wrinkled from being soaked in the water. Xiaolian's waist bent slightly. He turned his head and saw that the thing that was poking him was Hua Cheng's arm. Hua Cheng was lying next to him. From the looks of it, he had been hugging him and hadn't let go. He was already awake, but Hua Cheng still hadn't woken up. His eyes were tightly shut. Xiaolian immediately sat up and gently pushed him. "Sanlang? Sanlang?" Hua Cheng didn't respond. As Xiaolian pushed him, he looked around. Although they were already on shore, there were no docks, signs of human habitation or houses. There was only a dense forest. It didn't seem like a mainland, but more like an isolated island. Furthermore, it was already daytime. Could it be that they had been floating for an entire night? Where could they have drifted to? After pushing him for a while, Hua Cheng also fell into a deep sleep and didn't move. Ghosts couldn't drown, so Xiaolian believed that Hua Cheng definitely wouldn't drown. However, he couldn't guarantee that there weren't other things in the sea, such as venomous bonefish that secretly attacked him. Thus Xiaolian touched Hua Cheng's chest, arms and legs. He wanted to check if there were any wounds on his body. However, other than the conclusion that Hua Cheng's body was really good, he didn't find anything else. Xiaolian was stunned for a moment. He started to panic a little and muttered, "Sanlang, don't joke with me." No response. In a moment of desperation, Xiaolian actually pressed his head against Hua Cheng's chest to listen to his heartbeat. Only when he pressed his head against Hua Cheng's chest did he remember. How could a ghost have a heartbeat? He didn't expect that when he listened he would actually hear it. Xiaolian was stunned for a moment before he immediately reacted. He couldn't help but have a guess. Of course, Hua Cheng's original form wouldn't drown. However, he had turned into a 17 or 18-year-old human youth. Would he still drown? Although he still felt that Hua Cheng wouldn't make such a mistake, he really didn't have any other choice right now. He pressed Hua Cheng's chest a few times, but he still couldn't wake him up. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaolian slowly stretched out his hands and gently held Hua Cheng's face. This face's eyebrows and eyes were too beautiful. Now that his eyes were closed, there was less sharpness and more gentleness. As he held and looked at Hua Cheng and thought about what he should do next, Xiaolian found it really hard to calm down. He was conflicted for a long time. He looked around and saw that there was no one. He then looked at Hua Cheng, but he still didn't wake up. In the end, he finally steeled his heart and clenched his teeth. In a small voice he said, "I'm sorry." When he said this, his voice was trembling. After he finished speaking, he put his palms together and silently prayed for a while. Then he lowered his head, closed his eyes, and pressed his lips against Hua Cheng's face. Chapter 120. However, because Xiaolian was too nervous, He was too guilty, his eyes were still tightly closed, and he did not feel anything. The last time he transferred qi into the water, it was Hua Cheng who led. His actions were too forceful, and his kiss was too heavy. Xiaolian did not dare to recall it after that. He only remembered that his lips were swollen and numb. This time he was in charge, but he was careful and only gently pressed against it. He did not dare to use too much strength, as if he was afraid of waking Hua Cheng up. But thinking about it again, wasn't his original goal to wake Hua Cheng up? And the kiss was too shallow, the lips were not tightly pressed against each other. If the aura was leaked, wouldn't it be futile? Thus, Xiaolian still had his eyes closed as he recited the Tao Te Ching at high speed in his heart. He parted his lips slightly and took a light breath. He pressed against it again. This time, the kiss was deeper than before. Xiaolian held Hua Cheng's slightly cold thin lips in his mouth and slowly channeled air into them. During the process, he kept his eyes closed the entire time, not daring to look too long. After taking 5 or 6 breaths, he thought it was time to press on Hua Cheng's chest again. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he happened to meet Hua Cheng's wide-open eyes. Xiaolian's hands were still holding Hua Cheng's cheeks. Their lips had just separated, and there was still a soft and numb touch on both of their lips. For a moment, both of them turned into stone statues, as if a gust of wind would blow them apart. Xiaolian was already stunned. How could Hua Cheng, who had always been unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, not be stunned? Xiaolian didn't know why he didn't die on the spot from bleeding to his brain. After a long while he said, "Sanlang, you're awake?" Hua Cheng didn't say anything. Xiaolian suddenly let go of his hands and jumped back several feet. No. It's not what you think. I just want to give you. Give him what? Give him qi. Did ghosts need to transfer qi? Even he didn't believe what he said. Xiaolian was stuck. Hua Cheng also sat up and reached out a hand to him. He seemed to be forcing himself to calm down and said, "Your Highness, you calm down first." Xiaolian held his head with both hands and his entire body was in a mess. Finally, he put his palms together and bowed to Hua Cheng. I'm sorry. After shouting, he turned around and ran away in a flustered manner. Hua Cheng finally came back to his senses. He got up and chased after him, shouting, "Your Highness!" Xiaolian covered his ears as he ran and cried out loudly, "I'm sorry. Die. Die quickly." If he wasn't dead, he would dig a hole and pretend to be dead. He ran very fast and instantly rushed into the depths of the forest. As he ran, a sharp arrow-like object suddenly flew towards him. Although Xiaolian was greatly agitated at the moment, his reflexes were not the slightest bit lacking. With a flick of his hand he caught a bone spur. He abruptly came to a halt and looked in the direction of the attack. However, he did not see anything, only the rustling of shrubs. With danger lurking in every corner, he calmed down and turned around to run back. Sanlang! Hua Cheng had been following closely behind him, so when he turned around, he almost bumped into Hua Cheng's arms. Xiaolian grabbed his hand and ran out of the forest. Run! There's something in the forest. Hua Cheng, who was originally chasing after him, was dragged back by him. Only when they reached the beach did Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. Good, it didn't follow us. Hua Cheng also said, "Yeah, there are some small things on the island, but it's fine. They won't follow us." Hearing this, Xiaolian suddenly thought of something. Why would Hua Cheng be afraid of these things? When he looked down, he realized that he was still holding onto Hua Cheng's hand. He froze again and hurriedly let go. The two of them were separated by a few feet. They were silent for a while before Hua Cheng sighed. He pulled on the collar of his clothes and said, "Big brother, thank you for saving me just now. The human body really has many inconveniences. When I went into the sea, I even drank a few mouthfuls of water. It was so salty." Xiaolian wasn't that stupid. He knew that Hua Cheng was giving him a way out of this embarrassing situation. Of course, he could only go along with it. Lowering his head, he vaguely said, No. After a pause, Hua Cheng continued, "However, what Big Brother did was a bit wrong." Xiaolian was startled. He embarrassedly said, "Wrong? I thought it would be fine to transfer air." Hua Cheng said, "Yeah, wrong. In the future, don't casually do this to other people. Otherwise you might Otherwise, not only would you not be able to save a person's life, you might even end up harming them. He said it with a deadpan expression. Xiaolian felt a burst of shame. He was secretly glad that he had never done this before. Otherwise, he would have really committed a crime. He hurriedly promised, I won't. Hua Cheng nodded and smiled. Although in his heart, Xiaolian really wanted to ask Hua Cheng for guidance on how to transfer qi. How could he dare to get tangled up in this problem? He first secretly noted it down, then looked around and said, this island is actually a deserted island. Is there not the slightest sign of human habitation? Hua Cheng said, of course. This is the center of the Black Water Ghost domain, Black Water Island. He was very certain. Blood Rain Tanhua and Black Water Sink's boat. These two should definitely know each other. Xiaolian said, has San Lang been here before? Hua Cheng shook his head and said, I've never been here. However, I know of this island. Xiaolian frowned and said, I don't know where Windmaster and the others have drifted off to. Are they on the island? This was the Black Water Ghost domain of the Southern Sea. It was their territory. Pei Ming's home ground was in the north. Earthmasters weren't martial gods. Windmaster's situation didn't need to be said. If something happened and they provoked the Black Water Ghost, only the Navy could contend against them. However, no one knew when Sherwudu's heavenly tribulation would arrive. The situation wasn't optimistic. Xiaolian asked San Lang, does that Black Water Ghost have a bad temper? If a heavenly official accidentally intruded into his territory and entered his home, what would happen to him? Hua Cheng said, it's hard to say. However, Big Brother should have heard that saying before. On land I am the king. In the water he is the master. In the Black Water Ghost domain, even I have to be somewhat cautious. Not only was it not his home ground, but they were both peerless in the present age. No matter what, he had to give them some face so that they could meet again in the future. Xiaolian said, then we have to leave quickly. They roughly walked around the island. During this time, the two of them didn't go deep into the forest. Xiaolian shouted for a while, but didn't hear any response from Windmaster and the others. Hua Cheng said, they probably didn't drift to Black Water Island. The two of them then arrived at the beach. The surface of the sea was lifeless. On the road, Xiaolian picked up a piece of wood and threw it far away. Logically speaking, such a piece of wood should be able to float on the surface of the water. However, after it landed on the surface of the water several dozen feet away, it instantly sank. Xiaolian turned his head to look at the dense forest and said, it seems that cutting wood to make a boat is definitely not possible. Even shrinking 1,000 miles doesn't work. How are we going to leave this island? However, Hua Cheng said, who said it's not possible? Xiaolian said, but only the coffins of the dead can float in the Black Water Ghost domain. Before he finished speaking, he immediately remembered. Coffins. There were trees everywhere. Weren't the dead right in front of them? Sure enough, Hua Cheng smiled and said, can't I just lie in it? Although he was smiling, Xiaolian's heart inexplicably felt a slight sourness. Hua Cheng spread out his palm, and the scimitar Misfortune appeared in his palm. Without hesitation, the two of them began to pick up the wood. Because they didn't go deep into the forest, they didn't encounter anything lurking in the dark. In a short while, they chopped down several trees. In the blink of an eye, they had been busy for a whole day. The sky gradually darkened. The two of them divided up the work, rushing to do any work that came their way. Their efficiency was surprisingly high. By nightfall, the coffins were almost finished. Xiaolian had only eaten half a steamed bun along the way, so his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. However, he wanted to finish the coffins as soon as possible and leave. Seeing that the coffins were finished, he found an excuse to go catch fish. However, how could there be fish in the water of the Black Water Ghost domain? Returning without accomplishing anything, he turned to the edge of the forest and picked some wild fruits in a less dangerous area. Unexpectedly, when he returned, Hua Cheng had already started a bonfire. Sitting by the fire, he rested his chin on one hand and held a branch in the other, skewering a hare and roasting it. The hare had already been cleaned and roasted until its skin was slightly charred and oily. It was crispy and golden, and the fragrance of the meat overflowed. It was extremely tempting. Seeing that Xiaolian had returned, Hua Cheng faintly smiled, moved his hand away and handed it to him. Xiaolian took the fruit and handed it to him. You can eat both. Both of them were dripping wet. Aside from soaking in seawater, their clothes were also soaked in sweat. However, they had a tacit understanding and didn't mention taking off their clothes to dry. Sure enough, the hare's meat was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. With a light bite, their teeth felt hot, but they couldn't stop. Xiaolian still divided it in half and sighed. San Lang's craftsmanship is very good. Hua Cheng smiled. Is that so? Then I have to thank brother for your praise. Xiaolian replied, yes. Whether it's carpentry or cooking, I've never seen a better one than you. That noble lady must have cultivated her good fortune for several lifetimes. When he said this, he seemed to be very focused on eating the hare and didn't hear Hua Cheng's voice. After a while, he heard Hua Cheng quietly say, being able to meet him is the result of my cultivation over several lifetimes. Xiaolian didn't know what to say, so he seemed to be even more focused on eating. After a while, he finally realized that Hua Cheng was calling him brother. Xiaolian blankly asked what? Hua Cheng handed over a handkerchief. Only then did Xiaolian realize that he had bitten too hard, causing half of his face to be covered in oil. It was extremely comical. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he took the handkerchief and wiped it off. Hua Cheng also handed over the other half of the hare and said, brother must be very hungry. Don't worry. Xiaolian took it and was startled for a moment. In the end, he couldn't help but ask, San Lang, that noble person, what kind of person is he? How could you not catch up? He truly felt that if Hua Cheng wanted someone, there was absolutely no one in this world who could stop his attack. That day, Hua Cheng said that he still hadn't caught up. He couldn't help but feel a bit depressed. In his heart, a strange feeling arose from the person who liked the Ghost King. It was probably because he felt that the other party had no vision, or that he didn't know how lucky he was. Hua Cheng said, I'm not afraid of brother laughing at me. I don't dare. Xiaolian didn't know if it was because he wanted to fight against injustice or because he was afraid that Hua Cheng would belittle himself, but he seriously said, what do you not dare to do? You're the impassible Ghost King, the Blood Rain Tanhua. Hua Cheng laughed out loud and said, what bullshit, Ghost King? If I was really that powerful, I wouldn't have been hung up and beaten a few hundred years ago. I wouldn't have been unable to do anything. Ha ha ha. Xiaolian said, hey, you can't say it like that. Doesn't everyone train like that? After he said that, he remembered that before he ascended, he didn't seem to have experience being hung up and beaten. He lightly coughed. Hua Cheng said, he has seen me at my most battered and exhausted state. Xiaolian said, then I'm very envious. Hearing him say this, Hua Cheng looked over. Xiaolian stopped eating and warmly said, your way of thinking. I can understand. After pausing for a moment, he continued, there was a period of time when things weren't going well for me. At that time, I often thought that if there was someone who saw me rolling around in the mud and unable to get up, it would be great if they could still love me. However, I don't know if there would be such a person. I also didn't dare to show it to others. However, since you are the person that San Lang yearns for, I think that even if they saw you at your most battered and exhausted state, they wouldn't say things like, this person isn't that great after all. He focused and said, to me, you are the one who has limitless glory, but you are also the one who has fallen into the dust. The key point is you, not how you are. I really admire San Lang, so I want to understand everything about you. Therefore, I feel very envious that there was someone who saw you at such a young age. This is a fate that can only be encountered and not sought. Whether this fate can be continued or not, it depends 30% on the will of the heavens and 70% on courage. The bonfire crackled as it burned. For a long time, the two of them didn't speak again. Xiaolian lightly coughed and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He said, did I say too much? I'm sorry. Hua Cheng said, no, what you said is very good. What you said is very good, very right. Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly hugged the hare and started gnawing on it. Hua Cheng said, not only that, there are many other reasons. Xiaolian felt that he had said too much and just wanted to quickly end this topic. Moreover, he didn't understand why he had said so much just now. Was it to encourage Hua Cheng to courageously pursue the person he loved? He wasn't a heavenly judge who could control the fate of marriage, so he could only say, After this conversation, the atmosphere between the two of them became slightly delicate. They hurriedly finished eating and continued working. Not long after, the coffin was officially completed. Hua Cheng pushed the brand new coffin into the water. Then he nimbly flipped inside and sat inside. Sure enough, such a long and heavy piece of wood floated on the water's surface and didn't sink. That coffin couldn't be considered wide. Xiaolian lifted the hem of his Taoist robe and stepped inside. However, he felt that there was nowhere to sit. At this time, the sky was filled with muffled sounds of thunder. Dark clouds rolled and purple lightning flashed from time to time. It was unknown when a thunderclap would explode in their ears. Fine raindrops floated down from the sky, and the raindrops were getting denser and denser. It looked like a rainstorm was about to arrive. Fortunately, the two of them didn't slack off when they were working and opened the lid of the coffin as well. Otherwise, if this coffin was pushed into the sea, it wouldn't be long before it would be filled with rainwater and sink to the bottom. The two of them glanced at each other before Xiaolian said in a low voice, "Sorry for offending you." Hua Cheng didn't say anything more and laid down inside the coffin. Xiaolian also laid down inside and closed the lid. It was as if a lamp had been blown out, plunging them into a pitch-black darkness. The coffin boat went out to sea and floated up and down for a while. Outside the coffin, the torrential rain violently pounded against the coffin lid. Inside the coffin, the two of them didn't say a word as they squeezed into a narrow space. It was inevitable that their bodies would stick close to each other as they drifted along with the current, tossing and turning. Xiaolian used one hand to support himself on the edge of the coffin, trying to make as much space as possible. His head lightly bumped against the wood a few times. However, Hua Cheng stretched out one hand and placed it on Xiaolian's back, pressing it against his chest. His other hand protected Xiaolian's head. Xiaolian didn't even dare to breathe too quickly. He said, "San Lang, how about we switch?" Hua Cheng asked, "Change what?" Xiaolian said, "You're on top, I'm on the bottom." Hua Cheng said, "Isn't it the same whether you're on top or below?" Xiaolian was afraid of pressing down on him and said, "We'll drift for at least a day on this journey. Your body should only be 17 or 18 years old, right? No matter what, I'm still a martial god, so I'm very heavy." Before he could finish speaking, Xiaolian said, "San Lang, don't suddenly become bigger." Although he couldn't see clearly in the darkness, he could feel that Hua Cheng, who was pressed against him, had changed. Although this change was extremely subtle, Xiaolian could keenly sense it. He guessed that Hua Cheng had most likely changed back to his original appearance. Sure enough, when Hua Cheng opened his mouth, that low laughter was indeed the voice of his original appearance. Xiaolian helplessly lay on his chest. However, this also diluted the indescribable awkwardness he felt. He lightly lifted his leg, wanting to shift his position and change his posture. However, Hua Cheng suddenly stopped laughing and said in a low voice, "Don't move." Xiaolian froze. Right at this moment, a loud noise rang out, and the coffin boat the two of them were sitting on suddenly sank. Xiaolian was stunned. What happened? Chapter 121. Just as he finished speaking, the two of them felt their feet were heavy and their heads light. From lying down to standing up, the coffin boat suddenly stood up and quickly fell down, doing a big somersault. Hua Cheng hugged Xiaolian's waist tightly with one hand and placed the other on his head to protect him. He said, "Hold on to me. If it was outside, it would be 3 times more than this time." Xiaolian could handle it, but the bad thing was that he was limited to a small space. His hands and feet could not move. He did not know what he had encountered outside. He could only be on guard and secretly anxious. He said, "What if the coffin boat cracks?" Hua Cheng said, "It's okay. I'm not afraid of it cracking. With me you can't sink." They were so close to each other that Hua Cheng's words were almost said while kissing his hair. Xiaolian could even feel the slight vibration coming from his Adam's apple, and his mind was slightly distracted then. His attention was taken away by the violently churning coffin boat. This boat seemed to have become a child's toy. It was held in the hands of a 3-year-old child, shaking and swinging it wildly. As a last resort, Xiaolian hugged Hua Cheng tightly with one hand and held the coffin with the other. In the chaos, the two of them went up and down, tossing and turning, changing positions several times. They hit and rubbed all the messy parts of the other party's body. Although Hua Cheng looked like a teenager, after being hit by him for so long, he realized that his entire body was hard. Xiaoyan was tossed around until he saw stars. It wasn't easy for him to feel calm for a while, but he found that he was already pressed under Hua Cheng's body. His body was so heavy that he couldn't breathe. Xiaoyan raised his hand with difficulty and grabbed Hua Cheng's firm forearm that was supporting his side. He groaned softly and said dizzily, "Is that enough?" For some reason, Hua Cheng didn't reply to him. Before Xiaoyan could finish his sentence, his breathing suddenly stopped, because he suddenly sensed that an unusual change had occurred in a certain part of his body. In an instant, Xiaoyan's mood was even more inconceivable than seeing an iron tree blossom. At least seeing an iron tree blossom wouldn't make his mind go blank like it was now. 120% shame and embarrassment gathered into a storm that was even fiercer than the one outside the coffin, beating him into a sorry state. Xiaoyan hurriedly bent his knees. Who would have thought that this posture would be too awkward? As he bent his knees, he seemed to have touched something that he shouldn't have touched. This caused Hua Cheng to shout in a low voice, "Don't move." His tone was extremely heavy, and Xiaoyan hurriedly retracted his leg. However, if he didn't bend his knees, he was afraid that Hua Cheng would notice his body's reaction. In that case, it would be better to just bang his head against the wall and die in the coffin. Originally, it could be explained as involuntary, but the awkward thing was that there was already a previous incident on the island. It could be said that it was unintentional if it happened once or twice, but how could it be clear if it happened 3 or 4 times? In a moment of desperation, Xiaoyan blurted out, "No, Sanlang, you don't touch me." After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "All right, let's go out." As if he had been granted amnesty, Xiaoyan said, "Out." Suddenly, a strong sense of weightlessness assaulted them. The coffin boat that the two of them were on actually soared into the sky. At the same time, Hua Cheng and Xiaoyan each slapped their palms on the inside of the coffin boat. The coffin boat immediately split into pieces, and the two of them escaped from the boat, leaping out together. Under the moonlight, Xiaoyan turned his head to look and saw a gigantic water dragon holding the shattered coffin in its mouth. It was currently roaring in the heavy rain, as if it had bitten off a mouthful of food and discovered that it was an empty box, causing it to become extremely angry. Just now, it was definitely this water dragon that had bitten the coffin boat and violently swung it around, tossing it around, tossing it around. The coffin boat had originally been out in the sea, but after drifting for a while, the water dragon swam over and brought it back. The two of them landed on the ground and once again returned to Blackwater Island. On the shore, there were 2 more silhouettes. It was precisely Magistrate Wu Du and General Pei Ming. Sure, Wu Du had yet to retract his hand seal. Facing the wind and rain, it seemed as if he still wanted to summon that water dragon. Pei Ming patted his shoulder and said, Shui Xixiang, take it easy. This round has passed, and we don't know when the next round will come. Save up some strength." As it turned out, that sudden rain just now was the accompaniment of Shi Wu Du's heavenly tribulation. As the rain gradually lessened, Shi Wu Du waved his hand and turned towards Hua Cheng and Xiaoyan. He asked, "What happened to you two?" Pei Ming also said, "That's right, Your Highness, please explain. What happened? What were you two doing inside?" When the coffin boat exploded, the way they hugged each other must have been clearly seen by the others. Xiaoyan blinked a few times and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that he and Hua Cheng had been tossing and turning in the narrow coffin boat for a while. Both of their hair and clothes were in disarray, and they looked as indecent as could be. And when he wiped away the rain on his face, his cheeks were still boiling hot. Hua Cheng took a step forward and stood in front of him. After a while, Xiaoyan coughed lightly and said, "Nothing happened. It's just that the coffin was too small." Shi Wu Du was baffled. "I didn't ask about that." Pei Ming pointed at the pile of scrap wood they had left on the beach and said, "That coffin was made by you guys on the spot, right? Didn't you guys know how to make it bigger?" This coffin boat shape was decided by Hua Cheng and Xiaoyan together. At that time it seemed that neither of them had thought of making it bigger. Xiaoyan could only say, "That's true. Ha 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 ha. Did the two of you just drift near this island?" Pei Ming said, "That's right." Shui Shixiang fought with the Black Water Ghost Island's currents the entire way. Just as we arrived on this island, we actually saw a coffin floating on the Black Water Ghost Island's surface. How magical! Xiaolian's heart slowly rose. He smiled and said, "That's right. How magical." Sherwudu said. He turned towards Huacheng and narrowed his eyes. Didn't they say on the ship that the only things that could not sink in the Black Water Ghost Island were coffins that had been used to hold the dead? Pei Ming pulled out her sword and said unhurriedly, "That's right. We have a coffin. Then where is the dead?" Huacheng also smiled and said, "If you're so concerned about someone's death, I suggest you kill yourself." Pei Ming raised her sword and said, "How arrogant." As expected of the blood rain Tanhua. Sure enough, he had already guessed it. Huacheng laughed out loud. Just as the weapons were about to clash, Xiaolian blocked in front of Huacheng and said, "Sirs, please calm down. Don't worry. San Lang has good intentions." Pei Ming said, "San Lang? I've never heard of His Excellency Blood Rain Tanhua's family ranking. Good intentions? Your Highness, are you sure you're talking about him?" Sherwudu had to stand in the most conspicuous position. Thus he pushed Pei Ming away and said sternly, "Was this your doing all this along the way? What's your purpose in luring us to the Black Water Ghost Island? Where's Qing Xian?" Huacheng said, "This is someone else's territory. Did you think I wanted to come here?" Xiaolian was already used to this kind of situation. He skillfully changed the topic and said, "Haven't you found the Wind Master yet? Didn't General Pei go to fish them up?" Pei Ming shrugged and said, "I was about to fish them up. Shui Shixiang made a huge wave and scattered them." Sherwudu said, "Brother Pei, don't be mistaken. If I don't make waves, the things in the sea will come out one by one. You won't be able to fish them up." Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. That Wind Master and Earth Master are together. It shouldn't be too big of a problem." Sherwudu snorted and said, "Earth Master? What's the use of Earth Master? He's not a martial god. His mana isn't even as good as Qing Xian's." At this point, he seemed to remember that Qing Xian no longer had any mana left. His expression turned serious and he stopped talking. Xiaolian thought to himself, everyone has their own specialties. Even though Mingyi wasn't a martial god and his mana wasn't particularly strong, he wasn't as bad as Master Shui said. Moreover, at the Banyu Pass, Earth Master had displayed skills that weren't too bad. Even if they weren't top-notch, they wouldn't be too bad. Pei Ming also said, "Don't worry too much. As long as he doesn't go up against Xian Gui, Earth Master should be able to handle it." Huacheng smiled and said, "The Heaven's Calamity has already chased you all the way to the Black Water Ghost Island. You guys have messed up its waters, and you still expect the owner of this area to not notice?" Suddenly, Sherwudu's expression changed slightly, and he took out a longevity golden locket from his collar. Pei Ming said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Shui, what's the situation?" The longevity golden locket seemed to be vibrating in his hand. Sherwudu said, "Qing Xian is nearby, and he's injured." Xiaolian looked at the golden locket. It was exactly the same as the one that Qing Xian wore on his body that day. He took it off to hold the formation and was left behind. He said, "Does Wind Master still have that longevity locket? I remember he took it off." Sherwudu said, "I kept it and put it on him." It turned out that these two longevity lockets were made from two pieces of Brother's metal essence. When they were not far away and one of their owners was bleeding and injured, they would resonate with each other. The closer they were, the stronger the resonance. This wasn't caused by spells. It was a natural oddity, which was why it wasn't affected by the Ghost Realm execution ground. Sherwudu took the longevity locket off his neck and hung it in his hand. He raised it horizontally in front of him and turned it around slowly. When he faced a certain direction, the vibrations of the golden locket suddenly became stronger. It was the direction of the forest, facing the unfathomable center of the isolated island. Sherwudu said, "Qing Xian is on this island now." As he finished, he strode towards the forest. Pei Ming naturally followed. Xiaolian thought about it. Since Wind Master and Earth Master were on this island, and Wind Master seemed to be injured and bleeding, it was better to find them first. He said, "Sirs, there are little ghosts hiding in the forest. Be careful of sneak attacks. Hua Cheng had also caught up to them. Xiaolian had originally wanted to hold his hand, but when he recalled how he had lost control of himself in the coffin, he couldn't help but shrink his hand back. In the end, he pulled on Hua Cheng's sleeve, not daring to look at the expression on his face. Pei Ming, however, turned back frequently and said, "Blood Rain Tanhua, Your Highness, the two of you are really glued to each other. You, a spirit king, are following us so openly. Don't you want to avoid arousing suspicion?" Xiaolian said calmly, "What is General Pei saying? Under such circumstances, he should follow us to avoid arousing suspicion. Otherwise, if the two sirs are in danger and suspect him of doing something behind our backs, how can he explain himself?" Pei Ming said, "At this point, what difference does it make whether he is in front of us or not? Isn't it easy to use the art of separation?" As soon as he finished, there was a sharp sound of wind breaking. Pei Ming raised his hand and grabbed a hidden arrow. He said, "There really is something. That was close. Senior apprentice brother Shu-A, be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, 7 or 8 hidden arrows flew towards him. Ding ling dang lang. Pei Ming raised his sword and swept it around. Puzzled, he asked, "What are they doing?" Shi Wudu laughed and said, "Brother Pei, you better be careful." As he finished, he quickened his pace. If they were just hiding in the dark and shooting arrows, there was nothing to be afraid of, but it was very annoying. Pei Ming was impatient. He flattened the bushes, and not long after, he picked up a few little ghosts. He said, "You guys are very brave, aren't you?" Those little ghosts were sallow and emaciated. They were the lowest level of minions. Being held in his hands, they were so frightened by the general that they shrunk into balls and begged for mercy. After all, they were the gatekeepers of someone else's house. It was understandable for them to defend against outsiders. Pei Ming threatened them a few times and let them go. But later on, he met especially vicious and cunning ones. He simply squeezed them into balls and slapped them away. The 4 of them walked through the dense forest. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the resonance of the golden locks in Shi Wudu's hands became stronger and stronger. Finally, they arrived at a spacious area in the center of the forest. In the center of the forest was a lake. The 4 of them walked towards it. Suddenly, Pei Ming said, "Blood Rain Tanhua, if you keep joking, I won't be able to endure it." Hua Cheng and Xiaolian looked at him, then at each other. Pei Ming frowned. "If you want to fight, then fight fair and square. I'm not on the same path as those 33 heavenly officials. I might not be afraid of you, but pushing you from time to time is boring." Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows. "Brother, you have to believe me, this has nothing to do with me." Xiaolian said, "General Pei, he wouldn't make such a senseless joke." Pei Ming asked suspiciously, "Is that so?" Xiaolian became vigilant. "Be careful that there are other things on this island causing mischief." Pei Ming didn't say anything. At this moment, Shi Wudu slowed down and said, "It's here." The resonance of the longevity golden locks was the strongest here. This meant that Shi Qingxian was here, close at hand. However, they could clearly see that other than a lake, there was nothing else. Pei Ming said, "Could it be that there's an underground palace?" Shi Wudu stared at the surface of the water. Xiaolian said, "It's also possible that it's at the bottom of the water. However, the lake on this black water island couldn't be casually entered. If they went down, they might not be able to come back up." The surface of the lake was calm without a single ripple. It was like a huge mirror that reflected the pale white moon hanging high in the night sky. There were no stars or clouds. The 4 of them walked around the edge of the lake. Xiaolian was thinking about how to explore the bottom of the lake when he was caught off guard. A scream pierced through the night sky. The one walking in front was Shi Wudu, and the one walking at the back was Pei Ming. The 3 people in front all turned around to look. The scream came from the little ghost that Pei Ming had caught along the way. Its emaciated body was standing on the ground. Its head was nowhere to be seen. Black blood spurted out of its neck almost 10 feet high. Its head flew into the air and was screaming. Xiaolian said, "General Pei, why did you suddenly kill it?" Pei Ming said no. Before he finished speaking, his body sank and he landed on one knee. Hua Cheng smiled. "There's no need to be so courteous." However, Pei Ming's expression was extremely stunned. He shouted, "Shui Shixiang, be careful." However, what should he be careful of? Other than the four of them, there was nothing else by the lake. Pei Ming seemed to be trapped by something invisible. Shi Wudu rushed over to help, but a cold light flashed in the air. He dodged immediately. However, half of his face still had a bloodstain. He wiped it with his hand and his expression changed. Xiaolian protected Hua Cheng behind him. Invisibility technique. Pei Ming finally broke free from the invisible thing that was suppressing him. He shouted, "Gather! Don't disperse!" Shi Wudu did not care. He felt that the longevity lock was resonating again. He took it and ran around the lake while shouting, "Qing Xian! Qing Xian!" The scene was extremely chaotic. However, amidst the chaos, Xiaolian suddenly discovered something extremely strange. The edge of the lake was empty and flat. There was nothing. However, the reflection of the lake did not look like this. In the reflection, there was a dark building on the other side of the lake. The building was gloomy. It did not look like it was meant for people to live in. It looked more like a prison. There was no door. There was only a tall window that was mercilessly sealed by a row of iron bars. A pale hand stretched out from the iron bars. It was waving desperately as if it was asking for help. Xiaolian raised his head and looked at the other side of the lake. Indeed, there was nothing. Shi Wudu was there holding the longevity lock. He looked down again. The reflection of the lake did indeed reflect an eerie iron prison. Shi Wudu was in front of this iron prison. He looked around but could not see it at all. He blurted out, "Sirs, I found it. Look." At this moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. There was something new reflected in the black lake. Chapter 122. And on the shore behind them there was still no one. Xiaolian had been worried the whole way, and when he saw this, he stabbed back with his hand. The black shadow was clearly stabbed by him, but it was like stabbing a ball of water, and a ripple spread out. It disappeared on the spot. Hua Cheng also tilted his head slightly, looking in the direction where the black shadow disappeared. He frowned. Then more shadows of human figures appeared in the water. Their pale faces and pairs of pale hands were the only eye-catching thing in the dark night. Xiaolian swept out with his sword. He shouted, "General Pei, go to the side of the water, look at the reflection. The reflection in the water can reflect those things." If not for the fact that they were in the ghost region, these little ghosts would not have been able to get close to the priest. Pei Ming could not see the enemy just now. Now that he noticed something, he stared at the water with two swishes of his sword. He dealt with the group of ghosts that surrounded him. And Shi Wudu finally noticed the strangeness of the reflection. He knelt by the water. He lowered his head and said, "Qing Xian? Are you there?" The water was pitch black and the iron prison was also pitch black. They merged into one. It was hard to notice, only that hand was white. In a flash, a face suddenly appeared in the middle of the iron bars. It was Qing Xian. He did not seem to see Shi Wudu outside the iron prison. With a creepy expression, he grabbed the iron bars with both hands and squeezed his head out with all his might, as if he was shouting for help, but not a single sound could be heard. After shouting for a while, suddenly 5 or 6 withered hands grabbed his head, face, neck and shoulders and dragged him down. Seeing this, Shi Wudu cursed and was about to jump into the water. Pei Ming grabbed him and said, "Senior brother Shui, don't. How do you know this is not a trap? The water from the South Sea can't be transferred over. As the water god, if you enter other people's waters, won't you be meat on the chopping block?" Shi Wudu patted his shoulder and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to look after me outside." He then pushed him away and jumped into the black water lake. Once he entered the water, he did not float up again. Pei Ming said, "Senior Marshal Brother Shui," but he could not follow him down, because he knew that there was probably a boundary under the lake. It was just like the traps set in some ancient tombs. When an outsider broke in, they could open the tomb door from the outside. However, once they entered, the tomb door would automatically close and could not be opened from the inside. The tomb robbers would be trapped in there and die. It was hard to say if this world did not have similar settings. Xiaolian said, "General Pei, don't go down. There are corpses at your feet. Go back to the beach, make a coffin and prepare to leave." "I'm going down." Pei Ming said, "Your Highness? Can you do it?" Xiaolian said, "Your spiritual power has pretty much been depleted by now. We're about the same, so I'm more experienced in fighting than you. Pei Ming then looked at Hua Chong beside him and remembered that he could float on the water. The two of them were more useful here than him, not less. Without another word, he picked up the little ghost's corpse and ran out of the forest. Xiaolian turned his head and said, Sanlang, please lend me a little of your magic power. Just a little is enough. Hua Chong didn't say a word and lightly patted Xiaolian's back. The tip of the fragrant heart sword immediately swept out a pillar of white light, killing all the little ghosts in one strike. Xiaolian was speechless for a moment. Then, he put away his sword and said, I'm leaving. The two of them jumped into the water at the same time. However, at the bottom of the black water lake, other than the lake water being abnormally cold, there were actually no abnormalities. Moreover, it was different from the black water ghost tribes, sinking upon entering the water. This water was clearly capable of floating, no different from ordinary lake water. Xiaolian felt strange and took the initiative to swim downstream. Not long after, he swam to the bottom of the lake. He didn't see any strange mechanisms under the water, nor did he see any wind or water masters. He frowned and thought for a moment before swimming upstream. After a moment, Xiaolian broke through the water and took a few breaths. He wiped the water off his face. Only then did he discover that the scenery on the shore was already different. Beside the black water lake, there was now an additional iron prison. It was the one that was reflected in the water just now. But other than that, the rest of the scenery by the lake was exactly the same. Moreover, it was excessively quiet, which made it seem extremely strange. Wudu had already come ashore, and was smashing the lock of the iron prison with a huge rock. He was the water god. Now that he had entered the territory of another powerful water master, he could not mobilize the water in his domain. He was like a beast without teeth and claws. Xiaolian and Hua Chong came up to the table. When Wudu saw Xiaolian, his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and said, Martial God. Good timing. Quick, use your martial god's method to deal with it. Xiaolian thought to himself, now everyone knows how good the war god is. He silently stepped forward and kicked the lock, causing it to shatter. With another kick, the cell door opened wide. Wudu rushed in and said, Ching. Unexpectedly, before he could rush in, a bunch of people rushed out from inside, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Ah! This group of people were all unkempt and unkempt. They were skinny, their eyes were lifeless, and their clothes did not cover their bodies. They were so dirty that it was as if they had not bathed for 10 years. Their ribs were protruding out in rows, and their hands were clawing wildly. They beat their chests and stomped their feet. It was a terrifying sight. Their mouths were also screaming like ghosts, like a torrent of turbid water flowing out. Wudu was simply stunned. However, these people only escaped and did not bother him. Hence, after being stunned for a moment, he did not care anymore and continued to rush in. Ching. After a few steps he suddenly staggered. The floor was extremely slippery and he almost fell. Moreover, there was an indescribable stench coming from within the iron prison. Xiaolian could smell it even before he entered. He held his breath. Wudu covered his mouth and nose with his sleeves and continued to rush in. Finally he shouted, Qing Xian. The prison was pitch black. Private cries and strange whispers could be heard. After a while a voice said, Brother. Sure enough, Qing Xian was sitting in the deepest part of the iron prison, leaning against a wall. On the wall was the only high window in the iron prison. The moonlight that seeped through the window made his entire body pale. And beside him, a group of dirty weird people surrounded him. Some of them were covered in ulcers, some were squeaking like pigs, some were thinking that they were chickens pecking at rice, and some were hugging Qing Xian, crying and calling him baby. They were all crazy. Qing Xian was a god official back then, and he had never fallen into such a situation in his life. Wudu went up and blasted, Scram! What kind of ghost is this? Even though he and Qing Xian looked alike, their auras were completely different. Now that his mana was greatly reduced, he was even more powerful. Those crazy people were so scared that they covered their heads and scurried away. Xiaolian could not help but feel pity. Qing Xian also said, Brother, don't hit them, they are not little ghosts. These are all living people. It was absolutely true. Even though these people looked more like ghosts than ghosts, but upon closer inspection they were all living people. Xiaolian could not help but be slightly startled, and thought, why did the Black Water Xian ghost lock up such a group of people here? However, Shi Wudu did not care about this. He raised the longevity golden lock with one hand and grabbed Shi Qingxian's arm with the other, and said, how did you get here? Where are you hurt? Shi Qingxian's body was indeed dirty, and his leg was bleeding a little, but it seemed to be fine. He said, we don't know how we got here, we fainted after a wave hit us, and when we woke up we were already here. It's just a small injury, it's not a big deal. Brother Ming's injuries are more serious. Only then did the few of them realize that Ming Yi was lying on the ground at the side. His complexion was extremely bad, but it was not bad because he was unhappy. Xiaolian said, what happened to Master Earth? Shi Qingxian said, it seems that he was bitten by something in the sea. The teeth and thorns of those bonefish are covered in green moss. They are all poisonous. I gave him all the medicine I had on me, but sigh. Xiaolian squatted down wanting to take a closer look, but he almost fainted from the stench here. Looking around, there were some wooden buckets, and the buckets were filled with swill. There was a rancid and moldy smell, as well as the rotting smell of pus and blood, and even the terrifying smell of a chamber pot that had not been poured for a few months. Shi Wudu could not bear it anymore and said, such a disgusting taste, this black water Chenzhou's taste is not that good either. Qingxian, let's go. He grabbed Shi Qingxian and dragged him out, but Shi Qingxian said, I'm fine, I don't need help. He picked up Ming Yi, and only then did he slowly leave the iron prison. However, it was easy to come in but difficult to leave. The border passage of the Black Water Lake had already been sealed. After going into the water a few times, and then coming out of the lake, the scenery did not change at all, proving that they were indeed left in the Black Water Lake border, unable to get out. Shi Qingxian said, where's General Pei? Shi Wudu said, I let Brother Pei stay outside. He should also think of a way. Xiaolian said, I let General Pei go build the coffin boat first, wait for you guys to get out, then immediately leave. Shi Wudu said, if he finishes building the coffin boat, he can go back and report first, then come find us. However, Ming Yi was already injured. Although he did not know how strong the poison was, it was better to leave as soon as possible. He was afraid that they could not wait that long. After thinking for a moment, Xiaolian said, although this Black Water Xian ghost lives in seclusion overseas, he should not stay forever, right? Could it be that when he wants to go out he has to cross the entire Black Water Ghost domain? Shi Wudu said, yes, you are right. There must be a place on this island that can shrink 1,000 miles. Originally, he did not treat Xiaolian differently, but now that they had gone through a disaster together, and Xiaolian had saved Shi Qingxian several times, he naturally looked at him in a different light, and so he did not hesitate to agree. At this time Ming Yi slightly raised his hand, and Shi Qingxian said, Brother Ming? What do you want to say? As if to save energy, Ming Yi did not open his mouth, and only raised his hand higher. Everyone looked in the direction of his raised hand, and saw a dark building standing in the depths of the forest. Ming Yi lowered his hand, and said in a hoarse voice, that place. What does it do you know? Xiaolian said, I don't know. When we first came here we did not see this thing. Shi Wudu narrowed his eyes and said, then it should be the Black Water Xian Ghost's Netherworld Water Mansion. Rumor had it that the residence of the Black Water Xian Ghost was called the Netherworld Water Mansion. After coming to a conclusion, Shi Wudu said, let's go. He actually did not avoid the taboo and directly set off there. Although it seemed reckless in this situation, what else could they do other than leave? If just now they had been circling around the other person's courtyard, then now they were going to break into the other person's door. Xiaolian whispered to Hua Cheng, San Lang, if it is inconvenient for you, don't follow. Hua Cheng's expression also became serious, and he said, let's go, brother, leave early. Xiaolian nodded and did not say anything, but he could faintly see that Hua Cheng seemed to have some misgivings. Moreover, it wasn't because of the owner of this place but because of something else. In his heart he felt that something wasn't right. He thought of many small questions that he had accumulated for a long time, and felt slightly uneasy. Not long after, the group of people ignored the group of crazily running around, and passed through the forest, arriving in front of the eerie black building. Only when they arrived did they discover that this netherworld water mansion was actually a majestic hall, and its specifications were similar to those of the top Windmaster Hall and Navy Master Hall. The hall's door was tightly shut, and the few of them walked up several steps. Xiaolian stood outside the door and knocked on the door and said in a clear voice, "Sorry for disturbing you. It is truly an accident that we came here, and we are truly sorry." No one answered. He calmed his mind and slowly pushed open the door of the hall. Originally, with Xiaolian's many years of experience and past practice, even if there was something inside, he would not come out to greet them the moment he opened the door. Who knew that he would open the door and slap his face? The first thing he saw was a horrifying thing. In the middle of the spacious hall, there was actually a person sitting upright. And this person was dressed in black, and his face was snow white. It was actually a skeleton. Xiaolian immediately closed the door with a pop sound. He thought to himself, did I open the door in the wrong way? Normally I wouldn't show you such a thing right away. He originally wanted to greet him again, but Wudu walked past him and pushed open the two doors and scoffed, "Since you are already here, are you still afraid that he won't treat you well?" Everyone slowly walked into the hall and slightly approached the black-clothed skeleton. Xiaolian carefully sized it up and said, "What kind of person's skeleton is this? Why is it being enshrined here?" Mingyi frowned and said, "Isn't General Pei alone? It can't be him, right?" It really wasn't impossible. Wudu was slightly shocked and took a few looks and then said it shouldn't be. This skeleton is even flatter than General Pei. Suddenly, Shi Qingxian said, "Wait." Everyone looked at him and Shi Qingxian said, "Isn't this question very simple? This is the Netherworld Water Mansion. The only things that can be placed in the Netherworld Water Palace are Chapter 123. Then. He rejected and said it won't. Xiaolian looked at Hua Chang. Bone ashes are the life gate of the people in the ghost world. Their fatal weakness. Think about it, how could such an important thing be placed out just like that? This point was still the first time he met Hua Chang. Hua Chang had personally told him. For some reason. He spoke with a straight face. But his mind couldn't help but think of Hua Chang's other words. And Hua Chang also stared at him. Xiaolian couldn't help but be absent-minded for a moment. Then he turned his head. He coughed lightly. Shi Qingxian said, "Then, whose corpse could this be?" Everyone surrounded the skeleton and began to study it. Xiaolian said, "First of all, this is a man." Everyone said, "I can see it." Xiaolian continued, "Secondly, this person's hands and feet should be very dexterous, especially his 10 fingers. He should have practiced some martial arts, but his martial arts skills might not be very high. Most outstanding martial artists are virgin kung fu skeletons are not like this." Wudu glanced at it and walked away saying, "As long as this thing doesn't stand up and block our way, it doesn't matter who he is. Master Geomaster, look, this place might shrink by 1,000 miles. Who knew?" Before he finished speaking, the skeleton suddenly raised its head, caught off guard and pounced towards him. Fortunately, Xiaolian's eyes and hands were quick with a palm strike. The skeleton was chopped to the ground by his hand knife, scattering into a messy pile of bones. Shi Qingxian said, "Brother." Among the 5 people present, Hua Chang would not take action to protect others. Only Xiaolian was a martial god. So he suddenly became especially important. Although Wudu was ambushed, he was still calm. Just now he only took a step back and said, "What's with this skeleton? Is there still a soul that hasn't scattered and is attached to it?" Xiaolian squatted down and rummaged through the pile of bones for a while. He shook his head and said, "Strange." Wudu said, "What's strange?" Xiaolian stood up and said, "This skeleton clearly no longer has a trace of a soul. Otherwise, when we approached just now, we wouldn't have been unable to detect the strange fluctuations." Wudu said, "If that's the case, why could it suddenly attack people?" After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, "I think it's the final radiance of a setting sun." Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "Last radiance of a setting sun? Wasn't that supposed to be used on living people? Those who are about to die are still considered to be alive." Xiaolian replied, "Dead people are the same. For example, The seventh day of death was also a kind of final radiance of the setting sun. 7 days after the death of the deceased, their souls would return to see their loved ones. In fact, everything was the same. I think that just now Master Navy must have agitated it. That's why it suddenly gathered all its remaining power for this last attack. Because his words were reasonable, Sure Wudu paid more attention to his words. Then in your highness's opinion, what kind of stimulation would it be? Xiaolian replied, either it's something you said, or it's something you have on you. Sure Wudu said, what did I say just now? Mingyi took a deep breath and said, as long as this thing doesn't stand up and block our way, it doesn't matter who he is. Shi Qingxian scratched his head and said inexplicably, is there a problem with this sentence? Could it be that this dear friend has a violent temper? Since they couldn't come up with anything, Xiaolian said, since the soul has already dispersed, forget it. Putting away the skeleton, he once again placed it on the altar. Clasping his hands together, he bowed a few times. Shi Qingxian also followed him and bowed a few times. The 5 of them wandered around the netherworld underwater mansion for a while. This place was empty, and the legendary Blackwater Xian ghost wasn't at home. The structure of the underwater mansion was complicated. There were many large and small side halls. One of them was especially hidden and narrow. Strange incantations were drawn on the outside of the door. These were the traces left behind after using the thousandly shrinking technique. It seemed that on the entire Blackwater Island, there was indeed a place that could use the thousandly shrinking technique. And that place was this small side hall. Using a room as a specific connection point, the amount of mana consumed was much less than completely drawing a new formation. And right now they didn't have any mana to squander, so it was just right. Mingyi was an expert. After taking a glance, he said, this is a one-way formation. Xiaolian understood and said, in other words, it can only be sent out from here and can't be sent back from other places, right? Mingyi nodded and said, the amount of mana consumed can be reduced. Shi Qingxian said, isn't that what we need? We just need to go out, that's great. Let's go quickly, don't let the Black Water Master find out. He supported Mingyi with one hand, and just as he was about to open the door with the other, Mingyi said sternly, stop. There's a trap. When Shi Qingxian heard this, he staggered back 3 feet and said, what trap? Mingyi was also dragged back 3 feet by him. After being speechless for a moment, she signaled him to carry her up again. She looked at the incantations on the door for a long time and said with certainty, it's a trap. Drawing a formation in this hall can only send out one person at a time. Shi Qingxian said, there's such a thing? Then what will happen if 2 people are sent out? Mingyi said coldly, when these 2 people arrive at their destination, you will find that they have been pressed into one person. Among the few people present, only Mingyi was an expert. As for the rest, one was a water god, one was a wind god, and one was a martial god. They were not good at this aspect. Xiaolian's first reaction was to look at Hua Cheng. Seeing that he was looking at the formation with a frown and did not object, he thought that Mingyi's words were not false. He muttered, if that's the case, the intruders who don't know what's going on will want to use this formation to escape, but instead, it will be a tragic sight. No wonder it's a trap. Right at this moment there was a thunderbolt from the sky. The curved lightning climbed across the sky, and the faces of the people in the netherworld underwater mansion were reflected with a hint of blue in the white, like 5 malicious ghosts. Everyone looked at each other, and Shi Qingxian said, brother, again. Shi Wudu's face darkened slightly, and he did not answer, but everyone knew that his heaven's retribution was chasing after him again. Pei Ming's inadvertent words rang in Xiaolian's ears. Senior brother Shui, you're really unlucky this time, Shi Qingxian said. Since we can use the 1,000-mile shrinking technique here, let's hurry up and leave. If a bolt of lightning strikes here and collapses this underwater mansion, then the enmity would be huge. Tearing down a heavenly official's shrine was the same as smashing their signboard, and it was a deep hatred. Although he didn't know if the ghost realm also had this taboo, no one would be willing to have their house torn down for no reason. Mingyi's finger dipped in the blood from his wound, and he barely managed to stand. He prepared to draw the formation and said, where to go? Who's coming first? Xiaolian said, then it must be you, Master Earth, coming first. You're injured. However, Mingyi shook his head and said, every time this formation is used, it has to be mended again. You guys don't know how to draw it, so I have to stay behind to mend the formation. Shi Qingxian said, then Brother Ming, I'll accompany you to the second last one. Shi Wudu said, what are you accompanying me for right now? It's useless for you to stay. Hurry up and go to the East Sea. However, Shi Qingxian said right now everyone is more or less useless, so it doesn't matter. This time it doesn't have anything to do with Brother Ming. Yet he has to suffer so much. He sighed and said, I'm really sorry. Shi Wudu said, in any case it'll be sent to the same place. It'll be fine in a while. What are you afraid of? If it was in the past, Shi Wudu would at most say a few words, and Shi Qingxian would listen. However, it was different now. Shi Qingxian actually didn't listen to him and asked something else. If we leave first, what will happen to General Pei? Won't he just stay here? Shi Wudu also noticed that his younger brother wasn't listening to him that much, and his expression became a little complicated. After a moment he said, it's okay, Brother Pei's vitality is tenacious. He can persevere here until we return to the heavenly court to call for reinforcements. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although his intuition told him that what the Navy said shouldn't be wrong and didn't have any evil intentions, he still suddenly sympathized with Pei Ming. After a pause he said, wait. Everyone looked at him. Xiaolian said, Master Earth, are you sure this house can really shrink 1,000 miles? Will there be any problems? I feel that it's not good to rashly go up. Do you want to try it first? As expected, Mingyi stopped and said, how do we try? If we want to try, someone has to go up first. Shi Qingxian raised his hand and said, then I'll try. Hua Cheng didn't speak for a long time, but at this moment he crossed his arms and said, sorry to disturb you. Have you all thought of a problem? Mingyi said, what is your opinion? Hua Cheng said, how do we know if the person who goes to try has reached the destination? Xiaolian was startled and said, that's right, Master Earth said that this is a one-way formation. In other words, once a person was teleported out, there was no way to teleport back and tell others if they had reached the destination safely or not. And this place was isolated from the outside world, and they couldn't use spirit communication techniques to communicate. It seemed to be a dead end. Just now they had all forgotten about this point. Hua Cheng came to a conclusion and said, so, it's completely meaningless to discuss this problem here. One sentence, to leave or not to leave, it'll be settled quickly. Don't dare? Then stay here. Although he was smiling, Xiaolian sensed that Hua Cheng was slightly anxious, as if he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This anxiety should have been there ever since the coffin boat was brought back by Shi Wudu's water dragon. Right now it was probably getting more and more intense. Shi Wudu also didn't want to wait any longer. The heavenly thunder was like an explosion in his ears. If they didn't leave, sooner or later it would strike down. Thus he rushed into the side hall and slammed the door. Mingyi quickly formed a circle. When he opened it again, light smoke floated out of the room, but there was no one inside. Mingyi said, all right. Next. Shi Qingxian said, then it's His Highness the Crown Prince. Before he finished speaking, Mingyi had already pulled him over and stuffed him into the room. He closed the door and quickly formed a circle. When he opened the door for the second time, Mingyi looked at the remaining two people. Xiaolian said, San Lang, you go first? Hua Cheng pulled him and said in a deep voice, brother, let's go together. Xiaolian was startled and said, but this formation can't only be used once. Hua Cheng said, I'm not a living person, don't worry. Xiaolian always felt that there was something he was worried about, but he couldn't say why. Hua Cheng brought him through the door and said to Mingyi outside, Puqi Monastery. Mingyi silently nodded. That door slowly closed in front of Xiaolian. Through the crack in the door, he looked at Mingyi's green face. Xiaolian couldn't help but think in his heart, can Master Geomaster really hold on? Hua Cheng personally closed the door. After a moment he opened it again, and what appeared in front of the two people's eyes was the scene inside Puqi Monastery. It was currently night time, and Qi Rong was sleeping on the ground with his limbs spread out as if he had suddenly died. Furthermore, he had snatched away all the blankets and snored loudly. Guzi originally slept very well, but he didn't know if he had been led astray by this cheap father of his. Right now he was also lying across Qirong's stomach like a dead fish. Lang Ying, on the other hand, obediently curled up in a corner and covered herself with a few pieces of clothing. Xiaolian picked up the blankets on Qirong's body and resisted the urge to directly press them against his face. He divided the blankets between the two children and softly said, "We're back?" Hua Chong closed the door behind him and said, "A minute's over." Xiaolian said, "Not yet, right? I still don't know if the Windmaster and the others have returned yet." He softly and quietly pushed open the door. Only when he arrived outside of Puqi Monastery did he dare to raise his voice. Through the spiritual communication array he had set up previously, he called out, "Earth Master? Have you guys returned yet?" There was no reply. Presumably, Mingyi's movements weren't that fast. Xiaolian once again entered the spiritual communication array of the heavenly court. If he hadn't entered, he wouldn't have known. But once he did, he jumped in fright. The inside had already gone crazy. All the heavenly officials were shouting. Lingwen actually lost her temper and said, "Don't give me all the useless information. How much do I need to see in one day? Can't you first use your brain and think before asking me?" Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Lingwen, did the Navy Master and the others not return yet?" In an instant, Lingwen seemed to have changed into a different person. Grabbing onto him, she said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, why did your voice suddenly become so loud? Did you return from the Eastern Sea? Where did the Navy Master and General Pei go? Why is there no news at all?" Xiaolian said, "I came back from the Southern Sea." "Southern Sea? Southern Sea? Blackwater Ghost Island?" Lingwen was stunned. How did they go there? We've never set foot in that place before. Old Pei and the others are also there?" Xiaolian said, "It's a long story. The Navy Master mistakenly entered the Blackwater Ghost Island during his tribulation. It wasn't easy for him to escape from there. He and the Windmaster returned before me. Right now they should be at the Eastern Sea. Didn't you see?" Lingwen said, "No. The Eastern Sea has long since calmed down. More than 200 fishermen have all been rescued. However, there are no traces of them on the coast or the sea." Xiaolian said, "How is that possible? Unless what?" Lingwen said, "Unless what? Your Highness the Crown Prince? Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you have anything else to say? Are we going to send the heavenly officials to the Southern Sea right now?" Xiaolian muttered, "It's too late." He closed the spiritual communication array and abruptly turned around. "San Lang." Hua Chong seemed to have already expected what he would ask. He clasped his hands behind his back and didn't say anything. Xiaolian said, Did you reach some sort of agreement with that person a long time ago?" Hua Chong didn't immediately answer. When he opened his mouth, Xiaolian hurriedly said, No, don't tell me. You don't need to answer me. If you had already reached an agreement with someone else, I definitely wouldn't want you to be someone who goes back on your word because of me. It's my fault for suddenly asking you. Please don't make things difficult for me." Hua Chong said, "Your Highness, I'm sorry." Xiaolian shook his head and said, "You don't need to apologize. I should have guessed earlier that there must have been some sort of agreement. That's why you couldn't interfere and couldn't directly tell me the truth." It wasn't that Hua Chong hadn't tried to dissuade him, but he also hadn't interfered with his wishes. He had only followed and protected him the entire way. Moreover, he had already thought of every possible way to bring him away. However, every time Xiaolian would, for various reasons, enter deeper into the heart of the matter. Xiaolian said, "On the contrary, I have to thank you." Hua Chong said, "You've already guessed it?" Xiaolian nodded and said, "I've more or less guessed it. In fact, I should have guessed it a long time ago. It's just that he's really too amazing. I often think too much, suspecting something and then repeatedly overruling it. I often overlook the most direct possibility." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, that person really gave you face. In order to peacefully transfer me away, he spent a lot of effort and wasted a lot of twists and turns." "Your Highness," Hua Chong said, "this matter ends here." Xiaolian sighed and said, "I also hope so. However, I'm afraid he went a bit too far." After a moment of silence, Hua Chong softly said, "But since you've already returned, you can no longer return to the ghost realm. Let's leave this matter to them to resolve themselves. However, Xiaolian said, not necessarily. Hearing this, Hua Cheng's figure slightly froze. Xiaolian said, just now I suddenly thought of something. There's a way to contact the Wind Master. He formed a hand seal with both hands and said, so Sanlang, I'm sorry, but I have to go back first. Seeing that hand seal, Hua Cheng immediately understood. However, he clearly hadn't expected that there would be such a move. Slightly opening his eyes, he said, Gitch. Xiaolian said word by word, great. Soul. Transfer. Technique. After closing his eyes, that familiar feeling of weightlessness assaulted him. It was as if his soul had been pulled out, suddenly thrown high and then dropped. When he opened his eyes again, it was no longer Hua Cheng's face in front of him. Instead, it was a boundless night and the forest that was rapidly retreating to both sides. Xiaolian could still hear the sound of rapid breathing and the violent heartbeat coming from his mouth. Success! The Great Soul Transfer technique wasn't commonly used. Furthermore, it burned up a lot of mana. It was stronger than the psychic technique, but it was also more evil and rarer than the psychic technique. Therefore, a normal barrier wouldn't think of blocking this kind of technique. That day, after he and Shi Qingxian used the Great Soul Transfer technique once, Shi Qingxian didn't have time to seal his spiritual sense before he lost his mana and became immortal. This was as if the two of them had exchanged keys to each other's houses and used each other's houses. After exchanging, Shi Qingxian should have immediately changed the lock of the house, so that Xiaolian couldn't go in again. However, he didn't. Therefore, Xiaolian could still use the previous key to open Shi Qingshuan's house. However, Shi Qingxian couldn't open Xiaolian's house. Therefore, right now, the two of them were sharing a body. As for Xiaolian's body, it should have collapsed on the spot. It was unknown whether Hua Cheng had caught him or not. Shi Qingxian ran until he was gasping for breath. His liver and guts were torn apart, as if he was running away from something. Xiaolian tilted his head and listened. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the wind behind him. It was actually the group of crazy weirdos locked in the iron prison on Blackwater Island. They seemed to like Shi Qingxian very much. It should even be said that they yearned for him. Each and every one of them rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues as they chased relentlessly. Shi Qingshuan's ribs and lungs were aching faintly. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Xiaolian felt that his breathing was chaotic when he ran. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. He took the initiative to control the rhythm of his body and said, Lord Wind Master. He was using Shi Qingshuan's mouth to speak. Shi Qingxian was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He said, Who's inside my body? Xiaolian said, calm down, Lord. I used the Great Soul Transfer technique to come back and find you. Give your body to me, I'll help you run. Xiaolian felt 2 lines of hot tears fall from the corners of Shi Qingshuan's eyes. Your Highness the Crown Prince. It really makes people feel at ease. You're really too reliable. Thank you. Xiaolian said, don't thank me. Listen to me, Lord Windmaster, quickly run. Shi Qingxian said, if it's not that, I'm running right now? Xiaolian said, it's not that, run. I mean for you to quickly run. As he spoke, 7 or 8 crazy and dirty weirdos jumped out from the forest and rushed towards Shi Qingxian. The joints of Xiaolian's hands made cracking sounds. 30 consecutive kicks flew up, causing the weirdos to fall to the ground and be unable to get up. Shi Qingxian was dumbfounded. He said, this was kicked by me? So powerful. The martial god is so good. I also want to be a martial god. Xiaolian sincerely poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, that won't do, Lord. Your body's aptitude is not suitable to be a martial god. The two of them used the same body to speak. It was as if they were asking and answering each other's questions. From the perspective of others, it was really strange. Xiaolian said, Lord Windmaster, where is Lord Navy Master? Shi Qingxian looked around and said, I don't know where my brother and brother Ming went. When I opened the door just now, I found that I was still in the Netherworld underwater mansion. I just came out from another room. I don't know what went wrong. Suddenly, Xiaolian's feet touched the ground and he jumped up, flying up the tree. Shi Qingxian didn't understand, but the feeling of his body suddenly being able to fly on roofs and walls was quite wonderful. He let Xiaolian control his body to climb to the top of the tree and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, why are you suddenly?" Before he finished speaking, Xiaolian covered his mouth. In reality, he was just covering his own mouth. Not long after, Xiaolian climbed up a branch and sat on it, hiding in the dense foliage. Soon after, a tall black figure stumbled and appeared at the end of the road. Looking closely, it was actually Ming Yi. His face was still miserable, and there was a deathly aura in his handsomeness, but he could still walk with difficulty. Shi Qingxian was overjoyed. He put down his hand and was about to call out to him, but Xiaolian raised his hand and covered his mouth again. This time it was his hands, covering it so tightly that he almost couldn't breathe. Shi Qingxian wasn't a reckless person. He immediately understood that Xiaolian must have a deeper meaning, so he stopped struggling. Watching Ming Yi walk over from the small path below, Xiaolian let go of his hand slightly and quietly slid down from the tree, moving stealthily in the dense forest. After running for a while, Shi Qingxian looked back and said in a low voice, "Your Highness Crown Prince, why didn't you let me call out to Brother Ming just now?" Xiaolian didn't answer, and his figure suddenly stopped. Shi Qingxian turned his head again, and his pupils instantly contracted violently. Ming Yi, who had clearly left just now, was standing in front of him, or rather, in front of them. Ming Yi seemed to be holding on to a tree to support his body. He frowned and said, "Why are you here too?" Shi Qingxian blurted out, "I..." Xiaolian didn't say a word. He stretched his hand behind his back and waved, indicating that he must not expose the existence of the third person. Shi Qingxian understood, but Ming Yi's brows furrowed even more. "What are your hands doing behind your back? Are you hiding something?" Shi Qingxian hurriedly spread out his hands for him to see and said, "No." Xiaolian could feel that his scalp was currently exploding in circles, and his back was also feeling numb. Thinking about it, even though Shi Qingxian felt that Ming Yi was very reliable in his heart, he was still startled by him appearing like this. Ming Yi had a baffled expression and said, "I didn't really ask you to show it to me." Although this expression was disdainful, it was also very cordial. Shi Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief, and the goosebumps on his upper body gradually subsided. Although Xiaolian was extremely anxious, he didn't dare to rashly open his mouth at this time. Ming Yi said, "Where is Master Navy?" Shi Qingxian said, "Didn't you see my brother? I'm also looking for him everywhere. Didn't you say that you can teleport us out of Blackwater Island? Why is His Highness Crown Prince and the others going back, and we're still here?" Xiaolian listened and was secretly anxious. Although he tried his best to suppress the ha that would inevitably appear when Shi Qingxian was overly nervous, such normal and serious words didn't seem like something Shi Qingxian would say. Thus, he grabbed his hair and pointed at Ming Yi and said loudly, "Brother Ming, didn't I tell you to practice more when you have time? Did you draw wrong again?" Although it was a little exaggerated, the effect was not bad. As expected, Ming Yi didn't notice any clues. His face darkened and he said, "Scram! If you have the ability, draw it yourself." As he said this, he walked over again. Shi Qingxian stood stiffly and didn't move. Xiaolian hurriedly moved in his place and went up to support Ming Yi. He said, "Brother Ming, how are your injuries? Are you all right with the poison?" Ming Yi shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Let's find Master Navy first." Shi Qingxian nodded and the two of them slowly walked forward. Xiaolian couldn't find a chance to warn Shi Qingxian and complained incessantly. In a flash, he suddenly felt his lips slightly open. It was Shi Qingxian who was silently opening and closing his mouth. He couldn't help but shiver. Carefully analyzing the shape of his mouth, he said, "What's going on?" Xiaolian was afraid that Ming Yi, who was close at hand, would discover something strange. He slightly lowered his head and also mouthed, "He's fake." The moment he mouthed the 4 words, Xiaolian felt a thin layer of goosebumps on his arms. Shi Qingxuan's eyes widened and he mouthed, "Fake? Then who is he?" Xiaolian silently gave the answer. He said, "Vernacular true immortal." Shi Qingxian sucked in a breath of cold air. Ming Yi's voice came from above, "What's wrong?" Shi Qingxian sucked in this breath of cold air and then sighed. He said with a trembling voice, "I'm afraid." After a moment of silence, Ming Yi said, "It's too early to be afraid now. If it was in the past, these words would definitely be interpreted as awkward comfort. However, at this moment, it was filled with an indescribable gloominess, as if it was some kind of threat. Shi Qingxian lowered his head and mouthed to Xiaolian, "It can't be. Vernacular true immortal can't transform." In fact, after Xiaolian said it, he also felt that it was not appropriate to call him vernacular true immortal. It should be said that it was too disrespectful and too neglectful. A few days ago, the vernacular true immortal that Shi Qingxian had encountered was at most a small fry, or an insignificant clone, or some leftovers that had not been eaten up. Thus he gave the second answer, Blackwater Xiangui. Shi Qingxuan's feet slanted again. Mingyi said, "What's wrong with you again?" Shi Qingxuan's teeth trembled as he said, "I want to die." Mingyi said coldly, "You wish?" It was here again. The same frosty tone, the same cold words. It was clearly no different from the past, but at this moment it had a completely different meaning. However, this was far from the end. Xiaolian silently uttered a third name. He Xian. Shi Qingxian seemed to be unable to take it anymore. His heart was beating like a drum. Xiaolian also noticed it. Coincidentally, he passed by a small stream. He made a prompt decision and said, "Brother Ming, I think you should rest first before looking." Mingyi said, "How can I have time to rest now?" Xiaolian said, "You're poisoned. The harder you move, the faster the poison will spread. Besides, if you don't rest, I, immortal, also need to rest. You sit down first, I'll go get some water to drink." Thus, he tried his best to stabilize his hands and feet, not revealing a trace of trembling. He let Mingyi sit on the grass, while he went to the stream and used the sound of the flowing stream to cover his low voice. Shi Qingxian splashed 2 handfuls of water on his face. He calmed down and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, what are you talking about? Who is this person behind me? Was it one of the 3 that transformed into Brother Ming? Or did they all possess Brother Ming's body?" Xiaolian said, "Windmaster, calm down. It's not them, it's him. Right now, there's only one person beside you. From the beginning to the end, it's always this person. No one has transformed, and no one has possessed him." Shi Qingxian muttered, but Brother Ming, he... Xiaolian said, "Don't call him Brother Ming. The real Brother Ming is already dead." Shi Qingxian said, "How do you know? Did you see it?" Xiaolian said, "Not only did I see it, you saw it too. The real Geomaster is the skeleton that was just enshrined in the Netherworld Water Mansion. Why do you think he couldn't use the Geomaster's crescent shovel? Because that wasn't his thing at all. The person behind you a few hundred years ago, his real name was He Xian. He cultivated to the absolute level and changed his name to Blackwater Xian Ghost. He swallowed the true immortal and controlled that thing to find you. He imprisoned and killed the real Geomaster, and from a long time ago, he impersonated him and went to the heavenly court." Just as his voice fell, his whole body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 124. Mingyi's voice came from behind. "What are you muttering to yourself?" Shi Qingxuan's body stiffened. He said, I. Xiaolian wanted to speak up for him, but his tongue did not listen to him. There was nothing he could do. The best friend he trusted the most was actually the thing he feared the most, and he had been lurking by his side. There was no one around. He did not know what he wanted to do. Who wouldn't be afraid? Suddenly Mingyi's fingers tightened. Shi Qingxuan's shoulder felt a pain, and he pressed it down. At the same time, a pair of pale hands suddenly stretched out from the stream, grabbing Shi Qingxuan's throat. "Water Ghost!" Mingyi pressed down, and this hand grabbed empty air. He struck out again. A scream came from the water. It seemed that the thing had been scattered. Shi Qingxian fell to the ground. Mingyi pulled him up and said, "Is there something wrong with your brain? You can find a random stream in the Black Water Ghost land to wash your face." Shi Qingxian had just used the stream water that had soaked the corpse of the water ghost to soak himself. He should have felt slightly disgusted, however. He was not in the mood to pay attention to this. His cheeks and hair were dripping with water. He was drenched like a drowned chicken. He was out of his wits. He just allowed Mingyi to pull him up and followed him in a daze. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, everything related to this Brother Ming revealed a strange feeling. He was a Geomaster, so naturally all the earth-shrinking formations along the way were drawn by him. This should have been his special skill, but it kept happening. The 4 of them were inexplicably teleported from the Puqi Temple to Bogu Town. And something happened to the teleportation of the Windmaster and the Navy on the Blackwater Island. Was it because the teleportation hall had not been repaired for a long time? Was there something else at work? Was it because the mastermind behind the scenes was too powerful? Why think too much? The simplest answer was that Ming-Yi had done something to them. When Master Wind was first taken away by the vernacular True Immortal, he was the one who lost sight of him. When Master Wind lost his mana, he was also the first to discover him. He was the one who had always been by Shi Qingxuan's side, and knew his fears and actions like the back of his hand. He knew Master Wind's password and could command the vernacular True Immortal to threaten him. He was also the one who personally opened the door of the protective formation of the wine table. At that time he smashed the signboard of Feng Shui Palace with his own hands. But his expression didn't change. Maybe it was because he was unconventional, or maybe it was because he did it on purpose. Using this as an excuse, he openly destroyed his enemy's signboard in front of them, and the enemy even had to thank him. How arrogant and bold. It wasn't that Xiaolian had never suspected these minute oddities. He had personally probed the 3 questions, but he had never thought that something so audacious and unbelievable could actually happen. A ghost, disguised as a priest, had been lurking among them all this time. Blackwater's sinking boat always low-key? It was only natural for him to keep a low profile since he had been living under another identity for many years. At that time, Ming-Yi's answer was indeed flawless. That was because he had swallowed the vernacular True Immortal and possessed its ability. He could order it around like a minion. The desperate Ghost King was definitely above it. Of course, it wasn't restricted by that characteristic. If he wanted to tell the truth, he would tell the truth. If he wanted to tell a lie, he would tell a lie. That skeleton's hands and feet were dexterous, fitting the identity of a geomaster. Why was it placed in the Netherworld underwater mansion? It had to be. Because that was the skeleton of a priest. If they didn't treat it carefully and only buried it carelessly, it definitely wouldn't be able to keep the coffin lid down. Therefore, they could only treat it with grand etiquette and place it in their own palace. But what made Xiaolian guess his identity wasn't just this. It was that pounce. The sailors asked why the skeleton had the last radiance of a setting sun. Ming-Yi rushed to answer. As long as there's something that can stand up and block our way, everything else is important. But in reality, what really provoked Ming-Yi wasn't this sentence, but the 4 words after, Lord Geomaster. It was because he was the real Geomaster, and the person who impersonated him was standing right in front of them. Moreover, he had casually and deliberately led them in the wrong direction. Sometimes, Ming-Yi would deliberately do the opposite, pulling them in the right direction a few times to get rid of suspicion. For example, he said to Hua Cheng, "You really have a spy in the heavenly court." But wasn't that spy himself? That was why Hua Cheng sarcastically replied, "Didn't you already know?" The underlying meaning was, why bother putting on an act? However, the term spy was probably not accurate. There should be an agreement between the two of them. For example, an exchange of information. If the 2 desperate Ghost Kings worked together, wouldn't it be a win-win situation? Blackwater infiltrated the heavenly court and grasped the movements of the heavenly realm. Hua Cheng took root in the human world and had believers everywhere. Other than that, it was unknown whether there was any other cooperation. Junwu sent the Geomaster to the Ghost City as a spy. It was like sending a thief into a thief's den. Since Ming-Yi had been undercover, there had only been 2 accidents. The first was the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique. The impersonator naturally wouldn't do something like that. Xiaolian was more inclined to believe that the fire dragon howling to the heavens technique was released by the real Ming-Yi when he escaped. To completely disguise as someone else and infiltrate the heavenly court, it was impossible not to have a good understanding of that person. Therefore, the impersonator must be kept alive and details must be extracted from his mouth bit by bit, including experience, skills, and how to use magic weapons. The fake Ming-Yi should have captured and imprisoned the real Ming-Yi when he had just gone through the tribulation and hadn't had the time to ascend to heaven. Otherwise, if the real Ming-Yi had already been in contact with other heavenly officials, the impersonator would be exposed even more easily. That was an accident. Therefore, when Hua Cheng received the news, he had to go back to help his partner deal with the aftermath. Coincidentally, Xiaolian also accepted the mission from Junwu, Ghost City Rescue. At that time he didn't feel it. Now that he thought about it, wasn't that operation a little too smooth? Xiaolian did indeed rescue the Geomaster from the Blissful Places dungeon. But how did he discover the dungeon? It was because he first saw the demon-masked man wearing the shackles under Hua Cheng, and then he saw this man sneaking around the blissful place. Something like the shackles was a disgrace. Normally, when a heavenly official was demoted, they would want to hide it. Why would that demon-masked man wear it on his hand? Why did he hide it later? Other than accidentally, the other explanation was that he did it on purpose. It was to attract Xiaolian's attention, so that he could naturally discover the imprisoned fake Geomaster. In reality, the Mingyi who had sent out the distress signal should have been killed after that. Because there was no way to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence, he couldn't leave his body behind either. That was equivalent to leaving behind a lot of clues, so he turned him into bones. The second accident was that after Shi Qingxian was threatened by the vernacular true immortal, he sought Xiaolian's help. Hua Cheng clearly didn't want Xiaolian to be involved in this matter. Therefore, at that time Mingyi said, "It wasn't my intention to come here." And later on at the pouring wine platform, during the time when Hua Cheng left, he should have gone to meet up with Mingyi to question him about what was going on. Xiaolian didn't have the chance to tell Shi Qingxian all of these in detail, but Shi Qingxian must have thought of them one by one. His hands, which were hidden under his sleeves, were trembling slightly. The two of them walked side by side while Xiaolian was thinking, where did Shi Wudu go? The first one to leave through the formation was Shi Wudu, and the last one was Mingyi. He shouldn't be able to do anything to Shi Wudu without Shi Qingxuan's permission, so there were three possibilities. First, Shi Wudu was sent to another place. Second, there was something waiting for him at Shi Wudu's destination, and he had already been killed. Third, Shi Wudu left on his own. If it was one or two, there was no reason for Mingyi to continue acting in front of Shi Qingxian and look for him together. Thinking of this, Xiaolian suddenly heard Mingyi say, "Where's your longevity lock?" Shi Qingxian didn't react, but Xiaolian's heart jumped. Mingyi asked a few times before Shi Qingxian said, "Huh." Mingyi said in annoyance, "Didn't you say that your two longevity locks were made from the essence of gold? And when the owner is injured, it will resonate." Shi Qingxian told Mingyi everything, so he naturally knew the use of this treasure. This meant that he actually wanted to use this golden lock to find Shi Wudu's whereabouts. Shi Qingxian said, But my injury is already healed." Mingyi said coldly, "Isn't that simple?" As he said that, he raised his hand slightly. Xiaolian thought, could it be that he wants to stab Master Wind a few times? Just as he was on guard, who knew that Mingyi would press on the wound on his arm. The wound that had already healed instantly bled. He said, "Wear the lock for me." Seeing this, Xiaolian couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Even if it was an act, to be able to do it to this extent was really amazing. He could completely understand why Shi Qingxian would value Mingyi as a friend so much. If this action did not contain hidden killing intent and bad intentions, such a person would be a friend worth making. Shi Qingxian hesitated and did not dare to move. As long as he handed over one longevity lock, the two golden locks would resonate. Shi Wudu sensed it and would definitely take the initiative to look for it. Mingyi frowned and said, "Are you scared, silly?" Shi Qingxian said, "No. Actually, this lock, didn't I tell you? Only when I wear it myself will it have such an effect." Mingyi said suspiciously, "Is there such a thing?" Shi Qingxian gripped the longevity lock tightly and nodded vigorously, "Yes." Mingyi stared at him for a moment and seemed to give up on this plan. He lowered his head to look at the wound on his arm and did not say anything. Who knew at this moment the longevity lock on Shi Qingxuan's neck started to tremble. Shi Qingxuan's expression changed drastically, and Mingyi reacted extremely quickly. He immediately walked in the direction of the longevity lock and said, "Lord Navy is over there." The golden lock resonated, which meant that Shi Wudu was injured. However, he was completely unscathed when he entered the formation, so what could have injured him now? Xiaolian could feel that Shi Qingxian was in a hurry to go, but it was not that he did not want to go. They were trapped in the illusion of the Black Water Lake, and there was no one else on the island. Pei Ming was painstakingly cutting wood to build a coffin boat outside the realm, waiting for them to return. Shi Qingxian was immortal right now, and Shi Wudu was injured again. Even heaven and earth would not respond to him. Now that he had delivered himself to his door, how could he run? After hurriedly walking for a while, Shi Qingxian said, Ming, brother, I think there is a trick in this, it's best not to go. Mingyi said, what trick? Shi Qingxian braced himself and said, how could my brother be injured? The one over there might not be him. Mingyi was much more reasonable than him and said, right now, we are in the territory of the desperate Ghost King. Lord Navy might not have the ability to protect himself. No matter what it is, let's go and take a look first. Shi Qingxian could not think of a reason not to go. Xiaolian also could not think of one, but he quietly watched the changes. As the vibration of the longevity lock increased, the two of them got closer and closer. They saw Shi Wudu lying on the ground, curled up in a sorry state, holding his abdomen, looking like he was in great pain. Shi Qingxian was shocked when he saw this and shouted, brother. He ran over and Mingyi followed. Who knew that when Shi Qingxian got close to Shi Wudu suddenly jumped up and hugged him, laughing crazily. Shi Qingxian was hugged by him and was extremely shocked. Only then did he realize that this person's nose was crooked and his eyes were slanted. How was this Shi Wudu? It was just a crazy weirdo wearing Shi Wudu's clothes and wearing that golden lock. Before he could speak, he heard a loud sound. Mingyi, who was beside him, suddenly fell to the ground. There was a black hole the size of a ball in his chest, and blood covered the ground. And a figure in white jumped down from the tree, grabbed him and ran, shouting, go! Xiaolian took a closer look. This person was Shi Wudu. Shi Qingxian said, brother. Shi Wudu shouted in a low voice, don't talk, quickly follow me. He is not a good person. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaolian understood. It turned out that Shi Wudu was not easy to deal with. When he came out of the door formation and realized that he was still in the netherworld underwater manner, he felt that something was wrong. His thinking was much simpler and sharper than Xiaolian's. The first thing he suspected was that Mingyi was up to something. He hid first so that he could not find him and hid in the dark to see what he was doing. He and Shi Qingxian were probably teleported to different places. If not, he would have brought Shi Qingxian to hide together. After realizing that Mingyi and Shi Qingxian were moving together, he pulled a crazy weirdo over and helped him put on his clothes, put on the golden lock, and then gave him a palm to attract Mingyi's attention before launching a surprise attack from the side. He was also vicious and merciless. In fact, there was no strong evidence to prove that Mingyi had done much, but once he made a move, he was aiming for his life. Shi Qingxian could not help but turn his head, and this time he just happened to see Mingyi, whose heart had been pierced through, lying on the ground for a while. He sat up, looked down at the bloody hole expressionlessly, and slowly stood up. At that moment, Xiaolian felt a piercing coldness spread from Shi Qingxian to the bottom of his heart. Even if it was a god official, how could they still be able to move normally after being beaten up like this? It must be something that was not human. The two brothers ran for a while and suddenly, the hairs on Xiaolian's back stood up, and he shouted, be careful. He pulled the navy, and a sharp sound of wind breaking came from the air in front of them, and a cold light flashed past. If it was not for Xiaolian's pull, the navy would have already been slit in the neck. Those invisible people who could only be reflected in the water. Shi Wudu scolded, and with a flip of his hand, he took out the navy fan. With a backhand fan, 7 to 8 slender water arrows shot out from the water ripples on the surface of the fan, and surrounded the two of them, forming a protective circle. This time those invisible people could not do anything to them. The two of them continued to run, and Shi Qingxian could not help but turn his head. When he turned his head, his hair stood on end and he said, he followed us. As expected, Mingyi was about 200 feet behind them, and he was walking slowly. Even though it looked like he was walking slowly, but with every step he took, the distance between him and the two people in front of him was instantly shortened by a large margin. It was as if in another 7 to 8 steps, he would be able to grab the back of their clothes. Shi Wudu didn't look back. With a wave of his fan, another 20 to 30 extremely sharp dragon-shaped water arrows shot out. They were clearly condensed from water, but they actually emitted the sound of steel blades tearing through the air. With another wave, the number doubled. With a few more waves, more than 100 water arrows flew toward Mingyi. They surrounded her from all directions. If she missed even one arrow, she would definitely be pierced through and feel a chill in her heart. However, Mingy actually grabbed the first water arrow with his bare hands, and with a tug it was like pulling a rope. The navy fan was actually pulled out of his hand just like that. Once the fan left his hand, the water dragon arrows that were dancing wildly in the air immediately turned into a sky full of fine rain, and fell down. Sure Wudu suddenly stopped, and looked at his own hand in disbelief. In more than 100 years, this was the first time someone had pulled the navy fan from his hand. He knew in his heart that he couldn't escape, and when he turned back to look, Mingy was also steadily walking toward them with his hands behind his back. His entire person seemed to be undergoing some kind of subtle change. With every step he took, this change increased. That originally snow-white face became even paler, and like Hua Cheng, there was no color of blood. His brows became sharper, and the outline of his eyes became deeper. Of course, it also became more gloomy. The originally simple black robe quietly grew a dark pattern of water ripples embroidered with fine thread in an inconspicuous corner, and it flickered with a mysterious silver light. When he walked in front of the two feng shui masters, even though he still had the same face, he was already a completely different person. Geomasters weren't martial gods, and their martial strength wasn't good, and their magic power wasn't strong. However, this person in front of them clearly didn't match these 2 points. Sure Wudu said warily, "What exactly are you?" Mingy seemed to find it funny, and he squinted his eyes. "You are in my territory, and you still have to ask me what I am?" Sure Wudu said, "Black Water Xian Ghost?" Mingy looked at Sure Qingxian, but Sure Qingxian didn't have any reaction. Sure Wudu said, "You have always been a geomaster?" Or, before he finished, he also reacted and said, "I see." But what he reacted to was only the fact that Xian ghosts had always been hiding in the celestial heavens. Sure Wudu said, "You and I have always minded our own business, and we ruled from different regions. This time, coming to your territory wasn't my wish, so why don't we both take a step back?" Mingy said, "Looks like there are also times when water can't run rampant." Sure Wudu was arrogant by nature, and when he heard this, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. Even though he was under the eaves and his younger brother was by his side, and he had to lower his head, he still didn't want to lose his momentum. He said, "If not for the fact that the timing and location aren't right, I might not be afraid of you." Mingy took another step forward, and said in an awe-inspiring tone, "Sure Wudu, take a look at who I am." Sure Wudu frowned slightly and looked at him. He had seen this face of a geomaster a few times, and he didn't understand what it meant. He said, "Who do you want me to say?" He paused, thinking that she was hinting at him not to reveal his identity, and said, "It doesn't matter who you are. I swear on the name of my navy, as long as you don't implicate us two brothers, whatever you do, it has nothing to do with me." Before he finished speaking, Mingy said coldly, "Shui Hengqian is indeed a forgetful person. Back then you flipped through the birth and name lists of so many people in the mortal realm, and after a lot of effort you finally found me the only one. Why, in just a few hundred years have you forgotten what I look like?" Hearing this, Sure Wudu's face twisted bit by bit. This was the first time this expression of seeing a living ghost, that usually appeared on the face of mortals, appeared on his face. Sure Wudu's pupils shrank to the smallest, and he blurted out, "You're still alive?" But He Xian said coldly, "I'm dead." After saying this, he suddenly raised his hand, 4 fingers together, and raised it up. Xiaolian felt a sharp pain coming towards his head. It was Sure Qingxian being affected by his spell field and fainting. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaolian slowly woke up along with Sure Qingxuan's consciousness. Before he could open his eyes, he felt something constantly rubbing against his body. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that it was actually 7 or 8 furry, smelly heads. A group of crazy people surrounded him, laughing idiotically while reaching out to touch and scratch him. Xiaolian could still be considered calm, because he judged that there was no danger to his life at the moment. Also, although this group of strange people was a bit dirty, they were not a threat. Sure Qingxian, on the other hand, was greatly alarmed. He immediately wanted to push them away, but he heard a series of clanking sounds of iron chains. His hands and feet were ice cold and he couldn't move. Looking up, it turned out that he was actually handcuffed to a mottled wall by a few large iron chains that were as thick as wooden sticks, and his arms were hung high up. Looking at the ground and the ceiling, he should have returned to the Netherworld water mansion. Xiaolian felt the same as him. He also had a splitting headache. Just as he wanted to say, "Lord Windmaster, calm down. I will teach you how to break free from this kind of shackles," he suddenly realized that he actually couldn't make a sound. Surprised, Xiaolian hurriedly examined himself. A large portion of his mana had indeed been lost. Although his soul could still stay in Shi Qingshuan's body, he couldn't use Shi Qingshuan's body, and he couldn't even open his mouth to give a hint. Could it be that the mana that Huacheng borrowed had already been used up? Impossible. He was very clear about how much mana was needed to use the soul transfer technique once. The mana that Huacheng lent him would only be more, and definitely not less. Moreover, he felt that his mana was still continuously flowing away, and he couldn't help but feel strange and anxious. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded from the opposite side. "Qingshan." Shi Qingshuan's eyes were blurry. He looked up with rapt attention, and the one who called out to him was actually Shi Wudu. He wasn't chained up, but his white clothes were extremely dirty, and he was kneeling on the ground. Seeing that Shi Qingshan had woken up, his face revealed a look of joy, and he seemed to want to come over, but he was immediately kicked down by the person beside him, and he knelt down again. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was cold and gloomy, and his skin was so white that it made one's heart feel cold. It was that black water Xian ghost, or rather, He Xian. Behind him there was a divine altar, and 4 jet black and glossy urns stood calmly on top of the divine altar. 2 torn fans were thrown on the ground. They were the Windmaster's fan and the Watermaster's fan. "Father, mother, sister, fiancé," He Xian said, kowtow. Shi Wudu stared at Shi Qingshan and said, "Okay." With one word, he actually really knelt in front of the divine altar, and kowtowed dozens of times towards the 4 urns. After kowtowing, he stood up slightly, but He Xian stepped heavily on his head, and said coldly, "Did I allow you to get up?" Shi Wudu immediately bled from this stomp, and he gritted his teeth. No. His brother, who used to be so proud that he wouldn't even lower his head, had his face stepped on to the ground. Although he knew that the retribution he deserved was 10 times worse than this, blood was thicker than water, and he still couldn't bear to see it. Shi Qingshan said, "Brother." Hearing this, He Xian's cold eyes swept over. Even if he couldn't lift his head, Shi Wudu knew that this was bad, and immediately shouted, "You shut up." After thinking for a moment, He Xian removed the boot from his head. Shi Wudu was trembling with fear, but he couldn't get up, and he said in a low voice, "Qingshan." He Xian walked over slowly. The group of crazy people were very afraid of him, and they screamed and ran away, but they still secretly looked at Shi Qingshan, as if they were coveting something on him. Shi Qingshan was chained to the wall, and looking at this face that he should have been very familiar with slowly approaching, he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. He Xian squatted down in front of him, paused, and opened his mouth to ask, "Is the vernacular true immortal scary?" He asked calmly, and Shi Qingshuan's eyes were straight. His lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. The vernacular true immortal of the past was already extremely terrifying, and this person who swallowed the vernacular true immortal was 10 times and 100 times more terrifying than the nightmares of his youth. And this fear was something that he should have endured a long time ago. Shi Wudu said, "He Xian, I will take responsibility for my own actions. It was my idea to use you to block the disaster. This matter has nothing to do with my brother." He Xian sneered. "Nothing to do with it?" He stared at Shi Qingshan and said word by word, "Your brother is a mortal with mediocre talent, and he was able to ascend to the sky, and his glory is boundless, and what he took is my destiny, and what he enjoyed is my godhood. You tell me this has nothing to do with him?" This sentence, every word was like a knife, every knife piercing the heart, and it was said for Shi Qingshan to hear. Even though Shi Qingshan knew the ins and outs of the matter, he couldn't help but lower his head, feeling that he would never be able to lift it up in this lifetime. Shi Wudu forced himself to be calm and said, Since you have always been by his side, you should know that I didn't lie to you. With his personality, he can't hide things. He really didn't know anything from the beginning to the end." He Xian said sternly, It is precisely because of this that it is even more hateful. What right does he have to not know anything? Shi Qingxian lowered his head even more. What right does he have to suck other people's blood, step on other people's corpses to ascend to the heavens? But he can enjoy all of this with a clear conscience and without any burden. He Xian said again, you didn't know at the beginning, and you didn't know afterwards? Shi Qingxian raised his head, and said with a trembling voice, Brother Ming, He Xian shouted, shut up. His face was almost ferocious. Shi Qingxian took a look, and shivered and kept quiet out of fear. He Xian suddenly got up, and walked around the netherworld underwater manner, and growled in a low voice, I gave you a chance. Shi Qingxian closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Xiaolian thought of the extremely angry good in Bogu town, and the scene when Shi Qingxian wanted to follow Pei Ming to the East Sea, and Ming Yi stopped him. However, every time Shi Qingxian still chose to help Shi Wudu. He said in a low voice, I'm sorry. He Xian stopped and asked, You're sorry, what is it? The row of 4 cinerary urns was placed right in front of Shi Qingxian, as if mocking him. This light apology made people feel more and more pain, burning their hearts and liver, as if no matter what he said, he would be beaten back to his original state. Shi Qingxian said, I know it's useless, but He Xian said indifferently, but you what? You know it's useless, but you still want to try your best to show your sincerity, hoping to move me, hoping that I can let go of my hatred and resolve the grudge? Shi Qingxian hurriedly said, No, that's not it. I didn't mean that. I really feel very sorry for you. Really. Ming. Young master I know that my brother and I are both wrong. At this point there is no way to remedy it, so. He Xian listened and said, so. At this moment any more words would be useless. Shi Qingxian tried hard for a while, but he really could not continue. He Xian said coldly, Say it, why don't you continue? So are you willing to die to atone for your sins? Shi Qingxian was stunned. Shi Wudu could not take it anymore and said, He Xian. The culprit is me, a perfected immortal, but Qingxian himself does not deserve to die. You. He Xian said, Then who is guilty of my family of 5? Who died again? Shi Wudu choked. He Xian continued to ask, Speak. Are you willing? Shi Qingxian said in a low voice, I am. Hearing this, He Xian sneered. Because Shi Qingxian lowered his head, Xiaolian could not see his expression. Even if he saw it, he would probably not be able to figure out his thoughts. After a while, He Xian walked away with his hands behind his back. When the group of crazy people saw him leave, they surrounded him again. Some hugged Shi Qingxuan's thighs and arms and refused to let go. Some pulled his hair, some hooked his neck. All of their eyes were green, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Even though Xiaolian had lived among beggars, he still felt his hair stand on end. He thought to himself, who are these people? Why did the Xian ghost get such a bunch of lunatics here? Shi Qingxian silently endured the pushing and pulling of these lunatics, not daring to make a sound. He Xian watched coldly from the side for a while and said, Do you know who these people are? A few skinny claws touched Shi Qingxuan's face and body. He did not even dare to breathe, and of course he did not have time to think about who these people were. He shook his head. He Xian said, Rotten life, cheap life, a life that is worse than pigs and dogs, a life that drives people crazy. A chill crawled through Xiaolian's heart, and he vaguely guessed what he wanted to do. Shi Wudu also understood at once. His eyes widened and he said, You. He Xian stood between Shi Wudu and Shi Qingxian and said coldly, Now I'll give you 2 choices. He pointed at Shi Wudu and said, The first choice. You. Pick one person from this group and exchange your brother's life with him. Then get lost to the mortal world. Layers of blood vessels crawled up Shi Wudu's eyeballs, and his shoulders started to tremble. He Xian said, Since you like to exchange people's lives so much, I guess you're very familiar with this, you don't need me to teach you. This step, if one did not look at the cause, was really vicious. Although Shi Qingxuan's original fate was not enough for him to ascend, he was still an extremely peaceful and wealthy person of leisure. Looking at these people again, all of them were either suffering from ulcers or were tortured to the point of going crazy. Obviously, all of them were people who were plagued by great calamities. If he were to exchange with them, Wouldn't Shi Qingxian end up in the same miserable state as them? This was a fate that could drive a person crazy, and from then on he would suffer endless pain and torture. Shi Wudu obviously failed this tribulation, and if the matter of being a true immortal was exposed, he would definitely be demoted. After being demoted to immortal, he would not be able to exchange for Shi Qingxuan's good life. An ordinary person who was deprived of magic power and a lowly person who was rotten to the core of the earth, how could they live on? Shi Wudu panted and gritted his teeth. What about the second one? Xian continued, the second one. This time he stared at Shi Qingxian. He said word by word, I won't touch your life. You right here, cut off your brother's head for me. With a clang, he threw a rusty knife on the ground. Shi Qingxian stared at the knife and his eyes widened. Xian said, then, never appear in front of me again. This way, I can pretend that you don't exist in this world. The hatred that was engraved in his bones had settled for hundreds of years, and finally reached the peak. Everyone could see the madness burning in his eyes, and everyone could understand that he was not just talking. After a moment of silence, Shi Wudu said hoarsely, I'll kill myself. Can I kill myself? Xian said, you don't have the right to bargain with me. Shi Wudu looked at Shi Qingxian and muttered, you want our lives. Shi Qingxian was not as desperate as him, and hurriedly said, brother, let's choose the first one. The first one. After a while, Shi Wudu calmed down and said, no, I choose the second one. Shi Qingxian was stunned and said, why choose the second one? Isn't it good for all of us to live? Brother, the first one, not the second one, I really can't. Shi Wudu said angrily, shut up. You don't know me? You want me to have nothing, and then watch you become that kind of thing in the muddy ground. Do you think I can do it? You might as well anger me to death. Shi Qingxian said, brother, forget it. A bad life is better than a good death. Besides, actually think about it, we have lived for hundreds of years, we should also. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of how he had lived for hundreds of years, and was too ashamed to continue. Xian looked at them coldly at the side. Shi Wudu struggled to get up, grabbed the rusty knife and stumbled to the wall, grabbed his brother's shoulder and said, come. He then said in a low voice, go find General Pei, ask him to take care of you. The knife was frighteningly heavy, and full of rust, not to mention killing a person. It would be difficult to even kill a chicken. If one used such a knife to cut someone's head, both the person who cut and the person who was cut would definitely be in extreme pain. Shi Qingxian was so scared that he could not hold it at all, and fell straight to the ground and said, forget it, brother, forget it. Didn't you tell me before, everyone in the world takes care of themselves, how can others take care of us? It has always been us taking care of ourselves. Don't give me this thing, don't give it to me. Shi Wudu shouted, Qingxian, don't be so useless. Then he smiled bitterly. Your brother's nickname is Water Traversing the Heavens. It's not like you don't know. For so many years I have overturned the skies and stirred up waves. If not 1,000, there are at least 800. In the heavens and under the heavens there are enemies everywhere. It's fine if I die, everything will be over, it's none of your business. If I don't die but have nothing left, that would be a fate worse than death. If I'm not the water god, I can't take care of you, I can't even protect myself. I'm afraid that within 2 days we brothers will take it. Shi Qingxian was so scared that he was about to cry, and he lost control. No, brother, I really have no other way. Don't force me, don't give it to me. Help. At this time he actually screamed for help. Shi Wudu said, it's okay. Don't be afraid of Qingxian. It's better to exchange your life and draw your mana. Xian looked at this point patiently and suddenly he kicked over. Caught off guard, Shi Wudu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and rolled a few times on the ground, unable to stand. Shi Qingxian hung on the wall and shouted, brother. Xian said coldly, shut up. Stop showing your disgusting brotherly love in front of me. No one here will be moved by you. Unexpectedly, Shi Wudu spat out a mouthful of blood, and suddenly turned over, leaped up and strangled Shi Qingxuan's neck. Xiaolian was shocked, and immediately felt suffocated, blood rushing to his face. Shi Qingxian said with difficulty, brother. Shi Wudu gritted the blood between his teeth and said, Qingxian, I can't rest easy with you like this. If I die, you definitely won't be able to live in this world. Why don't you leave with brother? As he said this, his hand suddenly exerted force, and Shi Qingshuan's vision turned black, and a dying moan escaped from his throat. Xiaolian was shocked. Is the Water Master really going to strangle the Wind Master to death? Not long after, the pressure on his throat suddenly loosened, and a large amount of air rushed in, choking Shi Qingxian until he coughed repeatedly. It was He Xian who stood beside them, and from his forearms, he forcefully broke Shi Wudu's 2 hands that were strangling his neck, and said coldly, "Did I give you a third choice?" Shi Wudu's arms were broken, and blood spurted out like a fountain, but he laughed loudly. He Xian threw away his 2 arms as if they were trash and said, "What are you laughing at?" Shi Wudu shook his pair of blood-stained, empty wide sleeves and said, "I'm laughing at you. Thinking that you have the upper hand. Do you think that you have endured for so many years, and now that you have finally gotten your revenge it's very satisfying?" He Xian said, "Looking at you struggling at death's door, it's indeed very satisfying." Shi Wudu said, "Is that so? Then let me tell you I'm also very happy." He used his broken arms to grab He Xian's collar and said, "Because I see you so angry, so painful, so hateful that your teeth are about to break, but you still can't save your loved ones. You are still a ghost in the gutter, and no matter how you stomp your feet, it's useless because they are all long dead. And I, my younger brother, have lived for so long, and been a god official for these hundreds of years. Now, even if he can't live anymore, he has also gained and I have won. Am I not more happy than you?" Ha 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 ha. As he listened, He Xian's pale face gradually changed, as if a will-o'-the-wisp had lit up on the ice-cold wasteland. Suddenly, the airflow in the room seemed to have become much colder. Shi Qingxian was terrified, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Brother, don't say anymore, okay? Brother, oh my god, what are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about?" He Xian suddenly made a move and grabbed Shi Wudu's neck and said, "You don't have the slightest bit of remorse." Shi Wudu laughed wildly and said, "Remorse? Humph, what a joke. To think that you're the desperate ghost king Blackwatersink's boat, and you're talking to me about remorse? Let me tell you there's no such thing." Shi Qingxian screamed, and Shi Wudu raised his head and said, "Everything that I have today, I fought for it myself. What I don't have, I fight for it myself. What I don't have, I change it myself. My fate is up to me, not the heavens." This was the first time Xiaolian heard an explanation like, "My fate is up to me, not the heavens." Even if his scalp went numb, he was still shocked. As if his horizons had been opened by Shi Wudu's righteous and unapologetic attitude, He Xian also laughed out loud. Seeing that his face was getting more and more terrifying, Shi Qingxian broke down and said, "Brother, I beg you, can you stop talking, okay? Save me." Shi Wudu's arrogance didn't decrease in the slightest, and he said, "Qingxian, brother will leave first. I'll wait for you down there." Ha 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 ha. Before he finished speaking, He Xian placed his hand on his head and grabbed his hair. Shi Qingxian was scared out of his wits, and the iron chains clanked against the wall, and he said, Brother Ming, it's all our fault, it's all my fault. My brother is like this because of me. My brother is crazy. Did you see that?" He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. He could only stare at him and kowtow repeatedly. He Xian slowly looked at him. After a moment he seemed to have thought of something and calmed down a little, stopping his movements. Seeing this, Shi Qingxian heaved a sigh of relief as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope. Tears finally rolled down his cheeks. However, before the tears could fall to the ground, He Xian's cold voice rang out, "You called the wrong person." With that, he raised his hand and twisted Shi Wudu's head off his neck. Ah! Shi Wudu's head was separated from his body, and fresh blood spurted out from the uneven gap on his neck, splashing onto Shi Qingshuan's body and face. Shi Qingxian finally couldn't take it anymore and screamed like a madman. Seeing a headless corpse standing still, it was very interesting. Those crazy people were so happy that they went crazy. They circled around him, and their bare feet left a large circle of bloody footprints. As they circled, they clapped and cheered, "Yo, yo, yo! He's dead, he's dead! He's dead, he's dead! He..." Shi Qingxian screamed for an unknown period of time, and it was as if his soul had flown away. It was unknown when he stopped. When Xiaolian regained consciousness, he had already sat paralyzed on the bloody ground for a long time. And He Xian was standing not far from him, holding Shi Wudu's wide-eyed head in one hand, looking down at him from up high. After a while, He Xian said indifferently, "Do you have anything to say?" Shi Qingxian stared blankly at the row of urns on the altar in front of him, and the 2 broken fans on the ground. After a long time, he mumbled, "I want to die." He Xian said coldly, "You wish." Then He Xian stretched out a hand to him, and Shi Qingxian closed his eyes. At the same time, Xiaolian's soul was suddenly pulled out and thrown high into the air. Chapter 125. Seeing Xiaolian wake up, Hua Chong parted his lips slightly. It seemed like he was about to leave. In a moment of desperation, Xiaolian couldn't care less. He raised his hands and wrapped them around his neck, sucking back the magic power that Hua Chong had absorbed. Hua Chong clearly did not expect him to do this. He did not pay attention for a moment. The magic power flowed back. Xiaolian was afraid that he would leave, so he hurriedly cupped Xiaolian's face with his hands. He turned over. He pressed Hua Chong onto the ground and felt a cool spiritual energy flowing into his body. It flowed down his throat and into his stomach. It was extremely warm. At this moment, the small wooden door of Puqi Monastery creaked. A gigantic green caterpillar-like figure crawled out of the house and said, "Damn it! Which son of a bitch had the guts to do that? Are you a thief? You stole from me and still dare to disturb my sleep. Achoo! Let's see if I..." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw 2 figures kissing passionately outside the monastery. That red and white, who else could it be? He was so frightened that he screamed, "Yaha!" Hua Chong raised his hand slightly, intending to grab Xiaolian's shoulder. Hearing Qi Rong's clamor, she changed her hand and slapped Qi Rong back into the house with an "io" sound. The door closed with a pung sound. Only then did Hua Chong flip over and press Xiaolian under his body. He raised his head and panted slightly. A black light flickered in his eyes as he said, "Your Highness." Xiaolian didn't have time to say more. He reached out and hooked his arm around his neck before pulling it down again. After absorbing enough mana, he choked for a moment before saying again, "Soul. Great art of soul transfer." Unexpectedly, this time just as his soul was pulled out, before it could be thrown into the sky, it was blocked by a wall and heavily bounced back into his body, causing him to cry out. When he opened his eyes, he was still greeted by the starry sky and Hua Cheng's slightly anxious face. Xiaolian sat up. Holding his head, he muttered, "I can't make it." Was Shi Qingxian dead? Or did the Blackwater profound ghost strengthen the barrier? No matter what, he could no longer enter Shi Qingxuan's mind. Even if he rushed to the South China Sea now, it would be too late. Seeing that he was stunned, Hua Chong said, "Your Highness, my apologies." Xiaolian looked at him. Hua Chong continued, "However, outsiders cannot interfere in this matter." Xiaolian waved his hand and said, "You don't need to apologize. In fact, even if I was there, I wouldn't be able to do anything." Using the soul transfer technique, he could only enter Shi Qingxuan's body. However, Shi Qingxian was just a mortal. Even if Xiaolian could help him break free from the shackles, how could he fight against the master of the Blackwater Ghost domain? He couldn't even escape. After regaining his composure, Xiaolian quickly returned to the Heavenly Court Spirit Communication Array and said, "Lingwen, have you guys set off?" Lingwen said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Why didn't you speak for a while just now? We've already sent a group of heavenly priests to the South Sea. His Highness Qing has returned, and he'll be going out to sea in a while. But it's not easy to enter the Blackwater Ghost domain, and we don't know when we'll find it." Xiaolian hoarsely said, "Wait a moment, I'll set off with you guys." Perhaps he could still remember the way. "But I'll have to trouble you to send someone to Puqi Monastery to pick me up." Lingwen said, "All right, he'll be here now." Xiaolian was startled, and when he turned around to look, Hua Chong had actually disappeared. Instead, 2 young heavenly priests walked over from outside Puqi village, and behind them was a tall youth with slightly curly black hair. It was Quan Yizhen. Xiaolian slightly bowed to him, which could be considered a greeting. Quan Yizhen didn't know how to return the greeting, but Xiaolian didn't mind. Looking around, he didn't see any trace of Hua Chong. and knew that he was giving him time to deal with this matter. The two of them and a group of young heavenly priests left the South Sea. Listening to Xiaolian's suggestion, they specially collected a few dozen heavy coffins that had been used to hold corpses, in case of emergencies. After the boat traveled quickly in the water for 4 to 6 hours, strange things floated over from the surface of the sea. Many corpses of giant bonefish floated on the surface of the sea and crashed into the boat. All the heavenly priests became vigilant. Are we about to arrive? However, Xiaolian said, it can't be, if we've already entered the black water ghost domain. The boat definitely can't float on the surface of the water, let alone so fast. However, these were obviously the remains of the battle between General Pei and the Navy the night before yesterday. Quan Yizhen had been squatting on the side of the boat, maintaining this difficult action. At this moment he suddenly said, there's a black island in front, is it that one? Xiaolian focused his eyes and looked. There really was a black island in front of them. Moreover, from afar, it really did look like that black water island. Xiaolian frowned slightly and said, it really looks like it. But how did we find it so easily, and the boat didn't sink? Everyone, please be careful, it might be a trap. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it wasn't a trap, because there was a figure on the beach, facing the sun, using the treasured sword that had killed enemies to carve wood to make coffins. At the side, there were 3 completed coffins, and he was currently making the 4th one. Xiaolian immediately waved his hand and shouted, General Pei. It's General Pei, it's this island. The big boat immediately changed direction and sailed quickly. When Pei Ming saw that reinforcements had arrived, he didn't have the slightest bit of joy. He stuck the sword into the ground, rubbed his nose and said gloomily, you guys didn't come earlier or later, but just had to come when I was about to finish. What's the meaning of this? Quan Yizhen said, it's good enough that someone came. I heard that they were coming to save you, so no one had the time. Pei Ming's expression was one of, I'm not going to bicker with a child like you. He turned to Xiaolian and asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince went back first? How did you guys make this boat? How can it float on the surface of the ghost domain? Xiaolian said, I don't think it's a problem with the boat. It's because the curse of the black water ghost domain has already been dispelled. Pei Ming was startled. He casually tested it out and actually cut down a large patch of trees. His mana really did return. After being speechless for a moment, he shook his head and said, If I had known it would be like this, why would I work so hard to make coffins? What he said wasn't false. This night was truly a waste of effort. After making coffins for 4 people, 3 people's coffins were useless. A group of heavenly officials arrived on the island and went straight to the center of the forest. The little ghosts in the dense forest had never seen this kind of formation before. They were so frightened that they fled in all directions. When they arrived at the Black Water Lake, they didn't encounter those shadowy people. Without the interference of other people's execution grounds, everyone studied for a while and finally broke through the illusory world. The iron prison by the lake and the Netherworld Water Palace both appeared. Once they entered the Netherworld Water Palace, Xiaolian put away the black-clothed skeleton. Holding it in his hand, he started running around the palace. Not long after, he found the main hall. On the mottled wall, the 2 bloody iron shackles were already empty. A headless corpse lay in the center of the main hall. Its blood had already flowed dry, and a group of crazy people were currently throwing things at the corpse. When the heavenly officials entered, that group of crazy people became even more excited. After Pei Ming came in, he stared blankly for a long time before he finally dared to confirm who it was. He exclaimed in shock, Senior Marshal Brother Shui. Xiaolian already knew about this matter and said, I'll have to trouble everyone to search here and the entire island to see if there's Lord Windmaster, or his corpse. However, no matter how they searched, they couldn't find any traces of Shi Qingxian on the island. Could it be that the dark water ghost had taken Master Wind away? Or could it be that the Wind Master had already been directly killed? His corpse sunk into the sea, and his flesh and blood fed to the fish. Although Shi Wudu had gone berserk at the last moment and provoked He Xian into killing him, Shi Wudu had died. However, Shi Wudu was not killed by Master Fengshi. Would He Xian still exchange his life for Master Fengshi's? After driving away that group of annoying madmen, Pei Ming half squatted on the ground and was lost in thought for a long time. She sighed and said, Senior brother Shui, you've been arrogant all your life, yet you've ended up like this. You don't even know if you can rest in peace. The higher you stand, the harder you fall. Life is full of variations and nothing can escape it. Even if you become a god, you still can't escape it. Kuan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't have so many regrets. She ran back and forth in the netherworld underwater mansion and took a few glances. Feeling that it was very strange, she asked, Where's his head? Xiaolian replied, The black water profound ghost took it away. Pei Ming said, What enmity does the ghost territory's master have with him? Also, where's Qing Xian? Where are the Geomasters? Could it be that the 3 organs of water, earth and wind have all been destroyed? Xiaolian replied, It is indeed a great enmity, a great enmity. Master Geomaster, it depends on which one you ask. The real one is in my hands, and the fake one is the one who took away Master Fengshi's head. What? Xiaolian stared at him and said softly, General Pei probably doesn't know. The Blackwater Profound Ghost's surname is He Xian. Hearing this, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. It seemed that Pei Ming and Ling Wen were not completely clueless about what Shi Wudu had done. It was just that how much they knew was unknown. He reported what needed to be reported, and dealt with what needed to be dealt with. By the time he returned to Puqi village, an entire day had already passed. Xiaolian's steps showed that he was slightly tired. When he returned to Puqi monastery, he had just opened the door when he heard Qirong's ghostly howl. Dog Hua Cheng. Xiaolian, you bastard. You two are really shameless fuck. You scared the hell out of me in the middle of the night. You blinded this lord's dog eyes, and you still won't compensate me. As soon as he heard Qirong's filthy words, Xiaolian immediately recalled the frightening scene last night, when he and Hua Cheng took turns to press each other to the ground and absorb their spiritual energy. At that time he didn't feel embarrassed, but now he couldn't escape. He almost slammed the door on the spot and ran out. Hua Cheng was leaning against a chair at the side, his boots folded on the table. When he heard Xiaolian push the door open and enter, he immediately put them down. He casually slapped Qirong's forehead, knocking him out. Standing up, he greeted Gij. Xiaolian nodded and closed the door behind him. He walked over Qirong, who was tied up like a green worm, and sat down. Did Guzi and the others go out to play? Hua Cheng replied, Yeah, I let them out. It's been hard on you. Xiaolian replied, No, it's been hard on you. It's been hard on you. Hua Cheng smiled. After a moment he said, I thought Gij would blame me. Xiaolian shook his head and said, Why think so much, San Lang? I really won't. Actually, you're right about this. It's indeed not good for outsiders to interfere. After thinking about it, he still asked, San Lang, in your opinion, what will that Blackwater Profound Ghost do to Lord Windmaster? After a moment of silence, Hua Cheng said, I don't know either. That Blackwater person is very strange. He's suffered alone for too many years. No one can understand what he's thinking. No one can understand what he's thinking. Xiaolian suddenly remembered that this was a common comment many heavenly officials used to give to Blood Rain Tanhua. Blackwater sinking boat came from the Battle of 10,000 Ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Blood Rain Tanhua also came from that. He Xian endured alone for many years. Hua Cheng might have endured alone for as long as He Xian. What made Blackwater sinking boat into the Blackwater sinking boat of today was hatred. Then what about Blood Rain Tanhua? What was it that made Flower City the Flower City it was today? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Xiaolian's mind. He shook his head and shook off the thought of a noble. He organized his thoughts and said, But San Lang, I don't understand. The matter of the Navy switching the beam and the pillar should have been very hidden. He hid it for so many years, so how did Blackwater find out? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer me. Hua Cheng said. He already changed his territory and ran away. He also stopped being a fake heavenly official. What's inconvenient about that? It's easy to say. On the night Blackwater died, Shi Wudu specially went to confirm it. Xiaolian said, Because only when the prey is dead will the true immortal turn to look for the next target? Hua Cheng said yes. Blackwater didn't know who that person was, but he remembered that face. Later, when he became a ghost, he found out about the people and things in the heavens and earth. Only then did Black Water discover that he was the water heavenly official. No wonder. This was very strange. Why would a dignified water heavenly official go and observe how an ordinary person died for no reason? Xiaolian said. But this shouldn't be related to changing lives? Hua Chong said. So he replaced the real Earthmaster and infiltrated the heavenly court to investigate this matter. He's also very courageous. Xiaolian slowly said. If he didn't kill the real Earthmaster and get involved with more than 200 fishermen, he could still be called brave and resourceful. Chapter 126. Xiaolian was slightly startled. Then who could it be? According to common sense, at most less than 50 people should be affected by this kind of storm. Hua Chong said. My guess is that it might be the same person who sent the empty shell Taoist in the Banyu Pass incident. In that case, it seemed that there had always been a hand pushing him into the center of all kinds of chaotic events. Xiaolian suddenly felt inexplicable. Then what is this person's purpose? Hua Chong shook his head deep in thought. At this time he suddenly heard the sound of children playing outside the Puqi monastery. His sharp gaze swept across the area. Following his gaze, Xiaolian looked out through the window and saw two children playing outside the door. Guzi was riding on Lang Ying's shoulder. He had a carefree attitude. Of course, the Navy deceived the heavens and replaced the pillars. The Windmaster was an impostor. The Earthmaster was also an impostor. And the Navy was beheaded and nowhere to be found. Four things, for bolts of lightning, for shocking thunderclaps, one louder than the other, set off a huge uproar in the upper and middle heavens. For a moment, everyone was so shocked that they didn't know what to say. No one in the Divine Martial Hall expressed their opinions. Even Junwu's hand seemed to be unable to support his forehead. Although Mingyi didn't usually interact with people, only Shi Qingxian, who liked to pester people and was familiar with them, could get along well with him. No one had a deep relationship with him, but when they thought that their colleague was actually the legendary desperate Ghost King, the impact was too great. In order to act as a good Earthmaster, this Ghost King had been diligent for so many years, gathering a large number of believers in the human world. He could even enter the top 10 at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, ranking higher than most of the heavenly officials. It was really too terrifying, as expected of the desperate Ghost King. Everyone couldn't help but mutter. Even if they were told that Hua Chong was among them, or that Hua Chong had planted someone in the upper heavens, they wouldn't be more shocked. Putting aside the grudge between the Blackwater Profound Ghost and the Blackwater Profound Ghost, there was no doubt that the real Earthmaster died in the hands of the Blackwater Profound Ghost. Thus, the upper heavens officially issued an arrest order for the Blackwater Profound Ghost. But everyone knows that if a desperate Ghost King wants to hide, would it be so easy to find him? As the saying goes, when a wall is down, everyone kicks it. In the past, the feng shui masters were in high spirits, and hundreds responded to their call. Every time Sherwudu appeared, he would be the center of attention. Now that he had died, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Shi Qingxian loved to make friends and was generous. At this time, the countless good friends that he usually had were nowhere to be found. Pei Ming collected the headless corpses of the sailors. On the day of the burial, it was cold and cheerless. Other than Xiaolian and Lingwan, there weren't many other heavenly officials present. Xiaolian recalled that in the past few days, he didn't know if it was intentional or not, but a group of people had already begun to burn and smash the feng shui temple. Although he couldn't bear to do it and had tried to stop them a few times, as time passed, people would discover that the gods they worshipped had lost their effectiveness. The situation would only become more and more intense. He could stop them for a while, but he couldn't stop them forever. In another 10 years, or even just a few years, people would forget about these two feng shui divine officials who once stood at the peak of the heavenly court. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. In the end, Xiaolian said to Lingwan, "Master Feng Shui, I'll have to trouble you to find Qingxian's whereabouts." Lingwan's face was also solemn. He hadn't smiled for many days. He said, "Your Highness, you don't have to say much. I will do my best." Pei Ming said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, rather than letting Lingwan Palace Hall slowly search for Qingxian, why don't you directly ask your Blood Rain Tanhua if he could find out from that black mad ghost where Qingxian went? He even took away senior apprentice brother Shui's head. What else does he want?" Xiaolian shook his head and said helplessly, General Pei is taking it for granted. Does a desperate ghost king need to tell another what he wants to do? Hence, Pei Ming didn't say anything more. When they returned to Puqi Temple, many villagers gathered in front of the temple and whispered. Xiaolian didn't need to ask to know what was going on, because there was a ghostly howl coming from Puqi Temple. The village chief was terrified. He pulled him back and said, Taoist, that crazy cousin of yours, he. Xiaolian's excuse to outsiders was that Qi Rong was his crazy cousin. He was despised by others and no one was willing to take care of him. That was why he was obligated to take him in. In a sense, it wasn't a lie. He said, he's crazy again. It's fine. He's locked up. He won't come out. Everyone can disperse. The villagers said, oh, and dispersed. Before they dispersed, the village chief gave a basket of eggs to Xiaolian and said, that Taoist, your family Xiaohua. Xiaolian was stunned. Xiaohua? He finally reacted and said, oh, San Lang, right? Thinking of Hua Cheng's identity to outsiders as his own younger brother who ran away from home to play, he felt slightly embarrassed. The village chief said, yes. Your family Xiaohua helped us fix something again today. You should reward him well tonight. Yes, give him some nourishment. He'll be strong and able to work better. Xiaolian couldn't help but laugh and said, okay. Of course. When he opened the door, Lang Ying was already curled up in a corner and sleeping, while Qi Rong was lying on the ground, screaming like a ghost as if his heart and liver were on fire. Guzi was massaging his back and shoulders. Father, are you feeling better? Xiaolian took off his bamboo hat with one hand and put down the eggs with the other. What happened to you? Did you get a stomach ache? Qi Rong spat. As long as you don't fucking cook for me, I won't get a stomach ache even if I lick shit on the ground. Hearing him exaggerate, Xiaolian folded his hands in his sleeves and said, then do you really want to try licking those things and see if you get a stomach ache? Qi Rong said, Pei. What did I say? You've revealed your dark heart again. You're trying to torture me. Io, my good son is not bad. Let's change to another side. Hey mom, what the fuck is going on? I've been so irritated recently, so irritated that I'm like a cat crying in heat. Am I sick? Cousin Crown Prince. I'm sick. It's definitely because you mistreated me that I'm sick. You damn Shuelian, you're going to harm someone's life again. Xiaolian squatted down and touched his forehead. Do you have a fever? Pausing, he removed his hand and frowned. I don't. You're not pretending, are you? Qi Rong was about to scold him again when Guzi pitifully said, Dao Zhang, my dad didn't lie to you. He hasn't been feeling well recently. He's been screaming for a long time today. Looking at Qi Rong wriggling on the ground, Xiaolian shook his head. Standing up, he was about to look for the medicine box, but he suddenly discovered that the merit box was unexpectedly heavy. This merit box was newly made by Hua Cheng, so there shouldn't be anything inside. Feeling strange, Xiaolian took out the key and opened it. He was dumbfounded. He was actually blinded by a box full of large, shiny gold bars. With a pop sound, Xiaolian hurriedly closed the merit box again. Didn't he already return the box of gold bars sent by the Navy? Could it be that someone sent it back? It couldn't be Hua Cheng. He wouldn't do something as simple and crude as stuffing gold bars. Xiaolian turned his head and asked, Qi Rong, has anyone been here? Qi Rong pointed at his nose and scolded, Hey, did you make a mistake? Do you really think I'm raised by you to guard the door? Do you think you're absolute? You definitely don't have a face as big as yours. Even smelly black water and dog Hua Cheng wouldn't dare use me as a guard. With a quang sound, the door to Puqi Monastery was kicked open. It was Hua Cheng who had kicked the door open and entered. As soon as he saw him, Qi Rong immediately went mute. He quietly wriggled to the side, not daring to mention what he saw that night. Xiaolian said, San Lang, you're back. Hua Cheng beamed and said, yeah. Xiaolian said, it's been hard on you. The village chief sent some things over and wanted me to reward you. Tonight, eat something good. Hua Cheng said, okay. However, do you want to come over to my place tonight? Xiaolian asked, the ghost city? Hua Cheng said, yeah. While you're at it, bring this thing with you. He pointed at Qi Rong and said, let's see if there's any way to pull out his soul. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, that's fine too. Continuing to drag things out like this wasn't a solution. Of course, the most important reason was that Qirong could eat too much. His Puqi monastery really couldn't afford it anymore. When Qirong heard that he was going to be sent to the ghost city, he turned pale with fright and resisted in every way he could. However, his resistance was ineffective. After a burst of smoke, he was turned into a cyan roly-poly doll by Huacheng. Guzi carried him in his arms and brought him to the ghost city. The ghost city was still as lively as ever. Walking on the main street, the ghosts still remembered Xiaolian. When they saw him come again, they all shouted, "Uncle!" "Oh, no, I mean the city lord's friend, you're here again." "Gee, do you miss our special snacks here, Jie?" Xiaolian also brought the basket of eggs and distributed them, as if they were local specialties from the human world. Many of the ghosts who received the eggs danced with joy. Some decided to eat the eggs with their own blood tonight, while others announced that they wanted to use this egg to hatch a demonic beast that was 8 zhang tall. Huacheng removed the spell on Qirong's body. After a burst of cyan smoke, the man that Qirong had possessed appeared on the street. He held his head and squatted down, not saying a single word. Some of the ghosts smelled the scent on his body and said, "Hey, isn't this a green ghost?" The group of ghosts surrounded him and sniffed for a long time. Then they laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. It really is a green ghost. This idiot is here again, ha ha ha. Didn't you get beaten up enough before? Ha ha ha, you actually still dare to come." Huacheng said, "This little one will look after him. This big one will think of a way to drag him out for me without harming his physical body." "Yes, City Lord." Thus, a few good-looking female ghosts carried Guzi and hummed a few tunes before coaxing him to sleep. The rest of the demons and ghosts began to play a game with Qirong. One of them screamed and ran, and a group of ghosts chased after him. Huacheng and Xiaolian watched for a while, then changed direction and entered Thousand Lantern Temple. The two of them slowly walked into the temple and approached the altar. The altar was still covered with ink, paper and inkstones. Recently, Xiaolian's mood had been heavy. Looking at this, he wanted to lighten the mood. He smiled and said, "The last time I taught you, I told you to practice calligraphy when you have time. But you haven't been practicing recently, right?" Huacheng coughed and said, "Big brother, you've given away the rewards to others. What am I going to eat tonight?" Xiaolian imitated him and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, "Don't change the topic." Huacheng said, "I can practice with the knife, but I can't practice calligraphy. Without Big Brother by my side to guide me, I'm afraid I won't be able to practice well. The more I practice, the worse I'll get." Xiaolian raised his eyebrows even higher. He said, "Sanlang is so smart. Is there anything you're not good at?" Huacheng picked up his brush and dipped it in ink. He said in a seemingly humble manner, "Really? Please teach me, Big Brother." Xiaolian sighed and said, "Why don't you write it first?" And so, Huacheng seriously wrote 2 lines. Xiaolian looked at it for a while. He really couldn't stand it anymore and said, Stop. You should stop. Don't waste good brush, ink, paper and inkstone." Huacheng said, "Oh." Sure enough, he stopped and put away his brush. Xiaolian shook his head and said, "Sanlang you. Don't tell others that I taught you how to write." Huacheng said, "Big brother, I really tried my best." His words seemed to be a little wronged. A good ghost king of desperation, whose name would cause the entire 3 realms to tremble in fear when he announced it, was now standing like a primary school student, obediently listening to Xiaolian's criticism. After explaining a few more important points, Xiaolian, like last time, held his hand and said, "Let's do it again. This time we have to be serious." Huacheng said, "Okay." The two of them both concentrated on writing. After writing for a while, Xiaolian casually asked, "Why is it still thoughts of separation?" Huacheng also casually answered, "I like this poem." Xiaolian said, "I like it too. However, does Sanlang have any other poems that you like? Once you're familiar with this one, you can also write something else." Roughly calculating, this poem had a few dozen words, so the two of them had probably written it a few dozen times. It was about time for a new one. However, Huacheng said, "Let's write this one." Putting down his brush, he gently blew on the ink and smiled. "If I like something, my heart will never be able to hold anything else. I will always remember it. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, no matter how many years pass, it won't change." This poem is just like that. Xiaolian smiled slightly and said, Is that so? Hua Chang said, Xiaolian let go of his hand and lightly coughed. He said, That's good. San Lang is a very emotional person, that's pretty good. Oh, you should practice some more. Alright. Qi Rong seems to be a bit unwell recently. Hua Chang put down the paper and picked up his brush again. He asked, What kind of unwell? Xiaolian turned around and said, He seems to be saying that his whole body is restless. However, I've checked, and it doesn't seem like there's a problem with that person's body. It can't be because the weather is bad. Behind him, Hua Chang asked, When did it start? Xiaolian said, It should be these past few days. Today, it's especially serious. Before he could finish speaking, an ominous premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Right at this moment, he heard a soft paw from behind him, as if something had fallen from the sky. Xiaolian suddenly turned around and said, San Lang? Chapter 127. Looking at his expression, it was as if waves of pain were coming from his right eye. It was unbearable. Xiaolian immediately took a step back. How are you? The corner of Hua Chang's mouth twitched slightly, but he resisted the urge to answer. The silver eye on the hilt of the misfortune blade opened, and the eyeball began to spin wildly. The veins on the back of Hua Chang's hand that was placed on the altar slightly bulged, as if he wanted to overturn the altar. Xiaolian raised his hand to touch it, but Hua Chang shouted in a low voice, Don't come over. Xiaolian's movements became sluggish. Hua Chang endured and said, Your Highness, you quickly leave me. I might. Xiaolian said, How can I leave like this? Hua Chang was slightly annoyed. If you stay here, Wave after wave of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from outside the 1,000 lanterns. On the main street of the ghost city, a group of ghosts fell to the ground. They cried to the heavens, clutched their heads and screamed. It was as if they had a splitting headache, and it was better to die than to live. Qi Rong ran quickly in front of them. This was because he was attached to a living person. Although this body weakened his powers, it also acted as a barrier, and weakened the attacks against the ghost body. However, it also served as a barrier that weakened the attacks against the ghost body. Thus, he was still able to barely move about. He seized the opportunity to run away. The female ghosts holding Guzi fell to the ground and cried out in pain. They couldn't sing their hypnotic songs anymore. Guzi woke up in a daze. He just happened to see Qi Rong madly running. He quickly got up and chased after him, shouting, Dad! Dad! Wait for me! As Qi Rong ran, he turned around and stuck out his tongue. He rolled his eyes and said, Lulu la la la, good son, Dad is leaving. Ha 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 ha. Guzi was still chasing after him with his 2 short legs. Seeing him running further and further away, he cried out, Father! Don't leave me! Dad, take me with you! Qi Rong spat, Go away! Go away! Don't chase me! You're a hindrance! His spit flew far away and hit Guzi's forehead, causing Guzi to fall backwards. He sat on the ground and cried loudly, crying his heart out. Xiaolian couldn't bear to listen anymore. He rushed out of 1,000 Lanterns Monastery and angrily shouted, Qi Rong. When Qi Rong saw him blocking his way, he was so scared that he quickly ran back. In the process, he picked up the grains on the ground and said, Don't come over. Come here. I'll bite off this little drag's skull right now for you to see. My good son, you want to be food for your father. How filial of you. Tomorrow I'll cook you. Braise or steam, you can choose for yourself. Ha 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 ha. How could Xiaolian be afraid of him? Just as he was about to chase after him, he heard a loud noise behind him. It turned out that Hua Chang had swept the brush and ink on the table to the ground. As a last resort, Xiaolian didn't have the time to care about Qi Rong. He turned around and said, San Lang. Suddenly, Hua Chang hugged him tightly and said in a trembling voice, I lied. Don't leave. Xiaolian stiffened like an iron board in his arms. San Lang? Do you recognize who I am? He seemed to be delirious and couldn't recognize who was in front of him. He just hugged Xiaolian tightly and muttered, I'm lying, don't leave. Xiaolian's eyes widened. Outside the 1,000 Lanterns Monastery came Qi Rong's proud laughter and Guzi's loud wails. Qi Rong said, Dog Hua Cheng. Who asked you to look down on me all day long? Who asked you to act all high and mighty all day long? This is karma, isn't it? You're down. The wailing ghosts on the street didn't have any strength left, but they also started cursing Green Ghost. You useless trash. Where did you get the guts to scold our master of the city? Hearing the clamor of the people around him, Hua Cheng seemed to be especially angry. He raised his hand and was about to send them flying. Xiaolian quickly hugged him and pressed down his hand. He said gently, okay. I won't leave. I won't leave you. He raised his hand again and made the door of the Thousand Lanterns Monastery close automatically. Qi Rong couldn't come in under such circumstances. He raised his voice and said, if you want to leave, then leave. I don't have time for you. If you don't leave, be careful. Unexpectedly, it wasn't enough for Hua Cheng to just hug him. He suddenly pushed him down on the jade table. This time the brush, ink, paper and inkstone were scattered all over the ground. Xiaolian's hand streaked across the plate of cinnabar on the table. As he struggled, he left a few dark red marks on the paper. In the thoughts of separation, the two words Wu Shan in the sentence, Wu Shan is not a cloud, were stained with tender and alluring red marks. Xiaolian said 3. Before he could finish speaking, Hua Cheng pressed down on his shoulder and kissed him. Qi Rong obviously heard something was wrong. He laughed and said, Cousin Crown Prince, you have to be careful. Right now, Dog Hua Cheng is definitely like a mad dog, biting whoever he catches. Laozi will go out and help you guys spread the news. There are a lot of monks and Taoist priests who have a grudge against Dog Hua Cheng. Take advantage of this time to quickly come and settle accounts with him. Ha 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 ha. His voice gradually faded away. Xiaolian's heart tightened. What if Qi Rong really called over a large group of mages and Taoist priests that Hua Cheng had offended in the past and took advantage of the ghosts? With the current situation, how could the ghosts of the ghost city remain unscathed? However, Hua Cheng didn't give him the time to think about these things. He clearly wasn't a living person and didn't have any body temperature. However, at this moment his body was abnormally hot, as if he was experiencing a high fever. Xiaolian's lips were tightly pressed against Hua Cheng's, and he was forced to endure the surging heat from Hua Cheng's body. The hand that was originally going to push Hua Cheng away instead grabbed the red shirt on his shoulder. Perhaps it was because Hua Cheng's magic was too strong, but his entire throat, chest, and abdomen felt warm and swollen. It was extremely uncomfortable. Xiaolian felt that if he continued to be forced to endure like this, his entire body would be penetrated by the thing that Hua Cheng had forcefully transferred over. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully struck out with his palm. However, although he struck out with his palm, he couldn't really attack Hua Cheng. He could only strike Hua Cheng's shoulder. This strike was neither light nor heavy. Hua Cheng forcefully grabbed Xiaolian's wrist, pressed it down and continued to vent. If this continued, he really couldn't take it anymore. This time, Xiaolian used both his hands to forcefully push Hua Cheng away. He fled to the side of the altar, panting slightly. However, Hua Cheng's eyes were bloodshot as he pressed Xiaolian down on the altar. Xiaolian called out, San Lang. Perhaps because his voice had some effect, Hua Cheng stared at Xiaolian's face for a long time before suddenly hugging him tightly. Seeing that Hua Cheng was obedient and no longer forcefully infused his magic, Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief. However, as he hugged Hua Cheng, he felt that the magic in Hua Cheng's body was going berserk. No wonder Hua Cheng kissed him the moment he caught him. He was so frantic that he had to find a breakthrough point to vent. If Xiaolian wanted to completely calm down and recover his consciousness, he might have to bleed him. However, Hua Cheng wasn't a living person, so how could he bleed him? After thinking about it again and again, Xiaolian still said, Sorry for offending you. Thus, he held Hua Cheng's face with both hands and took the initiative to cover his lips. He slowly guided the dry and hot spiritual flow from Hua Cheng's body into his own, helping him relieve the pain and heat. Hua Cheng also wrapped his arms around Xiaolian's waist. Xiaolian lightly trembled, and in the next moment, the two of them tumbled onto the altar. It really was unfair. Xiaolian didn't dare to touch even the slightest bit of danger on Hua Cheng's body, yet Hua Cheng relied on his delirium to act unscrupulously on Xiaolian's body, forcing Xiaolian to suffer unspeakably. This altar was originally a place where gods were worshipped, yet at this moment, A ghost and a god were lying there, hugging and kissing each other. It was truly absurd and strange, yet it was also affectionate and gorgeous. The first few times, both sides were still relatively clear-headed. Every time they seemed to have an incomparably proper reason for doing this. When they did this kind of thing, they could still be considered restrained, limiting it to only lips touching. However, this time one side's mind was in chaos, causing the other side to be caught unprepared. In his days, Xiaolian finally confirmed one thing. Although it seemed as if he couldn't control himself every time, in reality, there were times when he couldn't help himself. After enduring this torment for most of the night, the restlessness in Hua Cheng's body finally slowly calmed down. His arms that were hugging Xiaolian also loosened a little. Xiaolian turned over and sat up. Gazing at Hua Cheng's closed eyes and sleeping face, he sighed. Evil fate was thrown to the side, his eyeballs still rapidly moving around. Xiaolian took the scimitar and touched it in his hand for a long time. Only then did evil fate slightly narrow his eyes, as if he was finally satisfied. Not long after, Hua Cheng suddenly turned over and sat up. He said, "Your Highness." Xiaolian quickly adjusted his expression. Turning around, he happily said, "You're awake? Everything's fine now." Hua Cheng looked around. Inside the main shrine of Thousand Lanterns Monastery, the floor was a mess. His expression was one of surprise and bewilderment, as if he didn't remember what happened last night. Xiaolian took the initiative to calmly ask, "What happened last night? All of your subordinates suddenly had headaches, fevers, and were restless. You too, your temper was very big." Hua Cheng asked, "Apart from that?" Xiaolian said, "Apart from that? That's all." Hua Cheng stared at him and said, "Is that really all? Then how did I calm down?" Xiaolian lightly coughed, a little embarrassed as he said, "To tell you the truth, Sanlang, please don't blame me. Aside from this..." He raised his hand that was currently stroking Misfortune's sword and said, "I also, fought with you." Hua Cheng asked doubtfully, "Fought?" Xiaolian's expression didn't change. He looked at him sincerely and said, "Yes, you see, this shrine is in such a mess. It was all because of our fight." After a while, Hua Cheng let out a breath and held his forehead with one hand. Seeing that he didn't ask any more questions, Xiaolian finally put down his hanging heart and secretly sighed in relief. At this moment, Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "It's opened." Xiaolian said, "What?" Hua Cheng looked up and said in a deep voice, "Bronze Cauldron Mountain has reopened." Both of them were very clear about the meaning of this sentence. Xiaolian's eyes widened. A new Ghost King is about to be born? When Xiaolian went back to report, the thunder above the immortal capital was rumbling incessantly. Stepping into the divine martial shrine, Xiaolian subconsciously wanted to find someone to ask, "What happened to Master Lei?" But after he said that, he remembered that the position where Master Lei usually stood was no longer occupied. The Navy Master at the front and the Earth Master at the corner were also gone. He was startled and sighed in his heart. Turning his head, he saw Lang Qianqiu enter the shrine. After not seeing him for a long time, Lang Qianqiu had lost a lot of weight and looked a little more depressed. He looked at Xiaolian and turned his head without saying a word. Xiaolian looked around but couldn't find anyone he could casually talk to. A voice answered, "Nothing much, the Ghost King is about to be born. Ghosts are crying and the thunder can't be stopped." The one who answered was Feng Xian. For some reason, seeing him made Xiaolian feel very close. However, one of Feng Xian's eyes was black. Xiaolian couldn't help but look at Mu Qing, who was far away on the other side of the shrine. Mu Qing's cheek was swollen. It seemed that the two of them had a grudge for many years. Junwu said, "I'm sure everyone knows why I called everyone here this time." The heavenly officials all nodded in agreement. Junwu slowly said, "Heaven and earth are the cauldron, and all living beings are the copper. Bronze Cauldron Mountain is a naturally dangerous place. It is an active volcano that can erupt at any time. Every 100 years, the Goose City in the mountain opens and thousands of ghosts tremble. The previous Ghost Kings were especially affected. All the demons and ghosts who desire to ascend will rush to Bronze Cauldron Mountain. Once they gather, Bronze Cauldron Mountain will be closed again, and the slaughter will officially begin. When there is only one left, the Ghost King will be born. Blood Rain Tanhua and Black Water Sink's boat are both ghost kings from Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It took Heishui 12 years and Huacheng 10 years. Mu Qing coldly said. One Black Water and one Huacheng is already very troublesome. Let's see what they did. If there is another one, it will be troublesome. Xiaolian warmly said, General Xianzhan, I won't comment on what Black Water did. However, Huacheng didn't do anything too excessive, right? Mu Qing puffed up his swollen cheek and looked at him. Pei Ming said, It is quite troublesome. That's why we have to stop the tens of thousands of ghosts this time, right? Junwu said, Yes. It will take a few months for the ghosts to gather. We must try to stop them before they gather. Xiaolian asked, What if we can't stop them in time? Can we still salvage the situation? Junwu said, Yes, but I hope it won't come to that. The most important thing now is that the ghosts have stirred up a wave of chaos. Many of the demons and ghosts that were suppressed in various places have escaped. Many of them are extremely dangerous and non-human, such as the female ghost Xianji, the fetus spirit, and the immortal in brocade clothes. They must be rushing towards Bronze Cauldron Mountain now. We must capture them immediately. Xiaolian said, They all escaped? Then this is indeed a big mess. Junwu said, So I'm afraid that the martial gods from the various halls will have to spend more effort to thoroughly investigate the areas under their jurisdiction. Xiaolian said, Then what about me? Chapter 128. After a pause, Junwu asked again, Where's Qiying? Xiaolian looked around. He didn't see the young martial god at the martial hall. Perhaps it was because of the recent incidents in the heavenly court, but Lingwen Hall was extremely busy. Lingwen also had a few dark circles under his eyes. Qiying hasn't come for a meeting in a long time. I can't contact him. One of the priests smacked his lips. Where did that kid run off to? He didn't come again? He doesn't come every day. I'm so envious. Junwu said, I don't know where Qiying is now. After I find him, I will inform you to meet up as soon as possible. Xiaolian bowed and said, Yes. Autumn had already entered the world. The weather was slightly cold. Puqi Temple was the same. Although Xiaolian was wearing a single layer of clothing, he didn't feel cold. However, on the way back, he still bought 2 new clothes with the money he got from collecting trash. He brought them to Langying. Huacheng returned to the ghost city, and Qirong grabbed Guzi and ran away. Right now, Puqi Temple only had Langying left. A while ago it felt very crowded, but now it seemed deserted. From afar, Xiaolian saw Langying silently sweeping the ground in front of the temple. She swept the golden leaves into a pile. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xiaolian always felt that Langying used to be hunched and timid. Now that his limbs were much more relaxed, he finally looked like a young man. He couldn't help but feel gratified. He went up to take the broom and was about to bring him into the temple when the villagers who had been lying in ambush all surrounded him. Aunties, uncles, aunties, sisters, they all talked at once. Daozhong is back. Went to the city to collect trash again? You've worked hard. Why haven't I seen Xiaohua recently? Yes, I haven't seen him for a few days. I miss him. Xiaolian smiled and said, Xiao. Hua went home. The village chief said, What? Which home? I thought this was Xiaohua's home. Isn't he already living with you? Xiaolian said, No. He just came out to play. Now that we all have things to do, we'll separate first. That night, Huacheng repeatedly questioned Xiaolian. But Xiaolian insisted that the two of them had only fought. With the reopening of Bronze Cauldron Mountain, Hua City had more things to deal with. If a new desperate ghost king was born, it would have a huge impact on the 3 realms. Between Flower Town and Blackwater, although one was high profile and the other was low-key, they both had their own style. They both had their own identities and had their own sense of propriety. Who knew what kind of thing would be born this time? If they gave birth to a madman like Qirong who wanted to divide territory with them, then it would be very troublesome. Thus, Xiaolian used the recent eventful times as an excuse, saying that it was best for the two of them to be busy with their own matters during this period of time and not meet up for the time being. They would meet up again after they were done with their work. Thus, Xiaolian said his goodbyes amiably. Although it seemed abrupt and cold, as if he had turned hostile, Xiaolian really had no choice. He didn't have the confidence to hide it well for now. At this moment, Lang Ying, who was behind him, suddenly said, "Fire." "Oh, oh?" Only now did Xiaolian realize that in his absent-mindedness, he had actually picked up the iron pot and spatula again, ruining the meat and vegetables he had just brought back to Puqi Monastery. The fire at the bottom of the pot rose a few feet high and was about to burn the ceiling. He quickly put it out with a slap. However, he used too much strength, causing the entire stove to collapse. After a series of bangs and bangs, Xiaolian was stupefied. With one hand holding the pot, he didn't know what to do. It was mealtime, and the villagers were all holding large bowls and eating happily at the door. They were so frightened that they surrounded him again. "What happened? What happened? Daozhong, did your house explode again?" Xiaolian hurriedly opened the window and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing." Cough, 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 cough. The village chief came over to take a look and said, "Oh my God, it's so miserable. Daozhong, I think you should call Xiaohua back." After a moment of silence, Xiaolian said, "Forget it. After all, he's not a member of my family." By the time he came back to his senses, Lang Ying had already helped clean up the mess on the floor. There was also an additional plate of brightly colored food on the table. He had randomly put it on the plate when he was distracted. If that bowl of food from last time was called 100 Years of Harmony soup, then this time it should be called 1,000 Colors Stir-Fried Pork. Other than Hua Chang, there probably wasn't a second person who could eat this kind of food. Xiaolian himself couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to wash the pot. Rubbing the space between his eyebrows, he said, "Forget it, don't eat it anymore. Throw it away." Unexpectedly, when he turned around after washing the pot, he saw Lang Ying take the plate and silently eat it. Xiaolian was startled and hurriedly came over to stop him. Supporting him, he asked, "Heavens, are you all right? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Lang Ying shook her head. Because his face was tightly covered by bandages, he couldn't see what expression he was wearing. Even Qi Rong in black water would become delirious after eating the food he made. Yet Lang Ying could actually endure it. Was it because he was hungry to a certain extent, or did he accidentally open up his conception and governing vessels? Xiaolian teased himself and forced a smile. After cleaning up, he went to rest. Inside Puqi Monastery, there were 2 mats, one for each person. When Xiaolian remembered that he and Hua Chang used to lie on this mat, he couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. However, he didn't dare to toss and turn and disturb Lang Ying. After struggling for a long time, he was about to get up and go out to get some fresh air when he suddenly heard a creaking sound from the window. Someone had gently pushed open the wooden window and flipped inside. Xiaolian was lying on the ground with his back facing the window. He was shocked. Who would be so stupid to actually dare to come to Puqi Monastery to steal things? Wasn't this a complete loss? That person's movements were extremely light and extremely skilled. If it weren't for Xiaolian's 5 senses being more sensitive than others, he definitely wouldn't have noticed. After he flipped inside, he went straight to the merit box. Xiaolian immediately remembered that the merit box was previously stuffed full of gold bars. Could it be that this person came for the gold bars? However, he had long since taken those gold bars to the heavenly court and handed them to Lingwen so that she could help find the owner. Listening carefully again, Xiaolian discovered that the person wasn't actually picking the lock, but was instead stuffing something into the merit box one by one. After stuffing, the person stopped working and seemed to want to jump out of the window. Xiaolian thought to himself, "I'll wait for him to go out before following him. I'll see where he's going and who this person is." Who knew that when the person passed by the offering table, he would look at the big and small plates on the table. He seemed to be hungry. Without thinking too much, he casually picked up the unfinished dish of stir-fried meat and took a few bites. In the next second, with a plop, he fainted and fell to the ground. Xiaolian immediately turned over and sat up. He thought to himself, how convenient. When he got up and lit the lamp, he saw a person lying straight on the ground with a purple complexion. He hurriedly poured a few mouthfuls of water into his mouth. Only then did the person slowly wake up. The first thing he said when he woke up was, "What is this?" Xiaolian pretended not to hear this sentence. He sincerely said, "Your Highness Qiying, you're too bold. You didn't know anything yet you dared to stuff things into your mouth." This youth had a high nose, deep eyes, and a head full of black curly hair. If it wasn't the Western martial god Quan Yizhen, Who else could it be? He glared at Xiaolian and said, "How would I know that someone would poison the food served in their monastery?" Xiaolian rubbed the space between his eyebrows and opened the merit box. He discovered that it was once again stuffed to the brim with gold bars. He asked, "That box from last time was also stuffed by your highness?" Quan Yizhen nodded his head. Xiaolian asked, "Why did you give me this kind of thing?" Quan Yizhen replied, "Because I have a lot." In fact, even if he didn't say it, Xiaolian could still roughly guess. It was most likely because of the time during the Mid-Autumn banquet, when Xiaolian's chopsticks flew out and cut off the stage's curtain. Xiaolian said, "You can take these back. I didn't do anything to deserve a reward." Quan Yizhen didn't say anything. It was obvious that he wasn't listening at all. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At this time, Lang Ying coldly said, "I'll let you take it." Xiaolian didn't know when he had also sat up. Xiaolian turned his head to look at him, feeling a bit strange. In the past, Lang Ying basically acted as if he didn't exist. Lang Ying wished he could hide in the ground. Why did he take the initiative to say a few words today? Moreover, he was actually using such an unfriendly tone. However, he didn't think too much about it. In his heart, if worst comes to worst, he'll just have Lingwen give it back to him. With a stern expression, he said, "Your Highness, you came at the right time. Today, you didn't come to the Divine Martial Palace's assembly. The Emperor gave us a task. Have you seen the scroll? Forget it, it's fine. I know you haven't seen it. In any case, I have. This time we'll be in a team of 2. The thing we're responsible for is called the Embroidered Celestial." In the vernacular, Celestials were called Celestials because people didn't dare to directly call them scoundrels, rogues, or loathsome ghostly things. Why was the Embroidered Celestial called a Celestial? It was because it was said that this thing could originally become a celestial being. Legend has it that several hundred years ago, there was a youth in an ancient country. Although he was born stupid and his intelligence wasn't as good as a 6-year-old child's, once he entered the battlefield, he wasn't like this. His martial arts skills were superb, and he was kind and brave. When the 2 countries were at war, the only reason his country was able to struggle on while at death's door was because he alone was able to charge and break through enemy lines. However, because he had a head disease, he had no relatives or friends. All the military achievements that he fought with his life on the line were taken by others. He was penniless. No one was willing to marry their daughter to him, and very few girls were willing to get close to him. This youth was also stupid to a certain extent. He had never interacted with a girl since he was young, so he didn't even dare to speak much. However, this person had the potential to ascend. After a few more years of fighting, he would ascend to heaven. Originally, it didn't matter if there was a girl who liked him or not. However, the bad thing was that he still liked a girl. He liked her to death. On the day of his birthday, this girl personally made an embroidered dress for him. It was said to be an embroidered dress, but it was incomparably strange. It would be better to say that it was a terrifying pocket. This was the first time in his life that the youth received a gift from a girl he liked. He was extremely excited and overjoyed. In addition, he was born stupid, so he didn't find it strange at all. He couldn't wait to put the embroidered dress on his body. His hand didn't have a sleeve to put through, so he asked his beloved girl, "Why can't my hand stretch out?" The girl smiled and said, "It's my first time doing it, so I don't have much experience. But can't I stretch out without my hand?" Thus, the youth cut off his hands that were holding the weapon. This time it finally fit. However, it wasn't enough. He asked again, "Why can't my foot stretch out?" The girl answered, "Can't you stretch out without your foot?" Therefore, the young man asked someone to chop off his legs as well. Finally, he asked, "Why can't my head stretch out?" The final result was obvious. Xiaolian originally thought that the embroidered dress immortal was referring to a demon or ghost wearing embroidered clothes. Who knew that it really was referring to a piece of clothing? When Mount Bronze Cauldron reopened and thousands of ghosts were in a frenzy, this piece of clothing was stolen. This embroidered dress was stained with the youth's infatuated blood and turned into an extremely powerful and insidious magic treasure. All year round, it passed through the hands of demons and ghosts who used it to harm people. Thus, one should never casually accept old clothes from an unknown source. If you meet someone on the road in the middle of the night with an embroidered dress for you, Don't accept it under any circumstances. If you wore this embroidered dress, your heart would be blinded by lard. You would become infatuated and be trampled on by others. Your blood would be sucked dry. Chapter 129. Your Highness Qiying? Your Highness, are you listening? Xiaolian waved his hand in front of Quan Yizhen. Quan Yizhen seemed to be lost in thought. Only then did he return to his senses. Oh, seemed like he wasn't listening. Xiaolian couldn't say anything and said, "Then our top priority right now is to find this embroidered robe? Its original form is..." Quan Yizhen continued, "A sleeveless and headless piece of clothing that looks like a sack of blood." Xiaolian smiled and said, "Don't you know? I thought you hadn't seen the scroll before. However, because this piece of clothing is a demonic item, it's extremely magical. It's ever-changing. There are millions of clothes in the world. To find such a piece of clothing is no different from looking for a needle in a haystack." Quan Yizhen said, "Oh, then what should we do?" Xiaolian said, "The demons and ghosts that obtain this piece of clothing will usually turn into merchants. They will ask people in densely populated areas if they want to buy it or trade it for the old. However, that was a matter from hundreds of years ago. If someone did that now, it would be a bit strange. However, their habits and way of thinking won't change so easily. In short, let's go to the city first and pay attention to this information." This kind of thing ghosts paid more attention than humans. The ghost realm's information network was better than the human world's. In other words, directly asking Flower City would definitely save a lot of trouble. However, not long ago, Xiaolian told him not to meet for the time being. It wouldn't look good if he immediately returned to ask for help. Moreover, the embroidered robe fairy had just been stolen. The thief definitely wouldn't dare to use it to harm people so quickly. Quan Yizhen nodded. He got up and followed him 2 steps. Xiaolian sensed that Lang Ying was also following and said, "You can stay here." Lang Ying shook her head. Xiaolian hadn't said anything when he suddenly heard a thud behind him. He fell down again. Xiaolian suddenly turned his head and said, "What happened to you?" The purple aura on Quan Yizhen's face rose again. After holding it in for a while, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He turned over and knelt on the ground. With a wah sound, he vomited all over the ground. After he finished vomiting, Quan Yizhen turned over and faced the sky, puffing out soul smoke. Xiaolian said, "Qiying, can you still walk?" Quan Yizhen spread his limbs and said, "I think I can't." Xiaolian had no choice but to drag Quan Yizhen, who had lost his ability to fight, to the side and covered him with a blanket. On the second day, Quan Yizhen's complexion became slightly better. In any case, Xiaolian didn't dare to let him eat carelessly. He borrowed some porridge from the village chief and brought it back for the 2 of them to eat. Quan Yizhen sat on Hua Cheng's usual seat. He didn't know why, but Lang Ying kept staring at him, as if she wasn't very friendly. Xiaolian placed the porridge in front of the 2 of them and inadvertently said, "San Lang." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them looked at him. Xiaolian's body stiffened. Only now did he realize what he had just blurted out. Coughing lightly, he said, "Everyone continue." While the 2 of them were eating porridge at the table, Xiaolian carried his axe and went out. As he chopped firewood, he recalled the clues provided by the scroll. The plane of brocade clothes immortal was originally stationed in a divine martial palace. The seal of the divine martial palace was extremely strong. Furthermore, the palace was heavily guarded, and there were many skilled martial artists. I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to escape on its own. Someone must have seized the opportunity to steal it during the chaos. In the past, when it was his turn to chop firewood in Huacheng, he didn't know why, but he always felt that his chopping wasn't as good as Huacheng's. Quan Yizhen miserably drank a few mouthfuls of thin porridge before falling asleep in Puqi Monastery. Lang Ying walked out as if she wanted to help, but Xiaolian said, "No need. San." Lang Ying in a moment boil some water. Let's take a bath. He remembered that Lang Ying hadn't taken a bath in a long time. Ghosts indeed wouldn't have grease, sweat, or dirt, but after wandering around outside all day, they should have gotten quite a bit of dust. However, he couldn't say it directly, or else it would hurt her self-esteem. Lang Ying seemed to be startled and didn't reply. Xiaolian had already moved the firewood inside to boil the water. He said, yesterday I went into town to sell junk and bought you 2 autumn clothes. After washing them, can you see if they fit? Lang Ying had just put on the new clothes. When she heard this, she didn't say anything else and turned around to leave. Xiaolian pulled her back and sincerely said, "Don't go. Bathing is a must. Don't worry, I won't remove the bandages on your face." Lang Ying still refused. She gloomily went out to chop the firewood and refused to come back in. Xiaolian was helpless. He could only pick up a pile of firewood, boil water, and take off his clothes. Wuxia rolled down from his chest. Lang Ying then carried a pile of firewood in. When she saw his bare upper body, her eyes immediately widened. Xiaolian used his hand to test the water temperature. When he felt it was just right, he had already put on his pants and sat down. Seeing him come in, he said, "Oh, you came at the right time. I'll have to trouble you to pass me the scroll under the bamboo hat hanging on the wall over there." Not only did Lang Ying not come over, she even retreated outside the door. With a paw sound, she closed the door with the back of her hand. Xiaolian was baffled. After a while, Lang Ying seemed to remember something and suddenly kicked the door open. Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Don't kick this door. This door is." However, Lang Ying didn't look at him and directly walked inside. She picked up Quan Yizhen, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, and dragged him outside. Quan Yizhen seemed to be in a deep sleep. Only the earth shaking and mountains shaking could wake him up. Just like that, he was dragged all the way without feeling anything. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "What are you doing? It's fine, you're not a girl. Come in." When Hua Cheng wasn't here, it wasn't like he hadn't bathed in Puqi Monastery before. After all, Puqi Monastery was really too small, and the living conditions were difficult. It was already good enough to have a water tank to bathe in. There weren't any large bathing pools with screens that he could row a boat and slowly bathe in for fun. However, intentionally or unintentionally, Xiaolian had never done this in front of Hua Cheng. But because the person in front of him wasn't Hua Cheng and was someone else, he didn't feel anything at all. Lang Ying flipped Quan Yizhen over and used a pile of messy clothes to press on his head. Then she lowered her head and handed him the scroll Xiaolian wanted. She then continued to sit in the corner. Xiaolian opened the scroll. While he frowned, he loosened his hair. The hot air made his face slightly pink. His long hair and eyelashes became even darker and damper. After a while, he suddenly felt the thin silver chain on his chest. At the end of the chain was a diamond ring. Xiaolian held the ring and slightly tightened his fingers. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small flower in the corner of the altar. He subconsciously picked up the flower and held it in front of his eyes. He kept feeling that his mind was blurry, just like the hot air in front of him. He needed a hand to wave it away and disperse the fog. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking suddenly came from outside the door. This sound pulled him back from his thoughts. Xiaolian put the flower back and was about to ask who it was when he discovered that the knocking wasn't on the door of Puqi Monastery. Instead, it was on the door of the neighboring village chief's house. Amidst the knocking, a sweet female voice said, "Is there anyone home? Old for new, old for new. I have a brand new robe here, but I don't need it anymore. I want to exchange it for an old robe that suits me. I wonder if the owner of the house is willing? Is there anyone home?" She didn't even need to go out to find him. This thing actually came knocking on his door. She knocked on every door and asked. However, not a single family came out to open the door for her. That was only natural. Normally, when Xiaolian wasn't collecting junk, he would give lectures in Puqi village, telling all the uncles and aunties about the hundreds of little tricks to distinguish between demons and ghosts. Encountering this kind of uninvited guest in the middle of the night who was obviously not right, the villagers would simply ignore her. People nowadays weren't as gullible as they were in ancient times. That thing knocked in a circle, but no one paid any attention to her. Finally, she arrived at the door of Puqi Monastery. Xiaolian held his breath and waited with rapt attention. Who knew that before that thing knocked on the door, she could already sense that this wasn't a place she should be at. She cried out and the footsteps seemed to go further away. Xiaolian immediately said, "Wait. I want to change." Immediately, he said to Lang Ying in a low voice, "Quickly open the door. Don't be afraid, it's fine." Lang Ying wasn't afraid at all. She went forward and opened the door. There was a young girl standing outside the door. Her figure was graceful. Just looking at the lower half of her face, she was quite lovely. However, she wore a headscarf that covered the upper half of her face. It was as if she didn't have eyes, making people feel uncomfortable. She glanced into the house, covered her mouth and laughed. "This Taoist priest, what kind of old clothes do you want to use to exchange for my new clothes?" Xiaolian was still soaking in the water jar and hadn't come out, just to make it lower its guard. He smiled and said, "That depends on what your new clothes are like." That young girl stretched out her hand and shook it lightly. A shiny brocade robe fell from the bundle. It was extremely gorgeous, but the style seemed to be a little old. Moreover, the whole body was emitting a strange demonic aura. Xiaolian praised, good clothes. Lang Ying, give the clothes I brought back from town to this young lady.